Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 rupees. Chapter 188. The Rise of Longyan Village, Angle's Plan, please subscribe. Ignoring the corpses on the ground, under the leadership of Senju Takuya, the two of them walked towards the depths of Takigakure village. The population of Takigakure village is still very large. Walking in the village, everyone cast curious glances at Senju Takuya and Kakuzu. Why did you come in? Where are the great elders and the others? A ninja stood up and asked. I'm Kakuzu. Call the current person in charge of the village. Kakuzu stood up and said. What, Kakuzu, are you the traitorous ninja? I didn't expect you to be alive. Where are the great elder and the others? What did you do to everyone? After knowing Kakuzu's identity, the ninjas of Takigakure immediately became frightened. The great elder had just led nearly 100 ninjas out, and they knew it. But, now Kakuzu appears in the village, but the elder is nowhere to be seen. Everyone wants to know what happened. Yuta and his 773 are dead. If you don't want to end up like them, you'd better listen to me. Kakuzu snorted slightly. What, you killed all the great elders? Everyone in Longyan village took a few steps back with frightened expressions. The nearly 100 ninjas led by the great elder are all the elites of Takigakure village. How long have you been out for? Are they all dead? How can it be? Phew, there can't be no movement at all, right? And, didn't they even have time to deliver the news to the village before they died? Do not make jokes. I'll capture you now and wait until the great elder comes back to deal with you. Dozens of ninjas gritted their teeth and rushed towards Kakuzu at the same time. Snort. Composite ninja technique. Flame wind and waves. With a cold shout from Kakuzu. The next second, the combined ninjutsu formed by fire style and wind style directly created a large sea of fire, which instantly devoured the dozens of Takigakure village ninjas. The temperature in the air rose sharply. There is also a smell of barbecue. Seeing this scene, the ninjas in Takigakure looked horrified. This kind of power, isn't it too scary? Could it be, were the great elders really killed? Do not blame me. Seeing the frightened look on the face of the Takigakure ninja, Kakuzu sighed slightly inwardly. If he doesn't take action, if you wait for the murderer next to you to take action, I'm afraid there won't be a single person left alive in this village. Kakuzu, what do you want to talk about? At this moment, an old man with gray hair walked out of the crowd. We came to Takigakure village this time for 7 tails. Hand over 7 tails, Kakuzu said coldly. Kakuzu, aren't you afraid of being blamed by Senju Takuya-sama for doing this? You have to know that the current Takigakure village is also nominally the power of Senju Takuya-sama. The old man said slowly. The person next to me is Senju Takuya-sama. Kakuzu heard the old man's words and walked behind Senju Takuya. What? Seeing Senju Takuya, the old man had a look of disbelief on his face. He confirmed again and again. Discover, the man standing in front of me is the legendary Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya-sama, what is going on? If you want 7 tails, we will definitely not refuse. Why do you have to kill them so hard? The old man asked sadly. With the power of Senju Takuya, their Takigakure village will never resist the other party's orders. Why did the other party take Kakuzu with him to kill the ninjas of Takigakure village? I already talked with your great elder at the entrance of the village. He rejected my request and wanted to threaten me. So, I have no choice but to take action. Senju Takuya said calmly. After hearing his words, the old man in front of him was silent for a long time. Subsequently, sighed deeply. Oh, you have committed evil. Sir Senju Takuya, please forgive Yuta for his ignorance. I am the second elder of the village, and I will hand over 7 tails Jinchuriki to you now. The second elder did not hesitate and directly took out a timid little girl from the crowd. This is 7 tails Jinchuriki, please handle it yourself, Senju Takuya-sama. The second elder spoke. Then I will not continue to pursue today's matter. Senju Takuya took the little girl's hand and put away the murderous intention in his heart. Takigakure village is now leaderless. From now on, Kakuzu will be the new leader of Takigakure village. Senju Takuya took the opportunity to say. As commanded, under the leadership of the second elder, the ninjas of Takigakure village also knelt down and expressed their willingness to listen to Senju Takuya's words. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya smiled again on his face. That's right, okay, now that the matter has been resolved, I won't stay here any longer. Kakuzu, after you have taken care of things here, remember to contact Kanziri when you are here. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he activated Kamui and left with 7 tails Jinchuriki. Why are you in such a hurry? Looking at Senju Takuya's hurried away figure, Kakuzu muttered. Subsequently, his eyes suddenly widened. Pole. It seems that his salary for this year has not been paid to him yet. That's 30 million taels. Hateful. Kakuzu clenched his fists. No wonder Senju Takuya left in such a hurry. It turned out that he wanted to default on his debt. For a moment, Kakuzu felt like he was going to vomit blood from depression. There is a high probability that these 30 million will only be wasted. Kakuzu-sama, what's wrong? Seeing Kakuzu clenching his fists, the second elder couldn't help but ask. Fine. Kakuzu took several deep breaths before calming down. Subsequently, he asked the second elder. You are quite smart. You can be my deputy from now on. I want to lead our Longyan village to glory again. Kakuzu shouted. The current Takigakure village is really unsatisfactory. How long has it been since then that I have become like this? Yes, the second elder nodded in agreement. The rest of the ninjas? No comments either. After all, although Kakuzu is a rebel ninja, he was personally appointed by Senju Takuya, and they have no right to resist. Another. Everyone saw Kakuzu's strength just now. The whole village. No one is Kakuzu's opponent. After Kakuzu comes back, it means that the earthly resentment you will also be lost and recovered. This is a very important matter for Takigakure village. Kakuzu-sama, we will take your initiative on 0.9 from now on. Next, how do you plan to lead our Takian village to restore its former glory? The second elder asked in a deep voice. First find the most beautiful girl in the village, and then spare no effort to train her. Kakuzu thought for a moment and said. The second elder was a little confused by his words. Kakuzu-sama, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to choose a wife with great fanfare just after taking office? What about choosing a wife? I'm training this for Senju Takuya-sama. Forget it, I'll talk to you about these things later. Seeing the second elder's still confused look, Kakuzu waved his hand impatiently. No wonder Takigakure is getting worse and worse. These guys, it's so outdated. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know that if you please Senju Takuya, you can get everything? As long as the beauty she cultivates becomes Senju Takuya's wife, will Takigakure village still be far away from rising to prominence? Chapter 189. Little Lowly Feng, Sealing 7 Tails. Please subscribe. Konoha village. Senju Takuya looked at the panicked little girl with a gentle smile on his face. Little guy, what's your name? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Maple, my name is Feng, the little girl whispered. Maple, not a bad name. Do you know who I am? Senju Takuya asked. No, you are the most powerful ninja in the ninja world today, Senju Takuya-sama. Feng said softly. Ha 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 ha. Yes, then you can follow me from now on. Don't worry, I will definitely let you live a life 100 times happier than in Longyan village. Senju Takuya laughed. Feng is really a smart little girl. But, Takuya-sama, aren't you going to take away 7 tails? After taking away 7 tails, I will die. Feng asked with some confusion. As a Jinchuriki, if you lose your tailed beast, you will die. This kind of common sense. Senju Takuya-sama doesn't know, right? Do not worry, even if I take away the tailed beast, I won't let you die. Senju Takuya assured. That's great, I thought I was dead this time. 29. Hearing Senju Takuya's assurance, Feng patted his chest gently and seemed to take a long breath of relief. You little guy is quite cute. Feng has short blue-green hair, handsome appearance, and healthy wheat-colored skin. It looks a little weird. Okay, let me take you around Konoha first. In order to relieve Kaide's nervousness, Senju Takuya took Kaide to hang out in Konoha. Seeing the bustling scene of Konoha, I was immediately shocked. Here, is it heaven? Having lived in Longyan village since she was a child, she had never seen such a scene. Although, the scenery of Takigakure village is very beautiful, even better than that of Konoha village. But, the scenery in Takigakure village is just the most ordinary scenery for Kaide. A prosperous city like Konoha with many tall buildings was the most beautiful scenery in her heart. In the next day, Senju Takuya took Kaide around Konoha. I also tried all kinds of delicacies. In addition, he also bought some new clothes for Feng. After all, maple clothes, it looks a little worn out. All of these, it all makes Feng feel. Senju Takuya has a very friendly image, she is no longer reserved, and she gradually becomes more talkative. The relationship between the two quickly became closer. Evening, Senju Takuya led Kaide to the Senju clan's clan. Not surprisingly, Feng was once again shocked by the luxury of the Senju tribe. When she saw the room that belonged to her, she got up trembling with excitement. Takuya-sama, can I really live here from now on? Feng asked excitedly. Certainly, if you think the room is too small, I will change it for you to a bigger one another day. Senju Takuya smiled. No, this room is big enough. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Feng shook his head repeatedly. God, isn't this room big enough? The home of Mr. Yuta, the richest man in Takigakure village, can't compare to this room, right? As long as you're satisfied. Seeing Feng shaking his head, Senju Takuya smiled and handed the key to the room to Feng. You will live here from now on. There will be 2 servants in the outer courtyard responsible for taking care of your daily life. If you have any questions, you can come to me or Kushina. Senju Takuya warned slowly. Understood, Takuya-sama. Feng nodded obediently, but in my heart, I was not prepared to trouble Senju Takuya anymore. Being able to live in such a place, what problems could she have? Okay, you must be tired after a day of shopping, right? Have a good rest and I'll come back to you tomorrow. Senju Takuya said calmly. Takuya-sama, I'm not tired. Aren't you going to take away the tailed beast inside me? It's better to start now. Feng said in a deep voice. She tried hard to look like she could be helpful to Senju Takuya. This is her only value. All right. After hearing Kaide's words, Senju Takuya did not refuse. He originally planned to wait for Feng to get used to it before taking away 7 tails. But now that Feng has proposed it, he has no reason to refuse. Soon, with Feng's cooperation, 7 tails was sealed into Senju Takuya's body. After Senju Takuya resurrected Kaide through reincarnation, he hugged her on the bed. Looking at Kaide who was sleeping soundly, Senju Takuya slowly walked out of the room. Senju Tribe Land, Office. Senju Takuya summoned 7 tails. 7 tails is a combination of a beetle and a dragonfly. It has a hard shell and large mouthparts. There are 6 wings and a tail on its back. Takuya-sama. After 7 tails appeared, he took the initiative to say hello. When Senju Takuya went shopping with Kaide today, he had also completed communication with Shukaku and other tailed beasts. I learned during the exchange. Senju Takuya is actually willing to let the tailed beast live a free life. So, it still respects Senju Takuya very much. Of course, the most important reason for this is, it is the strength of Senju Takuya. Chongming, believe my rules, Shukaku and the others have already told you. I have only one request. Don't cause trouble outside. Senju Takuya looked at the duplicate name 323 and said lightly. No, Chongming nodded. In fact, because of Senju Takuya, no ninja dares to disrespect the tailed beast. So, it will never actively cause trouble for itself. It's good to know. Okay, you can move around freely. After Senju Takuya finished his instructions, he waved his hand. The duplicate name is a bit confusing. Is this enough? Happiness comes so suddenly. Senju Takuya was a little confused when he saw Chongming standing there blankly. Ah, Master Takuya, thank you very much. I'll leave now. Chongming came to his senses and immediately ran out happily. Although it was already night, the sealing career for many years still made him eager to go out and breathe some fresh air. After Chongming left, Senju Takuya crossed out Chongming's name on the paper in front of him. Now, only 8 tails Gyuki is left. With just one more trip to Cloud Shinobi Village, he would be able to collect all the tailed beasts. Haha. Just wait, you Otsutsuki pests, I will definitely clean up all of you. Senju Takuya's eyes were unusually bright in the darkness. After coming to this world, the Otsutsuki clan has always been a lingering haze in his heart. Now, he finally has the strength to challenge the other party. Chapter 190 Heading to the Kingdom of Birds for a singing competition. Please subscribe. After settling Kaide, Senju Takuya spent another week deepening his relationship with Kaide. Now, Kaide has become very close to Senju Takuya, coupled with the brainwashing of Uzumaki Kushina and others. Feng is young. I have already made up my mind. After, you must marry into the Senju clan and contribute to the prosperity and revival of the Senju clan. Except for Maple, Kakuzu has also established a firm foothold in Takigakure village. This former rebellious ninja, as soon as he took office, he showed his iron-blooded skills. Not only did they imitate the situation in Konoha, but they also formulated many new rules. And, anyone who dares to resist him, they were all solved directly by him. In this case, Senju Takuya didn't interfere too much either. After all, he has also been to Takigakure village. There are ninjas there, too old-fashioned. Change. Bleeding is normal. After finishing these matters, Senju Takuya set off for Cloud Shinobi village. Before going, he specifically found Mabuyi, Samui and others and asked. As a result, except for Wooden Golem, no one else wanted to return to Cloud Shinobi village. According to them, Cloud Shinobi village is already a thing of the past for them. Now I just want to stay in the Senju clan and be a safe husband and godson. So, Senju Takuya can only take one Wooden Golem to Cloud Shinobi village. Cloud Shinobi village, Reikage building. 5th Reikage Darui looked at the sudden appearance of Senju Takuya with a look of panic on his face. Takuya-sama, why did you come here suddenly? Even as a Reikage, he still couldn't help but feel nervous when facing the most powerful man in the ninja world in front of him. Darui, I came here to get 8 tails. Where is 8 tails Jinchuriki? Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. Ah, I'm so sorry, Takuya-sama. Killer Bee is not in the village now. Darui whispered. Can Jinchuriki leave the village at will? Senju Takuya asked after hearing Darui's words. Up pointing arrow. Killer Bee has a relatively high status in Cloud Shinobi village, and has a close relationship with 3rd generation Mekage and 4th Reikage. So, I didn't force him to stay in the village. However, please rest assured, Takuya-sama, our Anbu ninjas are always monitoring Killer Bee's whereabouts. Darui quickly explained. I was afraid that I might make Senju Takuya angry by accident. If that is the case, the consequences are too serious. Tell me where Killer Bee is and I'll go find him now. Senju Takuya is vigorous and resolute. Hearing his words, Darui quickly contacted Anbu who was monitoring Killer Bee. Soon, Killer Bee's location information was transmitted. In the land of birds. Senju Takuya nodded. By Wooden Golem, just stay here for a few days. I won't come to pick you up. Senju Takuya said to Wooden Golem. By Wooden Golem wanted to spend a few days in his hometown, and he had no reason to say no. New husband, remember to be careful. By Wooden Golem couldn't help but exhort. Haha. Don't worry. Senju Takuya smiled. Be careful. What a joke. Is there anyone in the current ninja world who can be his opponent? Start Kamui. Senju Takuya left Cloud Shinobi village directly. After he leaves, Darui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By Lord Wooden Golem, please take a seat. Darui gave up his position. Darui, you are Reikage, you don't need to be so polite. By Wooden Golem laughs. That won't work. Your current identity is Senju Takuya-sama's wife. I don't dare to be slow. This time at Cloud Shinobi village, just tell me what you want to do and I will arrange it in advance. Darui poured a cup of tea for Wooden Golem and said with a flattering smile. The future development of Cloud Shinobi village still needs to be pinned on the person in front of you. So, for Wooden Golem, he did not dare to neglect at all. After leaving Cloud Shinobi village, Senju Takuya came to the land of birds. Bird country. It is a country with a very developed entertainment industry. According to legend, everyone here has a singing voice as beautiful as a nightingale. Sing and dance, it is the favorite thing of the people of Bird Country. Walking on the street, Senju Takuya's ears are filled with all kinds of singing. Everyone, singing quietly while walking on the road. At some distance, there was a group of people holding microphones and speakers and singing a chorus. Tisk, 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 it's really noisy. Senju Takuya shook his head. Even if you like singing, it won't be like this, right? The noise is dead, of course. Although he was dissatisfied, Senju Takuya didn't want to change anything. After all, he can't forcefully change other people's customs just because of his own feelings, right? In this regard, a better choice is to let 100 flowers bloom. After walking along the street for a while, Senju Takuya found a large group of people gathered not far ahead. From time to time the crowd would burst into cheers. Hello, may I ask, what are those people in front doing? Senju Takuya stopped a passerby and asked. You are not from our country, are you? The passerby asked a little strangely. That's right, I'm from Konoha. Senju Takuya smiled. Quote. The passerby nodded clearly, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. Foreigners, there is a singing competition ahead. This is a unique custom of our country of birds. As long as you win the singing competition, you can have the title of King of Singing. It is only held once a year, so you are here this time. After hearing what the passersby said, Senju Takuya also had a curious look on his face. Song fighting competition. Nuo Wang Jiao. It sounds interesting. Senju Takuya thanked the passersby and then came to the scene of the singing competition. There was a man singing loudly. After he finishes singing, he will be given a score by the judges on the spot. If the onlookers do not agree with the judges' scores, they can raise their hands to vote and request a re-evaluation. It can be said that we have achieved fairness, justice and openness. Just as Senju Takuya was watching with gusto, his arm was suddenly stabbed by someone. Hey, you're here to participate in the singing contest too. Senju Takuya heard this and went away. I saw a muscular man wearing sunglasses looking at the center of the field with excitement. Seeing the man in front of him, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. What a coincidence. I actually met the person I was looking for here. The man in front of me is none other than 8-Tails Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village. Killer Bee. Chapter 191. Are you here to cause trouble? Please subscribe. I just came to take a look. How? You want to participate? Looking at Killer Bee, Senju Takuya asked curiously. Of course. How can such a competition be without me? Hey, my rap skills are unrivaled in the world, and my every move makes everyone bow and surrender. Yo 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 check. Killer Bee danced and danced while doing an impromptu rap. Subsequently, looking at Senju Takuya who was speechless, he asked, do you know rap? I understand a little bit. Senju Takuya cleared his throat. Then what do you think of what I just sang? Killer Bee asked happily. In the ninja world, not many people like rap. There are even fewer people who understand. It's okay, but if we want to win the title of singer, we're still a little short of it. Senju Takuya commented. Killer Bee's rap is really hard to describe. I thought so too, so I never made up my mind. You know, it's very difficult to come up with a good work temporarily. Killer Bee speaks with a strong rap tone that makes people want to beat him up. Senju Takuya thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey 500, I have a work that should be very suitable for you. Real. After listening to Senju Takuya's words, Killer Bee asked excitedly. Of course, I've already thought of the title of the song, it's called, Cramming. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he read the lyrics again based on the memory in his mind. Killer Bee's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he listened. Wow, this rap is so good. If you use this song to participate in the competition, you will definitely win the title of King of Singers in one fell swoop. Are you really willing to let me sing such a good song? Killer Bee asked a little embarrassed. After all, the two of them didn't even know each other's names. I support you, come on. Senju Takuya looked at Killer Bee and encouraged. Hearing his words, Killer Bee and Senju Takuya fist bumped. Brother, thank you. After saying that, he directly relied on his strong body to squeeze to the front. I want to participate, Killer Bee shouted. Immediately, everyone around started to applaud and cheer. The singing competition in the bird country will last for a week. CJEH. Anyone can participate at any time during this week. So, after Killer Bee announced that he was going to compete, everyone around him cheered enthusiastically. Listening to the cheers of the people around him, Rabbi Joe showed a look of great enjoyment on his face. From birth to now, he had never experienced this feeling before. For a moment, Killer Bee wants to settle in the bird country. May I have your name? After the crowd's cheers stopped, the host asked. My name is Killer Bee. What I brought this time was a rap song. Killer Bee shouted. I didn't expect it to be rap. Then let us enjoy the rap brought to you by Killer Bee. After the host finished speaking, he handed the microphone in Killer Bee's hand. Everyone around them also shut their mouths, waiting expectantly for Killer Bee to speak. Seeing the expectant looks in everyone's eyes, Killer Bee also spoke confidently. I'm always cramming. This song is crammed. Soon, Killer Bee danced and sang a song, and the whole place was completely silent. Seeing this scene, Killer Bee had a proud look on his face. Shouldn't it be? I sang so well that everyone was deeply intoxicated, right? Just when Killer Bee was secretly proud, the Yin family gradually came back to their senses. Subsequently, they all looked at Killer Bee with evil eyes, especially the judges of the competition. Their expressions were very bad. Hey, I said you are here to cause trouble, right? One of the judges roared angrily. Is this considered a song? As the judges asked questions, the people of the bird country also gave up. He directly picked up the rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves and threw them at Killer Bee. Killer Bee could only quickly activate the body flicker technique and fled the scene. After his fuss, Senju Takuya was no longer interested in watching. He locked on Killer Bee's aura and ducked to Killer Bee's side. At this time, Killer Bee was squatting on the ground with a look of grievance. The dream of becoming a singer is over before it even begins. Killer Bee, don't lose heart. As long as you persist, sooner or later someone will recognize your rap. Senju Takuya smiled at Killer Bee. Huh, how did you find me? Seeing Senju Takuya, the rabbi's face became serious. He just started the body flicker technique and ran this long distance. Senju Takuya found him so quickly. Other side, it's certainly not simple. Listen carefully. This guy in front of me is very dangerous. Eight Tails also reminded inside Killer Bee's body. Who are you? What is the purpose of approaching me? Killer Bee placed his hand on the saber on his body, ready to attack at any time. Killer Bee, I think you'd better behave. I'm Senju Takuya. You don't remember me. Senju Takuya looked at Killer Bee with a smile. Senju Takuya. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Killer Bee frowned and thought for a moment, and then remembered who the person in front of him was. At first, on the war zone, he had seen what Senju Takuya looked like with his own eyes. But after so many years, the rabbi had long forgotten. Now, after Senju Takuya's reminder, he thought about it again. Why did you come to me? Killer Bee is more cautious. This is Senju Takuya, the man who once defeated the other four shadows. It would definitely not be a good thing if the other party suddenly found him. Killer Bee, give me the 8 tails in your body. Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. You want me to hand over 8 tails? It's impossible. Killer Bee shook his head and refused. What is the difference between this and letting him die? Killer Bee, don't be too busy saying no. I understand your concerns. Don't worry, I will resurrect you after you die. Senju Takuya assured Killer Bee. Oh 9, why should I trust you? Killer Bee snorted coldly. Why? Well, because the 8 tails in your body is already the last tailed beast living outside. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he released the seal in his body. Moment. 1 tail Shukaku, 2 tails Matabi, 3 tails Isofu, 4 tails Sun Wukong, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Seiken, 7 tails Dume, 9 tails Kurama. 8-tailed beasts appeared in front of the two of them instantly. Chapter 192. The 9-tailed beasts gathered together. Looking at the 8-tailed beasts in front of him, Killer Bee was filled with shock. This guy in front of me, what kind of monster is it? He can actually possess 8-tailed beasts at the same time. How did you do it? Killer Bee asked in shock as he looked at the tailed beast in front of him. To know, at first, when he was not at peace with the 8 tails in his body, it would take a lot of effort on his part to prevent the 8 tails from breaking through the seal every day. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into a state of losing your mind. It's just a tailed beast. Senju Takuya sealed all 8 tailed beasts into his body. This method, it's really crazy. I just convince people with my virtue. These tailed beasts follow me voluntarily. Senju Takuya smiled after hearing Killer Bee's words. What? Killer Bee looked at the 8 tailed beasts present with a look of disbelief. Discover. These tailed beasts all nodded in unison. This made him a little confused. Tailed beast, haven't you always hated humans the most? Let me out, I want to talk to Kurama and the others. Gyuki shouted from within Killer Bee. Hearing Gyuki's words, Killer Bee nodded and gave his body to 8 tails to control. The next second, Killer Bee has completed the tailed beast transformation and turned into the appearance of 8 tails. With his strength, he is still unable to let the tailed beast freely enter and leave his body like Senju Takuya. Kurama, Shukaku, you guys, what the hell is going on? Gyuki asked, looking at the 8 tailed beasts in front of him. Gyuki, it's a long story. See for yourself. At Kurama's suggestion, the 9 tailed beasts formed a circle around each other. They connect their fists to each other. Soon, Gyuki then saw the memories of the other 8 tailed beasts. Holy shit, is this true or false? Seeing the scene in his memory, Gyuki couldn't help but curse. In the memories of Kurama and other tailed beasts, they can freely enter and exit Jinchuriki's body every day. Not only do you want to bask in the sun, you can also eat whatever delicious food you want. You can still walk on the street with swagger. Even, every passing ninja, they will respectfully call them, Shukaku-sama, Kurama-sama, and, Matabi-sama. Such similar titles. This magical scene made Gyuki feel a little confused. In its cognition, ninjas are very wary of tailed beasts. Even though it has reached a settlement with Killer Bee, it has not done any dangerous behavior. But, still not allowed to appear in crowded places. Every move, also monitored by Anbu's ninjas. In contrast, the life it leads is simply inferior to that of a pig or a dog. Gyuki, join us. As long as 10 tails is resurrected, we will be truly free. Shukaku said happily. The other tailed beasts nodded. You heard it. Although our relationship is not bad, but, Gyuki said to Killer Bee in the spiritual world, After learning about Senju Takuya's entire plan, Killer Bee decisively chose to give up Killer Bee without any hesitation. Although, it has a good relationship with Killer Bee, but it can only be said to be good. For it, Killer Bee is just a Jinchuriki that is relatively satisfying to him. It is willing to settle with Killer Bee just because there is no better choice. So your name is Gyuki. I respect your choice. Killer Bee didn't show any anger after hearing Gyuki's words. Because he knows, Senju Takuya's original power was no longer something he could defeat. Now the opponent has the other 8-tailed beasts. And, the 8 tails in him is also ready to rebel. Under such circumstances, even if he chooses to resist, he can't make any trouble. It's better to give up and let yourself die with dignity. After hearing Killer Bee's words, Gyuki returned control of his body to the other party. Killer Bee, I said I would resurrect you. Although you will lose the power of the tailed beast, you will also have greater freedom. After you are resurrected, go and pursue your rapt dream. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, Lindsay was placed on Killer Bee's body. Soon, Gyuki was sealed into his body. After sealing Gyuki, Senju Takuya used his own reincarnation to resurrect Killer Bee. Although strictly speaking, he has nothing to do with Killer Bee. Killer Bee has little use value to him. But, before traveling through time, he still had some affection for the character Killer Bee. The other party's lame rap made him feel very unique. So, Senju Takuya doesn't mind resurrecting Killer Bee as long as it doesn't harm his own interests. Hey, now that the matter has been resolved, I don't need to continue to worry about it. Goodbye, Baj Ya Road, Kugel Ya Road. Killer Bee left as he sang. After he leaves, Senju Takuya had a look of excitement on his face. You should all know my plan. .00. So, we will return to Konoha later. After I separate your souls and chakra, you will no longer have to endure the pain of being sealed into Jinchuriki's body. Senju Takuya said to the 9-tailed beasts around him. Boss, after your affairs are completed, can we continue to stay in Konoha? Shukaku asked anxiously. The other tailed beasts all looked expectant after hearing Shukaku's words. After these years of getting along, they have long been accustomed to living a carefree life in Konoha every day. If in the future, if Senju Takuya doesn't want them to stay in Konoha, they don't know where to go. Ha 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 ha, of course, you have helped me so much, I will definitely not treat you badly. After resurrecting 10 tails, if you want to continue to stay in Konoha, you can continue to stay. Besides, all the expenses for eating, drinking and having fun will be borne by me. Senju Takuya said cheerfully. What do these things mean compared to the power of 10 tails? Anyway, he has endless money to spend. Very good, boss, I really didn't follow the wrong person. After receiving Senju Takuya's promise, Shukaku clapped his hands excitedly. The other tailed beasts also looked happy. Even the most arrogant Kurama couldn't help but snorted. 6 paths old man, the era where humans and tailed beasts coexist harmoniously as you mentioned has finally arrived. Chapter 193, Resurrection of 10 Tails. Konoha Village. In a tavern, Senju Takuya sat in the private room, quietly eating the food in front of him. After a while, 2 men walked in one after the other. Takuya, I'm so sorry. The store is too busy, I kept you waiting. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Takuya and smiled broadly. It's fine, it's just a meal, Senju Takuya said indifferently. By the way, how did your last plan to collect tailed beasts go? Uchiha Madara interjected. I came here this time just for this matter. Senju Takuya smiled. I have collected all 9 tailed beasts. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama nodded at the same time. Although this thing is very difficult, it is almost impossible for others. But, 650, for Senju Takuya, there is nothing surprising about collecting all 9 tailed beasts in such a short period of time. After all, in his heart, the entire ninja world is already in Senju Takuya's hands. I've already guessed your purpose. It's just that if you want me to help you, you have to wait until the tavern closes at night. Closing early will make diners complain. Uchiha Madara said immediately. As smart as he is. Naturally, I have already guessed the purpose of Senju Takuya's trip. The opponent has already gathered 9 tailed beasts. But, want to resurrect 10 tails. You also need Geto statue. Geto statue is the shell of 10 tails. Only his Rinnegan can summon the Geto statue. But, even so, according to Uchiha Madara, this kind of thing is not as important as the tavern he now runs with Senju Hashirama. I really didn't expect to hear such words from your mouth. Senju Takuya shrugged indifferently. Who would have thought? Uchiha Madara, who used to be unruly, treating the entire ninja world as a chessboard and all ninjas as pawns, would one day say such things for the sake of the diners' feelings. Really, what Orochimaru said is right. Everyone will change. If a person does not change until death, it just means that he did not live long enough. That's all. I waited until late at night. After closing the tavern, Uchiha Madara took Senju Takuya and walked out of Konoha village. Senju Hashirama also followed. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a wide open space far away from Konoha. Just right here, Senju Takuya said softly. Uchiha Madara nodded, then formed a seal with his hands and touched the ground. Summoning technique Geto statue. Boom. With a loud noise, the huge Geto statue was summoned by Uchiha Madara. Is this the shell of 10 tails? Seeing the Geto statue, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaimed. Just a body gave him a strong sense of oppression. Cannot imagine. If 10 Tails is resurrected, how powerful that would be. Come out, everyone, Senju Takuya murmured. Subsequently, all 9 tailed beasts appeared from his body. When the tailed beasts saw Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, they all raised their heads and snorted. For these two people, they don't have any good feelings at all. It is these two people. The invention of Jinchuriki allowed them to experience the pain of darkness. If it is not impossible to defeat, they really want to tear the two people in front of them to pieces. Next, I'm going to peel off your consciousness. Please cooperate with me, Senju Takuya said calmly to the 9-tailed beasts. This kind of thing, it's not a problem for him. In the original work, Namikaze Minato is able to use her own power to divide 9 tails into yin 9 tails and yang 9 tails. It is not particularly difficult for him to peel off the consciousness of the tailed beasts while retaining most of their power. Thanks to the cooperation of the tailed beasts, things went smoothly. Soon, each mini version of the tailed beast appeared in front of everyone. Mini Shukaku, Mini Kurama, Mini Gyuki. Each of them has become as big as a house cat. It looks very soft and cute. Success. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the boss, now we are free. Smelly fox, now that our strength is almost the same, you can no longer judge strength based on the number of tails, right? HMPH, stinky civet cat, even so, you can't be my opponent. What, do you have the guts to say it again? What, you want to fight? Hey, can you two stop arguing? The 9-tailed beasts were talking all over the place, and the scene looked chaotic. Senju Takuya ignored them and focused on the ghetto statue. Madara, Hashirama, you and I will seal the power of the tailed beast into the ghetto statue. Senju Takuya ordered. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement. They were also a little excited at this time. The legendary 10 tails, how powerful is it? Sealing technique 9 sealings of Phantom Dragon. With a unified shout, Senju Takuya, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara formed seals at the same time. The next second, the huge chakra of the 9-tailed beasts all poured into the ghetto statue. The 3 of them joined forces. It only took less than 3 hours to seal all the tailed beasts' chakra into the ghetto statue. This speed, it can be said to be extremely fast. To know, in the original work, it would take several days for Pain to unite all members of the Akatsuki organization to seal a tailed beast. With the completion of the seal, a powerful, violent, and ancient aura gradually revived. 10 Tails' body gradually became plumper. All 9 eyes on its forehead were open at this time. 10 huge tails flapped randomly in the air, causing cracks on the ground. As this 10 tails, what a terrifying smell. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but murmured 1.1. Yes, completely different from ordinary tailed beasts. It feels like there has been a qualitative change. Senju Hashirama also looked at 10 tails with a solemn expression. He can feel it. 10 tails in front of me. The power is absolutely terrifying. Even at his peak, there was no guarantee that he could suppress 10 tails. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sweat in his heart for Senju Takuya. Something like this, can it really be sealed into one's own body? If it fails, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. Roar. As if following Senju Hashirama's thoughts, 10 tails looked up to the sky and roared. A tremendous strength. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a little moved. He can seal 10 tails into his body, so his power must be able to increase to another level, right? Chapter 194 The Terrifying 10 Tails. 10 tails is powerful. It makes Senju Hashirama afraid and Uchiha Madara's heart flutters. This combination of all the powers of the 9-tailed beasts has completely undergone a qualitative change. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could not ignore the powerful sense of oppression. Even the tailed beasts who had been hiding aside for a long time now opened their mouths in surprise. My dear, can the combined strength of all of us be so strong? It's really scary. It feels like it's not on the same level as us at all. Smelly Tanuki, now do you believe that the tail of a tailed beast represents its own strength? Kurama took the opportunity to taunt. Shukaku has always been opposed to using tails to measure the power of tailed beasts. Now, after seeing 10 tails, is there anything else to say about it? Stinky Fox, 10 tails is a special case. It has absorbed the power of all our tailed beasts. Of course it is stronger. This has nothing to do with the number of tails. And now we're all on the same level. Don't ever mention these things to me again. Shukaku said unhappily. Snort. Kurama snorted coldly and said nothing. Seeing the two people stop, all the tailed beasts focused their attention on 10 tails again. Senju Takuya, can this monster really be conquered? Takuya, do you really plan to seal this thing into your body? Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Takuya. If you seal something like this into your body, you will die if you are not careful. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama, why are you so timid? Even 10 tails is nothing more than a beast. Sora has a lot of power, but he doesn't know how to use it correctly. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly. Once, his goal is to seal 10 tails into his body. So, naturally, I won't be intimidated by 10 tails momentum. Kid, if you're scared, you can leave this matter to me. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Takuya. Madara, put your thoughts away. It's just a 10 tails. Since I revived it, I naturally have a way to conquer it. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. In the original work, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, with their super shadow peak strength, were able to seal 10 tails. Although, they weren't able to consistently suppress 10 tails. But, Senju Takuya's strength is also not just at the peak of Super Shadow. He is the true peak strength of 6 paths. Even 10 tails. In front of him, there is no way to make any waves. Cut, kid, if you can't hold it anymore, remember to tell us. For the sake of our friendship, Hashirama and I will help you suppress 10 tails. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he and Senju Hashirama retreated several thousand meters, and the battlefield was completely handed over to Senju Takuya. Roar. 10 tails looked up to the sky and roared again. After a period of adaptation, it has fully woken up. Now, it finally noticed the tiny Senju Takuya in front of it. The next second, 10 tails raised its huge paw and slapped Senju Takuya hard. Boom. With a loud noise, 10 tails' claws were easily dodged by Uchiha Sage Art would style through several thousand hands. Awesome Susanoo. With a low shout from Senju Takuya. Moment. A statue of Senju Guanyin, which was larger than 10 tails, appeared in front of 10 tails. After the Guanyin statue appeared, a cold chakra quickly enveloped it. It only takes a moment. A Senju Guanyin wrapped in Susanoo is completely formed. Holy shit, you can still play like this. Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but curse. He never expected that Senju Takuya would use such a combination of ninjutsu. This is his and Madara's signature stunt. This kid is really unexpected. Uchiha Madara sounded somewhat admiring, even though he has already known that Senju Takuya's strength far exceeds his own. But, when he saw with his own eyes that the other party could easily use true several thousand hands and cover it with a layer of powerful Susanoo, he was still a little shocked. To know, but for the forbidden technique of true several thousand hands, the chakra that needs to be consumed is a bottomless pit. And to put a layer of majesty on such a huge Guanyin statue, the effort required is even more difficult to estimate. But Senju Takuya didn't seem to have any expression of difficulty. Snort. Just be quiet. Senju Takuya controlled the huge Senju Guanyin at his feet and slapped 10 tails hard. Moment. Thousands of huge arms all hit 10 tails' body. That powerful attack power, even 10 tails, they couldn't help but let out a cry. By the time Senju Takuya's attack stopped, Takuya had been knocked hundreds of meters away. The pain in his body made 10 tails even more furious. I saw 10 tails behind it slapping the ground vigorously. Subsequently, 10 tails raised his head high. Its head turned into a huge flower-shaped barrel, and a terrifying ultimate chakra condensed in front of it. Soon, the huge chakra undergoes high-intensity compression and becomes a concentrated giant-tailed beast bomb. Not good. I have never seen such a tailed beast bomb before. Senju Hashirama felt the power of the tailed beast bomb created by 10 tails, and was suddenly shocked. Horrible. This kind of power is completely different from the ordinary tailed beast bomb. Hashirama, calm down. That brat will never die so easily. Uchiha Madara said solemnly. Now that things have developed, they can only choose to believe Senju Takuya. Brute. Senju Takuya looked at tailed beast bomb and snorted. It seems, if 10 tails is not beaten hard today, the opponent will not stop. Just then, the tailed beast bomb is completed. With a roar from 10 tails, tailed beast bomb rushed towards Senju Takuya like a cannonball. At this time, whether it's Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Shukaku, or Kurama, their hearts are already in their throats. This level of attack, can Senju Takuya really be stopped? Flying Thunder God Technique. When the tailed beast bomb was about to arrive in front of him, Senju Takuya shouted, and the mark of the Flying God was instantly formed. The next second, the space in front suddenly became distorted. 10 tails tailed beast bomb also disappeared directly with the space fluctuation. Boom. Far away, there was an earth-shattering explosion. A huge mushroom cloud steamed up, and powerful air waves blew everything away. After the explosion, the two mountains that originally stood proudly in the distance disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 195. Seal 10 Tails, promoted to Blood Successor Snare. This kind of power. 030. Seeing the two mountains disappearing out of thin air, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Is this the attack power of 10 tails? It's really terrible. The power of the tailed beast bomb released by other tailed beasts is completely different from the tailed beast bomb released by 10 tails. These are two mountains that are thousands of meters high and stretch for dozens of miles. It turned into powder directly under the attack of a tailed beast bomb. It's really scary. Fortunately, Takuya used Flying Thunder God to deflect 10 tails' attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Senju Hashirama wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Hashirama, you are such a stupid person. Since you, a stronger person than you has appeared in the Senju clan. Uchiha Madara's eyes were full of envy. If the Uchiha clan had such a promising descendant, would he have abandoned the family alone in the first place? Originally, I thought I could help a bunch of Takuya, but now it seems, we are no longer able to participate in a battle of this level. Senju Hashirama sighed. Uchiha Madara also nodded in agreement. After all, now 10 tails. However, he fully gained all the power of the tailed beasts and started the third stage of 10 tails. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara seemed helpless when facing 10 tails. Roar. Seeing that he missed a hit, 10 tails slapped the ground angrily. Immediately afterwards, it raised its head again, preparing to continue releasing tailed beast bomb to attack Senju Takuya. But, this time, Senju Takuya won't give it another chance. He controlled Senju Guanyin and quickly hit Tian Wei. Subsequently, nearly 1,000 arms slammed into 10 tails' body again. Boom, boom, boom. With loud and dull sounds, the earth shattered because it could not bear the force. 10 tails howled repeatedly and curled up under Senju Takuya's violent attack. After half an hour, Senju Takuya just stopped. 10 tails at this time. The previous violence has long since disappeared. In its eyes, human fears are revealed. Senju Takuya's eyes were full of confusion. It can't understand. This very small human being in front of me. Why can it have such great power? And it lasts so long. If it hadn't been for its rough skin and thick flesh, it would have been beaten into a pulp long ago, right? Who is the tailed beast? Beast, have you taken it? Pipe question mark quote. Senju Takuya asked looking at 10 tails. At this time, his face was still as calm as water. The long and high-intensity attack just now did not have the slightest impact on him. Let me go, this kid is really scary, isn't he? Hashirama, compared to him, I feel like you look like a normal person. Uchiha Madara looked at the battlefield ahead with disbelief in his eyes. Controlling powerful equipment through several thousand hands, he attacked with high frequency for half an hour. A full half hour, he didn't even take a breath. What kind of pervert's physique is this? Madara, I somewhat understand how the original sage of 6 paths fought with Otsutsuki Kagaya for 3 months. Compared with these guys who are called gods, we are not even ants. I can only say that Takuya is extremely talented. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. He once thought, his chakra is already the limit of human beings. Unexpectedly, compared with Senju Takuya, the chakra he is so proud of is simply a drop of water in the ocean. There's no comparison at all. If Senju Takuya knew what the two were thinking now, he would probably sneer at them. What is the special talent? This is obviously the harvest of his hard work every morning and night, right? Beast, have you taken it yet? Senju Takuya looked at 10 tails and said calmly. Roar. 10 tails roared again, stood up and wanted to attack Senju Takuya again. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya snorted coldly. Kamui. With Senju Takuya's low shout, the terrifying eye power was released. The next second, dozens of spaces began to become distorted. 10 tails limbs and 10 tails were directly severed by the twisted space at the same time. Boom. 10 tails, which lost its limbs and tail, fell heavily to the ground. The fear in his heart had covered up the pain in his body. The human being in front of me is so terrifying. Its body can be said to be indestructible. Even with attacks like the tailed beast bomb, he couldn't break through its defense. But the human beings in front of me, it was so easy to tear its body into pieces. Although the limbs and tail can grow back at any time. But once this human being attacks its vital points, it may really be killed. At that time, it finally resurrected, but I don't know how long it will take before it can be resurrected. 10 tails, I will give you one last chance. Senju Takuya set his sights on 10 tails' neck. As long as he wants. Kamui can instantly move 10 tails' head at any time. Feeling the familiar space fluctuations on his neck, 10 tails finally gave in. It lay on the ground and lowered its head, expressing its submission to Senju Takuya. Seeing this scene, Takuya showed a faint smile on his face. Wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? Senju Takuya jumped on 10 tails' head, and then clapped his hands. The next second, 10 tails' huge body shrank instantly. All the terrifying chakra poured into Senju Takuya's body. With the 10 tails seal completed, Senju Takuya's momentum has also undergone a surprising change. An aura that made people want to surrender swept across the entire ninja world. Under this momentum, everyone in the ninja world couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are no exception. What happened? I don't know, I always feel like I have heart palpitations. Damn it, I can't stand up at all. Whose prank is this? Hello, Wong. Everyone in the ninja world who didn't know what was going on said in a panic. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who had witnessed everything, opened their eyes in shock. Although Senju Takuya is very powerful, when he puts away his momentum, he looks no different from ordinary people. But now Senju Takuya, just one glance made them feel a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. They can feel it. Senju Takuya wants to obliterate them, but he can do it with just a wave of his hand. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Senju Takuya. Like Ling, just looking at it is a blasphemy against Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya, who sealed 10 tails, did not notice these things. At this time, he was also a little excited. The improvement that 10 tails brought to him was far beyond his imagination. At this time, it has successfully advanced to the level of Blood Successor Snare. And this is the peak level of Blood Successor Snare. Chapter 196. Resurrect Hashirama, kill Black Zetsu, and eliminate future troubles. After becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, Senju Takuya's strength suddenly reached the peak level of the Blood Successor Snare. This surprised Senju Takuya, although he knows that sealing 10 tails can bring him a huge improvement. But, directly reaching the peak of Blood Successor Snare, it was still a bit beyond his expectation. But, still can't be complacent. The god of Otsutsuki who is still sleeping now probably has to be above the Blood Successor Snare. Senju Takuya gradually calmed down after the initial excitement. Although, now his strength can almost crush those Otsutsuki clan in the future. But, he was still not sure he could defeat the so-called god of Otsutsuki. The other party swallowed countless planet fruits. Strength. It has definitely surpassed the level of Blood Inheritance Snare. But, although I still feel the pressure. But Senju Takuya is not too alarmist. After all, the main ways for him to improve his power, besides sealing the tailed beasts, were to marry a wife, have children and daily love. As long as he persists every day, it is only a matter of time to break through the blood inheritance net. After thinking for a while, Senju Takuya took back his momentum. All the pressure disappeared and everything became peaceful. Hashirama, Madara, why are you kneeling on the ground? Senju Takuya stepped out in one step and came to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara through space. What a terrifying power! Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood up and looked at Senju Takuya with awe in their eyes. This is not to say that they are timid. It was a tremor coming from the depths of their souls that made them unable to control their fear at all. Takuya, how far has your power reached now? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask. Well, the power over the 6 paths. Blood successor snare. Senju Takuya chuckled. What? A power above the 6 paths? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both shocked. In their understanding, the peak of 6 paths is already the ceiling. Power beyond the 6 paths. What the hell is that? To put it simply, I want to kill a 6 paths level strong man now, just like crushing an ant. Senju Takuya smiled. It's not that he's bragging. In the original work, although Otsutsuki Kagaya is also at the blood successor snare level, at most he has just reached the blood successor snare standard. And also gave part of the power to Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In addition, she doesn't know how to use her power correctly, which is why her combat power is so stretched. But in fact, the power of blood succession snare is definitely not something that 6 paths can match. Not to mention being sealed by 2 half-step 6 paths people. Iglo, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, with wry smiles on their lids. If the strong men of 6 paths are like ants in front of Senju Takuya, then who are they? Both of them were once strong men at the top. Now, after seeing Senju Takuya, I couldn't help but feel a little melancholy in my heart. Hashirama, you are still using the body of Impure World Reincarnation, right? This is not an option, let me help you reshape your body. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he raised his arm towards Senju Hashirama. The next second, the powerful power of the universe poured into Senju Hashirama's body crazily. In just a short moment, Senju Hashirama was reborn directly. Titva, looking at his new body, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but cursed. Due to his own special characteristics, if you want to resurrect him, you need extremely huge life force and chakra. So, this is why he has never asked Senju Takuya to resurrect him. Unexpectedly, now Senju Takuya resurrected him effortlessly. What is the difference between this and a real god? Shukaku, Kurama and other tailed beasts who had been watching from a distance also ran over. As expected of the boss, this momentum is much stronger than that old man from 6 paths. Yes, boss, now that we have contributed our strength to you, you have to protect us a little more in the future. CJFC. Listening to the tailed beast's words, Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. No problem, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Senju Takuya smiled, although he left 100 calories of chakra for each of the tailed beasts. But, the tailed beasts don't know how to use ninjutsu or anything like that. If he really faced off against a strong cage-level player, he would probably be crushed. But, with him here, there should be no one who would cause trouble for the tailed beast. After appeasing the tailed beasts, Senju Takuya took the tailed beasts back together with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. There's a lot of power this time around. So, he has to go to another space to fully digest these powers. After notifying Tsunade, Senju Takuya directly activated Kamui. The next second, he appeared in a world full of desert. Ha 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 ha. Senju Takuya, I must kill you. Let me out, let me out. Mother, where are you? Ah, as soon as he came to this world, Senju Takuya heard a burst of crazy babble. He walked over slowly. Black Zetsu was fixed to the ground by the black rod made by Yin Yang Dun, and he was yelling crazily. It seems, my mind is a little abnormal. Black Zetsu, Senju Takuya called lightly. Hearing the sound, Black Zetsu was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, its eyes were full of pleading. Senju Takuya, please let me out. I was wrong, I promise I won't go against you again. Black Zetsu is a little crazy. In this world with nothing but yellow sand, it will go crazy if it stays any longer. Now seeing Senju Takuya, Black Zetsu seems to have seen a life-saving straw. Black Zetsu, I'm here just to give you a good time. Senju Takuya said calmly. Before, he couldn't kill Black Zetsu. But, it's okay now, although putting Black Zetsu here is a punishment more terrible than death. But, who knows if anyone else will be able to break into this world. He didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. You want to kill me? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Black Zetsu was a little happy at first. After all, for it, staying here is far more terrifying than death. But, the next second Black Zetsu became a little desperate. Because, Senju Takuya can kill it, which means that the other party has the power to continue to snare it. That mother will probably never be released. Ignoring Black Zetsu's thoughts, Senju Takuya directly erased Black Zetsu from the soul level. It was as easy as crushing an ant. Subsequently, Senju Takuya began to practice Buddhism with his eyes closed in this world. Such a desolate world, just enough to allow him to use his power as he pleases. Chapter 197 Meeting Hinata by Chance. In a different space, it took Senju Takuya nearly half a year to fully adapt to the power of his body. After being promoted to the pinnacle of blood successor Snare, he already possesses the power of exploding stars. It is only a piece of cake to destroy a planet. Finally we can go out. Senju Takuya opened his eyes. Although this time, it took him half a year to adapt to the soaring strength of his body. But, Senju Takuya thinks it's worth it. After all, he doesn't want to be like Otsutsuki Kagaya in the original novel. There is no strength in the sky, but I have no idea how to apply it. Putting away his own aura, Senju Takuya stepped forward. In an instant, time and space shattered, and he came to the ninja world. Snowing. It was already evening. Snowflakes continued to fall from the Konoha sky. Senju Takuya walked on the street, slowly heading towards the Uchiha clan's clan. Just when Senju Takuya was passing by a small alley, a girl suddenly rushed out. Boom. With a muffled sound, the girl sat down on the ground. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you okay? The girl got up from the ground in a panic and began to bow and apologize. Looking at the girl's appearance, Senju Takuya had a smile on his face. It turned out to be Hyuga Hinata. What a coincidence. I am okay. It's you. You're not injured, are you? Senju Takuya supported Hyuga Hinata and asked softly. I'm fine. Hyuga Hinata lowered her head and pinched the corners of her clothes nervously with both hands. Did something happen? Looking at you, you seem to be in a panic. Senju Takuya asked curiously. It's nothing, please don't worry. I have something else to do, I have to go first. Hyuga Hinata seemed to have thought of something, bowed to Senju Takuya and prepared to leave. At this time, there was a burst of laughter from behind. White-eyed monster, why are you running? Why didn't you bring the money today? As the voice fell, several gangsters in sleazy clothes walked out. I'll bring it to you next time, Hyuga Hinata said with a trembling voice. Snort, do you think we are 3-year-olds? Since you don't take what we said to heart, then don't blame us for being rude. The leader's expression changed and he wanted to grab Hyuga Hinata with his hands. Boom. With a muffled sound, the man's body immediately flew out. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Who are you? Why are you meddling in our business? Another gangster pointed at Senju Takuya. I think you guys look pretty good too, right? Why do you want to steal a girl's money? Senju Takuya asked. It's up to you. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise we won't let you go. A gangster said harshly. As if to increase his persuasiveness, there was a bright knife in his hand. Well, why is it that no matter how it develops, there are still scumbags like you? Senju Takuya looked at the few gangsters in front of him and sighed slightly. Judging from the other party's clothes, he shouldn't be the kind of desperate poor man. On the contrary, the family conditions of these people should be pretty good. But, these guys enjoy bullying people and stealing money, and they also carry knives with them. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya takes off his disguise. Moment, Hyuga Hinata and the gangsters all widened their eyes. Living in Konoha, how could they not know who the man in front of them was? After realizing Senju Takuya's identity, the gangsters' legs became weak. They fell to their knees with a plop, not even having the courage to beg for mercy. Senju Takuya ignored them and called to Anbu. Lord Hokage, the Anbu ninja knelt down on one knee. Take these people into Anbu's prison and interrogate them 10 times. Remember, severe punishment, Senju Takuya said coldly. In Konoha, he has created enough conditions for everyone to live and work in peace and contentment. Even orphans who have lost their parents since childhood can receive great material protection. In such an environment, he didn't want a scumbag like the little gangster in front of him. According to Senju Takuya, since he has provided superior living conditions, then if someone commits a crime, he will never be lenient. Even if the other person is not too old. Yes, after hearing what Senju Takuya said, the two Anbu quickly escorted a few gangsters away. *0, waiting for them, will be the severest punishment. Lord Hokage, why are you here? Hyuga Hinata asked with some fear. If you don't disguise yourself, people will line up to say hello to you when you walk on the street. Senju Takuya explained with a smile. Thank you so much for what happened today, Hyuga Hinata said respectfully to Senju Takuya. At the same time, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Senju Takuya several times. As a girl, she grew up listening to the stories of Senju Takuya. Now, met the real Senju Takuya. Even though Hyuga Hinata is very shy inside, she still can't help but want to peek at Senju Takuya. By the way, judging from your appearance, you must be a member of Hyuga's tribe, right? Senju Takuya smiled. Although he had recognized Hyuga Hinata's identity, he still had to pretend. Yes, I am Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter, my name is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata said softly. It turns out to be Hiyashi's daughter. Hinata, a very nice name. Senju Takuya praised. Thank you, Mr. Hokage, for the compliment. Hyuga Hinata nodded nervously. Subsequently, the two fell into silence. At this time, Hyuga Hinata's stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. Hearing the sound, Hyuga Hinata exclaimed. Subsequently, holding her belly with both hands, her skin was as red as a boiled pigeon. Are you hungry? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. It just so happens that I haven't had dinner yet. Let's go have something to eat together. Hearing Senju Takuya's invitation, Hyuga Hinata was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect. The Senju Takuya-sama in front of her actually invited her to have dinner with her. Hokage-sama, I owe everything to you tonight. I'll treat you to dinner today, Hyuga Hinata said quickly. Then you have to prepare your wallet. I have a big appetite. Senju Takuya smiled. After listening to his words, Hyuga Hinata also had a smile on his face. Do you have a big appetite? That's great. This way, when it's time to eat later, she won't feel embarrassed about her appetite. Chapter 198, Dinner Couple. Hokage-sama, this is it. Although the store is not big, it tastes very good. In front of the Ichiraku ramen shop, Hyuga Hinata looked at Senju Takuya and recommended. Ah, I've heard of this store, but I've never been to it. Let's go in and have a look. Looking at the Ichiraku ramen sign, Senju Takuya had a look of reminiscence on his face. This store, but it is the most famous ramen shop in Hokage. Hello, who are there? As soon as he walked in, a crisp female voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a girl in work clothes walked over. There was a faint smile on her face. After seeing Senju Takuya's face clearly, the girl immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Fire, Hokage-sama. The girl looked at the man in front of her and exclaimed. Hello. Senju Takuya smiled and said hello. Miss Akoris, 540, please give us 2 large bowls of barbecued pork ramen first. Hyuga Hinata said quickly. She still remembers what Senju Takuya told her. It would probably be very troublesome if someone recognized me. So, she quickly changed the subject. After all, although it is late at night, there are still many diners in the ramen shop. Ah, I'm rude. Please wait a moment, I'll get ready right now. Calamus came to his senses, bowed slightly, and then walked into the kitchen. After she leaves, Senju Takuya and Hyuga Hinata found a seat in the corner and sat down. Looking at the somewhat reserved Hyuga Hinata in front of him, Senju Takuya couldn't help but admired secretly. As expected of Hinata, the other party is only about 15 years old now, right? But it has already begun to take shape. Master Hokage, thank you very much for what happened today. Hyuga Hinata noticed Senju Takuya's gaze and thanked him again. It's just a little effort. Hinata, you are the princess of the Hyuga clan, why are you still being bullied by those gangsters? Senju Takuya asked. It's okay to say that Hyuga Hinata was bullied when she was a child. But, Hyuga Hinata is now a qualified ninja. And, with the support of the Hyuga clan, why are you still being bullied? Lord Hokage, I am too weak. It is precisely because of this that father turns a blind eye to these things. But, I let my father down. Hyuga Hinata said a little disappointed. With her identity and strength, she would naturally not be afraid of those gangsters. But, her personality since childhood made her not want to resist at all. As long as you endure it any longer, the other party will definitely leave in a boring way. This is what Hyuga Hinata keeps repeating in her heart. It is precisely because of this. She, who was originally coveted, has been given up by her father. Now, her sister Hanabi, she is the true princess of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hinata raised her head instinctively. Subsequently, Hyuga Hinata fell into genjutsu. After a while, Hyuga Hinata regained consciousness again. Lord Hokage, what's wrong? Hyuga Hinata asked, looking at Senju Takuya. She had no idea what had just happened. Hinata, you need to change. If this continues, the only outcome will be to be engraved with caged bird. Senju Takuya said slowly. He has learned about Hyuga Hinata's memories over the years. In memory, Hinata has been bullied since she was a child. Only, there was no Naruto to help her out in this time and space. In order to train Hinata's mind, Hyuga Hiashi did not interfere in all this. Over time, instead, Hyuga Hinata's character becomes weaker and weaker. Until now, Hyuga Hiashi has focused his training on Hyuga Hanabi. Although Hyuga Hinata is not currently imprinted with caged bird. But, after Hyuga Hanabi is officially confirmed as the heir of the Hyuga clan, due to pressure, Hyuga Hinata will definitely be engraved with the caged bird. Hokage-sama, can you help me? Hyuga Hinata suddenly raised his head and looked at Senju Takuya with burning eyes. If there is anyone in this world who can help her, then it is the Hokage-sama in front of her, right? This, of course, Senju Takuya nodded and agreed. It's so easy to help Hyuga Hinata or something. To resist this kind of thing. As long as you break through your own inner defenses, the second and third times will be much easier. To him, this is not a problem at all. And, he can also get closer to Hyuga Hinata through this incident, so why not? After marrying Hyuga Hinata, you will definitely get a lot of rewards, right? That's great. Hyuga Hinata was overjoyed to hear that Senju Takuya agreed. She originally just said it with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, Lord Hokage actually agreed. It's so good. Sir, your ramen is here. At this moment, Akoris Soba came over carrying 2 bowls of ramen. Okay, let's eat quickly. Are you starving? Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hinata and smiled. Hokage-sama, actually, I sneaked out so late just to fill my stomach. Hyuga Hinata said a little embarrassed. Yeah, then eat quickly. Senju Takuya smiled. Hinata's character is a bit weak, but not very interesting. Then I'll start, Hyuga Hinata said, and then started to eat ramen. Not to be outdone, Senju Takuya also started to feast. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. Originally, Hyuga Hinata was a little shy and worried that her appetite would scare Senju Takuya. But, after seeing that Senju Takuya ate more than her, she completely let go. Soon, empty bowls were placed in front of the two of them. Hokage-sama, I'm full. Hyuga Hinata touched her belly and said with a satisfied smile. This was the first time she had eaten so full. Thanks to Hokage-sama. Did not expect. Master Hokage's appetite is so amazing. After knowing Senju Takuya's appetite, Hyuga Hinata felt much closer to Senju Takuya. After all, she has never met a food partner who can equal her in terms of appetite. Hinata, thanks to you, I haven't been so satisfied with food for a long time. Senju Takuya wiped his mouth and smiled. Actually, now even if he doesn't eat, there will be no problem at all. But, in order to bring the two of them closer, he had a feast. Anyway, with his physical condition, no matter how much he eats, he will not feel full. Really, after hearing his words, Hyuga Hinata's eyes lit up. Master Hokage, I can eat with you in the future. This way, you can eat to your heart's content every day. Hyuga Hinata said immediately. She has always felt inferior because of her appetite, so she understands the importance of a good meal partner. Presumably, even Hokage-sama, you must be worried about this kind of thing every day, right? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata decided, she will definitely become Hokage-sama's food partner from now on. Chapter 199 Damn it. Hokage-sama, please let me accompany you to dinner from now on. Hyuga Hinata said excitedly. Eating with Senju Takuya made her very relaxed. You no longer have to worry about your food intake. No problem. After that, we had dinner together every night. Senju Takuya smiled. Hyuga Hinata nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then let's come here today. Come to me at the Hokage office tomorrow and start your renovation plan. Senju Takuya said slowly. No, Hokage-sama, please walk slowly. Hyuga Hinata said respectfully. I'll leave it to you to settle the bill. Senju Takuya nodded, turned and left. First meeting, a little favorability is enough. There's no need to do anything superfluous. If he had to pay the bill, it might make Hyuga Hinata feel a little burdened. Anyway, as Hinata, no matter how much the two of them eat, they will never be short of money. After all, even if Hyuga Hinata's pocket money is not enough, 29 Hyuga Hiyashi will definitely provide financial assistance to Hinata after knowing this. Please wait a moment. Just when Senju Takuya was about to leave, Iris stopped him. Is there a problem? Senju Takuya asked, looking at Iris. Thank you for your patronage today. This is a discount coupon for our store. Please keep it, Calamus said cheerfully. She is also familiar with Senju Takuya's reputation. Then, when the girl was still young, she dreamed of marrying into the Senju clan. Only, because she is not even a ninja and does not meet the conditions for choosing a wife, she can only give up. But, after meeting Senju Takuya at close range, Iris could not help but be deeply attracted by his temperament. So, although discount coupons will only be issued to customers when there are activities in the store. But Iris took it out in order to be able to say one more word to Senju Takuya. I will come again. Thanks for the hospitality. Senju Takuya took the discount coupon and nodded with a smile. Perhaps, sometimes it's good to change the taste. Although Akoris is not a ninja, he is still young and lively. It should also be a good choice to include it in your harem. Senju Takuya looked at the discount coupon and smiled. The date above, it's long gone. Kitchen. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Calamus, who are those two guests? The appetite is really amazing. I'm exhausted from beating with my hands. According to the portion size of Ichiraku ramen, a large portion is enough for an average adult. If you have a bigger appetite, beg for 2 bowls. Even those ninjas that require a lot of energy, generally don't take more than 5 bowls. DJ, the 2 diners just now actually ate a total of 80 bowls. It's simply too pervert. Father, can those 2 people just come and buy it? Calamus lowered his voice. Oh, who is it? Shoda asked curiously. One is the princess of the Hyuga clan, Miss Hyuga Hinata. The other one is our Hokage-sama of Konoha. Calamus said excitedly. Hokage-sama. Handa was a little surprised. Father, you don't know. Hokage-sama is even more handsome than what you see on TV. Seeing the beaming look of Akoris, a bad premonition suddenly arose in Shodao's heart. This girl is Calamus. Could it be that you have a crush on Lord Hokage? Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at the ninja who came to report, with a look of shock on his face. You mean, Master Hokage helped Hinata? Moreover, the two of them even had a meal while chatting and laughing. Hyuga Hiyashi asked in disbelief. That's right, the two talked for a long time, but I don't know the specific content. Master Patriarch, I would never dare to lie about this kind of thing. The Hyuga tribesman kneeling on the ground said solemnly. He is a branch house ninja sent by Hyuga Hiyashi to secretly protect Hyuga Hinata. He witnessed everything that happened tonight. Hearing the words of the branch house ninja, the shock on Hyuga Hiyashi's face turned into joy. To know, even if it is him, it's not easy to have a meal with Senju Takuya. Did not expect, Hinata was actually able to have a pleasant conversation with Lord Hokage. For a moment, many thoughts ran through Hyuga Hiyashi's mind. If we can take this opportunity to let Hinata marry Lord Senju Takuya, wouldn't the Hyuga clan be soaring to the sky? Pass my order, and no one will have to ask about Hinata's affairs in the future. No matter what the situation is, Hinata's request comes first. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted. He must not miss this opportunity that can make the entire family prosperous. The next day, early in the morning, Hyuga Hinata arrived at the Hokage building. Lord Hokage, I'm here. Entering the Hokage office, Hyuga Hinata found Senju Takuya already sitting inside. Hinata, you don't have any missions to perform recently, do you? Senju Takuya asked. No, after graduating from the ninja school, I entered the Ninja World United Ninja School. As long as you complete the prescribed tasks every month, you can spend the rest of your time freely. Hyuga Hinata said softly. That's good. Come with me. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he turned and walked outside. Hyuga Hinata followed Senju Takuya with a somewhat excited expression. Have no idea. What method will Master Hokage use to help her overcome her psychological barriers? Soon, under the leadership of Senju Takuya, the two came to Anbu's basement. In a dark and damp cell, several gangsters were tied to crosses with iron chains. Their clothes were now in tatters. It's also filled with bloodline. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but cover her mouth. In just one night, this group of people turned into this. Unimaginable. What has the other party experienced? Lord Hokage, this is the confession that came out of the interrogation overnight yesterday. An Anbu ninja wearing a cat face mask handed a scroll into Senju Takuya's hands. Senju Takuya opened it and looked at it, his brows wrinkled unconsciously. Torturing small animals, bullying peers, robbing money, forcing a boy to jump into a river and swim until he drowned. Forced to confess by Anbu's words and deeds, those gangsters told all the things they had committed. Senju Takuya was also a little surprised. Thought, at most, these guys only steal money and beat people. Did not expect, he has actually done so many evil things. Damn it. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya handed the scroll in his hand to Hyuga Hinata's hand. Hinata, take a look too. Chapter 200. Take the first step bravely. Taking the scroll from Senju Takuya's hand, Hyuga Hinata's mouth wrinkled slightly. The crimes listed above, it was a bit shocking for her to see it. Original, she thought that the other party would only bully someone with a weak personality like herself. Unexpectedly, the other party is so heartless. He has done all kinds of bad things. At this time, Anbu poured buckets of ice water on several gangsters. The next second, these gangsters trembled. Subsequently, when they saw Senju Takuya and Hyuga Hinata, they all had pleading looks on their faces. Master Hokage, please forgive us, we will never dare again. Yes, we were just young, so we made mistakes. Please forgive our impulsiveness. Hokage-sama, we are just children, you can't treat us like this. The gangsters looked at Senju Takuya, the expressions on their faces were as aggrieved as they could be. Only, Senju Takuya's expression did not change at all. The look in their eyes, it was like looking at a dead person. Seeing Senju Takuya's appearance, the gangsters also knew that it was basically impossible to win Senju Takuya's sympathy by pretending to be pitiful. After all, how could a strong man who had made a name for himself in the ninja world by killing people be so easily shaken? So, after a brief thought, the gangsters turned their pleading eyes to Hyuga Hinata. They knew nothing about this eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. The other party is not only weak in character, but also very kind. This incident was caused by Hyuga Hinata. If Hyuga Hinata can give up the pursuit, then they should be fine. Thinking of this, the gangsters began to beg Hyuga Hinata for mercy with snot and tears. Ms. Hinata, please forgive us. We will never do such a thing again in the future. Yes, you see we have been punished so severely, why don't you take pity on us and let us go? Miss Hinata, if you don't care about small people, just let us go like a fart. The gangsters said it with sincerity. That expression, not to mention how innocent. Even if you go to Hollywood, you can still win an Oscar for Best Actor. Quote. Hyuga Hinata, who was still furious at first, became unstable again after hearing the gangsters begging for mercy. Although the gangster in front of him did many wrong things, he was punished in the end. Should we give them a chance to change their ways? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata sets her sights on Senju Takuya. But, Senju Takuya just stared straight ahead calmly, turning a blind eye to her questioning gaze. Seeing Senju Takuya's appearance, Hyuga Hinata shook her head forcefully. No, this time, Master Senju Takuya brought himself here in order to change his weak character. We will never let you down, Senju Takuya-sama. Not to mention, these gangsters in front of me, it's not just as simple as bullying yourself. They are the ones who have really killed innocent compatriots. Is their young age a reason for them to evade responsibility? No, this time, I will never let my father down again. Hyuga Hinata gritted her teeth and made up her mind. If this time, even with the help of Senju Takuya, she was unable to overcome her shortcomings. After that, I'm afraid she will really live her whole life in a state of confusion. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes revealed murderous intent. Hinata, miss, we really know we were wrong. Yes, please give us a chance and don't kill us. Hyuga Hinata, if you dare to kill us, we will never let you go. Seeing the look in Hyuga Hinata's eyes, the gangsters panicked. This time, they were really scared. They can clearly feel the approach of death. Takuya-sama, kill them all. Hyuga Hinata took a deep breath and spoke emotionless words. After hearing her words, Senju Takuya finally showed a smile on his cold face. Hinata, well done. If you had just begged me to let them go, then I would no longer care about your affairs. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hinata was secretly grateful. Fortunately, I just made a wise decision. Otherwise, not only will she lose the help of Lord Senju Takuya, but she may even arouse his disgust. By then, her life was truly over. Hinata, now that you have made up your mind, do it yourself. Senju Takuya continued. The current Hyuga Hinata is a bit too holy. Character, also very weak. He didn't really like it. If you want to change the other person's personality, you must be brave enough to let him take the first step. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hinata fell silent. She finally made up her mind and sentenced the gangsters in front of her to death. But, Senju Takuya asked her to do it herself, which made her completely unprepared. But, thinking of what Senju Takuya just said, Hyuga Hinata gritted his teeth. This trial was initiated by her, so she would never back down. After a while, after a complicated inner struggle, Hyuga Hinata took out a sharp kunai from his ninja bag. Hyuga Hinata, how dare you? Don't kill me. I was wrong. Can I kneel down for you? Why you refuse to let me go even though I have begged you so humbly? The gangsters roared hysterically at Hyuga Hinata. Poof, poof, poof. With a series of sounds of sharp blades entering the body, the noise of several gangsters suddenly stopped. In less than 10 seconds, Hyuga Hinata slit all their throats. Good, Hinata, I really saw you right. Seeing Hyuga Hinata's neat performance, Takuya couldn't help but applaud. Wang Qianhao, thank you, Takuya-sama. Hyuga Hinata suppressed the discomfort in her heart and forced out a smile. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Hyuga Hinata suddenly felt, kill, it doesn't seem to be as difficult as I thought. And, after killing these scumbags, her body and mind became much happier. Hinata, congratulations, remember how you feel now, you will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hinata and praised. The first step is always the most difficult. But, once you get past the first step, ushered in, it will be a bright future. Thank you Hokage-sama for your approval. Hyuga Hinata smiled and bowed. She suddenly felt, my previous self was really stupid. It was so easy to do something like this, so what was she hesitating about before? After, she must be a ninja who was decisive and decisive. Chapter 201 Hinata's Change. After coming out of the dungeon, Hyuga Hinata felt refreshed all over. Since I can remember, she had never felt so free. Turn out to be, it feels so good to open up. After, she would never let herself be wronged over those messy things. Takuya-sama, you have really done me a great favor, will you let me treat you to dinner today? Hyuga Hinata looked at Senju Takuya beside him and said, since thinking about it, her words and deeds are no longer as cautious as before. No problem, I just don't know if you have enough cash in your wallet. Senju Takuya teased with a smile. Don't worry, it will definitely be enough. If it's not enough, I'll ask my father to ask for it. If that doesn't work, I can still pledge myself to you. After Hyuga Hinata finished speaking, she glanced at Senju Takuya with a blushing face. Now that she has decided to change, she will naturally not continue to struggle with these things. Ha 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 ha, it seems that today's results are really good. Then let's go eat. Senju Takuya was also a little surprised when he heard Hyuga Hinata's words. Is this the result of a complete personality reversal? Hyuga Hinata, who was originally reserved, now becomes bold when speaking. Of course 393. Although Senju Takuya was a little surprised by this, he quickly accepted it. After all, while in the dungeon, he was using his eye power all the time, influencing Hyuga Hinata's thinking. Otherwise, do you really think it's that easy to change someone's personality? Takuya-sama, where should we eat? Hyuga Hinata asked Senju Takuya. Go ahead and eat Ichiraku ramen. Senju Takuya Kaido, Ichiraku ramen, large portion, affordable and delicious. Where to? It couldn't be more appropriate. Although Senju Takuya is relatively thick-skinned, he is not thick enough to trick a little girl like Hinata into spending money for him. And, if he goes to Ichiraku ramen a few more times, he can also take the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Iris. That's all. The two came to the Ichiraku ramen shop together. This time, Senju Takuya didn't choose to hide himself. So, once inside, he and Hinata became the center of attention. According to Hyuga Hinata's character in the past, being watched by so many people would definitely make her whole body uncomfortable. But, under the healing power of Senju Takuya, she can now face the gaze of strangers calmly with her head held high JFJ and her chest raised. Subsequently, the two even broke the record of Ichiraku ramen shop's biggest eaters with their astonishing appetite. Seeing everyone's admiring eyes, Hyuga Hinata felt happier than ever before. And Calamus, I also took this opportunity to have a few more words with Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya feeling, as long as you are willing, you can take down Iris, the beauty of Ichiraku ramen shop, at any time. Hyuga clan, a martial arts arena, are you ready? Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi with a serious face. Ready, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi said in unison. Start. Following the order, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi opened their Byakugan at the same time. The next second, the two of them rushed towards each other. Boom, boom, boom. Both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi used gentle fist. So, the two didn't make any fancy moves, and they were entangled with each other in the first moment of the battle. Just a moment, it's already been more than a dozen moves. Gentle fist, soft step, double lion fist. Hyuga Hinata shouted, and a large amount of chakra condensed on each hand. Through morphological changes, the chakra formed 2 huge lion heads. After the preparations were completed, Hyuga Hinata attacked Hyuga Hanabi. Hateful, gentle fist 8 trigrams air palm. Hyuga Hanabi also fought back not to be outdone. But, her attack was easily neutralized by Hyuga Hinata. Seeing that Hyuga Hinata's double lion fist was about to hit him, Hyuga Hanabi quickly stepped back. But she didn't expect. Hyuga Hinata has been waiting for this moment. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Hinata shouted low and quickly rushed towards Hyuga Hanabi. At the same time, he aimed his hands at the important acupuncture points of Hyuga Hanabi's body and launched a fierce attack. Snort. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hanabi snorted lightly. Although, her body is still in midair and there is no way to avoid Hyuga Hinata's attack. But, based on her understanding of her sister, Hyuga Hinata would definitely give up the attack the moment it was about to hit her. Wait for that time, she could then take the opportunity to counterattack. She didn't know how many times she had used this situation to turn defeat into victory and defeat her older sister. But, this time, Hyuga Hanabi's calculations came to nothing. Hyuga Hinata did not choose to stop as usual, but hit her hard. What? Hyuga Hanabi only had time to exclaim before a sharp pain came over his body. Hyuga Hinata's attacks were like raindrops, densely attacking the acupoints on her body. Boom, boom, boom. As the last palm fell, Hyuga Hanabi was knocked away several meters and rolled on the ground several times in embarrassment. Wah, are you okay? Seeing Hyuga Hanabi's appearance, Hyuga Hiyashi said quickly. Father, I'm fine. Sister is very measured in her actions. Hyuga Hanabi got up from the ground, grinning at Kaido. Although Hyuga Hinata's attack just now was not really hard, it still caused her some unbearable pain. Of course, it's just some pain. Her body, no damage was sustained. That's good. Hearing Hyuga Hanabi's words, Hyuga Hiyashi breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he looked at Hyuga Hinata with surprised eyes. Hinata, you won this battle. Hyuga Hiyashi smiled. This is the first time Hinata has won since fighting Hanabi. Of course, this is not because Hinata is not as strong as Hanabi, but in the past, Hinata would always be soft-hearted at every critical moment. So, every time Hanabi gets the chance to defeat him. Father, I have figured it out. The weak me before is now dead. Hyuga Hinata said calmly. Starting today, she will no longer worry about things that don't need to be scrupulous as before. Good, this is my Hyuga Hiyashi's daughter. Hyuga Hiyashi said happily. Hyuga Hinata can become bold and strong, which is naturally the result he wants to see. Of course, he also knows, all this is due to Senju Takuya. So, Hyuga Hiyashi plans to take this opportunity to visit Senju Takuya in person another day. Chapter 202. You are the best seasoning for ramen. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Senju Takuya was eating ramen alone, looking a little ravenous. Hokage-sama, do you always eat like this? Of course smiled and chatted. Of course not, it's just that your noodles are so delicious. So, I can't help but speed up every time I eat. Senju Takuya explains. Really, I'm really happy to be praised by a strong person like you. Calamus said with a surprised look on his face. By the way, Lord Hokage, our store recently developed a new type of ramen, would you like to try it? Iris asked when she saw Senju Takuya was about to finish the ramen in his hand. New flavor, okay, Senju Takuya nodded. Then please wait a moment. When Ikoris saw Senju Takuya agree, he immediately ran to the kitchen happily. Seeing her lively look, Senju Takuya also had a slight smile on his face. After knowing that Ikoris might be interesting to him, Senju Takuya would come to Raku Ramen Shop to eat ramen from time to time. Under his deliberate cultivation, the relationship between Calamus and him gradually became familiar. Every time he comes to eat ramen, Iris will come over to chat with him in her free time. Regarding this change in Calamus, Senju Takuya is a joy to watch. After all, Ikoris is a named female character in the original work. If she cannot be included in the harem, Senju Takuya will feel bad. After waiting for a long time, Iris came to Senju Takuya with a bowl of steaming ramen. Hokage-sama, this is our store's newly developed ramen. Please taste it. After Iris finished speaking, she looked at Senju Takuya expectantly. Ikoris, this ramen was made by you yourself, right? Senju Takuya said with a smile. Ha, Lord Hokage, you, how did you know? Calamus asked a little embarrassed. This ramen, she indeed made it herself. This taste, it is also her innovation. Haha, every time I ordered ramen, you told the chef and he would come back and chat with me. But this time, after you went in, you stayed until the ramen was finished and then came out. So, I guessed that this ramen was made by you. Senju Takuya explained with a smile. Ah, so that's it. As expected of Master Hokage, your observation skills are truly admirable. Calamus sighed with admiration. But please don't worry, Hokage people. My craftsmanship has been passed down from my father, and the taste of the ramen will never be affected by craftsmanship issues. Calamus patted his chest and assured. Seeing the little white rabbit jumping up and down, Senju Takuya smiled and shook his head. Of course I trust your craftsmanship. After saying that, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was a sound of sizzling noodles, and in the blink of an eye, half of the ramen in the bowl had been wiped out by Senju Takuya. Senju Takuya stopped and took a sip of soup. Subsequently, started to chew noodles quickly again. In just a few breaths, all the ramen in the bowl had been wiped out. After eating ramen, Senju Takuya picked up the bowl with some unfinished thoughts. Gulu gulu. He also drank all the soup base. Boom. The empty bowl was placed on the table by Senju Takuya. Hokage-sama, how do you feel about the taste? Iris looked at Senju Takuya with some anxiety. Great taste. I like. Senju Takuya smiled and gave a thumbs up. This is not because he deliberately exaggerated the facts to please Calamus. The ramen made from Calamus is really delicious. In the original work, Ichiraku ramen can be so hot, how can it taste bad? Huh, as long as you're satisfied. You don't know, just seeing you eating noodles without saying a word made me scared to death. Calamus patted his chest again. This seems to be her habitual action. Senju Takuya is also a feast for the eyes. Of course, the ramen you make tastes particularly delicious. Even the hand-beating store manager can't compare. Do you know why? Senju Takuya looked at Iris and smiled. Hokage-sama, why is this? Calamus asked curiously. Her craftsmanship. Did he really surpass his father? Quote. You are the best seasoning for ramen. Watching you eat the noodles will elevate the taste of ramen to a new level. Senju Takuya looked at Iris and smiled. 13. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Iris' face immediately turned red. She immediately panicked and became a little incoherent. Master Senju Takuya actually praised her as the best seasoning for ramen. This is really a violation for a girl who has worked in a ramen shop since she was a child and strives to surpass her father. Calamus felt like her heart was going to jump out. Lord Hokage, isn't he very good at flirting? Calamus covered his cheeks with both hands, lowered his head and twisted around uneasily. She felt that the breath she was exhaling now was hot. Of course, from now on, can you make my own ramen seasoning? 0. Senju Takuya strikes while the railroad is hot. Hokage-sama, but I'm not even a ninja. Calamus said in a panic. Once, she also fantasizes about marrying Senju Takuya. But, she is not even a ninja, and she is not even qualified to sign up to choose a wife. So, she could only suppress this thought in her heart. Although Senju Takuya often comes to the store recently, her relationship with Senju Takuya has gradually become familiar. But, this kind of thing, she really didn't dare to ask for it. Senju Takuya pulled Iris and sat beside him. Calamus, for you, I am willing to open the back door once. Hearing Senju Takuya's words lying in his ear, Akors felt his body weaken and could no longer raise any strength. Hokage-sama, I am willing to be your exclusive sauce. Calamus said excitedly. Ha. That's great. Calamus, I will come to propose marriage to your father in a few days. Senju Takuya said cheerfully. Sometimes, he had to sigh. With his current status, it is too easy to pursue girls. As long as he puts a little thought into it, the goddesses in other people's eyes will fall into his arms without hesitation. Master Hokage, I'm waiting for you. After Chongpu finished speaking, he could no longer hold back his shyness and ran out of the private room. Seeing Iris running away, Qianquang Takuya smiled. In a few days, this woman belongs to me. Chapter 203 Hyuga Hiyashi comes to propose marriage. After Akors agreed to his request, Senju Takuya sent someone to propose marriage to Takuya. Regarding this matter, of course, there is no reason to refuse hand spanking. After asking Chongpu for his opinion, Shoda also agreed that the two should hold the wedding as soon as possible. After all, being able to marry Lord Senju Takuya as a commoner is a blessing that has been cultivated for many lifetimes. After saying yes, Senju Takuya also began to prepare for their wedding. The entire Senju tribe, it was decorated red and bright again. Senju tribe land, study. Senju Takuya looked at the invitation in his hand with something strange in his eyes. Hyuga Hiyashi, why does he want to see me suddenly? Could it be that it's about Hyuga Hinata? Senju Takuya thought for a while and finally decided to meet Hyuga Hiyashi. Anyway, the other party is also his future father-in-law. 357. A life of hard work. He cultivated 2 candidate wives for himself. He also learned that kindness must be repaid in kind. That's right, just 2 wives. Although Hyuga Hanabi is still young, her appearance is no weaker than that of Hyuga Hinata. Senju Takuya will naturally not let go of Hyuga Hanabi. As for Hyuga Hiyashi's opinion, not important at all. Walking among the Senju tribe, looking at the luxurious buildings and the breathtaking scenery, Hyuga Hiyashi's face was full of envy. This is the first time he has come to the Senju tribe. Every time, he will be shocked by the scene in the Senju tribe. Thinking back to those days, when Senju Takuya and Uzumaki Kushina held their wedding, he came to the Senju tribe as the young leader of the Senju tribe. First sight, I was deeply shocked by the sight in front of me. At that time, he also inspired to make the Hyuga clan as powerful as the Senju clan. Unexpectedly, so many years have passed. The Hyuga clan is getting weaker and weaker. This time, finally got the chance to climb onto Senju Takuya's lap. He will never miss it. I just don't know. Look at the current decorations of the Senju clan. Which family's daughter will Senju Takuya-sama marry? Soon, under the leadership of servants, Hyuga Hiyashi came to Senju Takuya's study. Meet the Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hiyashi bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya. Hiyashi, what's the matter with coming here this time? Senju Takuya asked calmly. Hokage-sama, it's actually not an important matter. It's just, I heard Hinata say that it was because of your help that she was able to change her weak character. So, I came here specifically to express my gratitude. After Hyuga Hiyashi finished speaking, he handed a gift note in his hand to Senju Takuya. Master Hokage, I will send someone to deliver the things above later. Hyuga Hiyashi said flatteringly. This time he was bleeding profusely. For the future of the Hyuga clan, he must let Hinata marry Senju Takuya. Chief Hiyashi is really thoughtful. Hinata's matter is just a piece of cake. I'll just accept the gift. Is there anything else you can do? Senju Takuya continued. Of course he knows. Why did Hyuga Hiyashi come here this time? But he couldn't explain it clearly. Only by letting the other party speak out can he take the initiative in the subsequent negotiations. The initiative here, it's not that there are many benefits to be gained, but it can make the other party feel more grateful to him under the same conditions. This kind of control technique, Senju Takuya has already become a master. Master Hokage, it's like this. Hinata she has fallen in love with you. After hesitating for a moment, Hiyashi spoke first. That child Hinata has never been in love since she was a child, and she hasn't even talked to boys a few times. This time, you rescued her from the predicament like a hero descending from the sky. Her heart has been captured by you a long time ago. That's why I came here boldly and wanted to ask for your opinion. If possible, marry Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi said sincerely. Well, isn't Hinata too young? Senju Takuya was a little surprised. He didn't even think of it. Hyuga Hiyashi can actually say these words. What a really good father. Hokage-sama, Hinata is not young anymore. In our ninja world, you can get married after you are 15 years old. Hyuga Hiyashi quickly said. Senju Takuya had a very embarrassed expression on his face. Hokage-sama, please rest assured that Hinata will never let you down. Hyuga Hiyashi said anxiously. He spent a lot of money on this marriage proposal. If it fails, then the Hyuga clan really has no advantage. Okay, since you said so, I will reluctantly agree. Senju Takuya saw that the time was almost up, so he nodded and agreed. Hearing his words, Hiyashi breathed a long sigh of relief. That's great, I think Hinata will be happy too. After Hinata married Senju Takuya, the Hyuga clan also officially married the Senju clan. Look at that time, who dares to shit on the Hyuga clan? After so many years of being useless, he had really had enough. As you can see, I have a wedding to attend recently. Hinata's matter can only be postponed for a while. Senju Takuya said calmly. No problem, this is necessary. Hyuga Hiyashi smiled apologetically. He did not dare to question Senju Takuya's decision. That's good. Recently, the intelligence department in the village is still short of a director, so I will leave it to you. Senju Takuya continued. As you command. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hiyashi was very excited. The head of the intelligence department can be regarded as the core department in the village. 2.5. Senju Takuya asked him to serve as minister, which not only delegated power to him, but also allowed the Hyuga family to enter the core circle of power. It also sends a signal to the outside world. That is, Hyuga clan. From now on, he will also be Senju Takuya-sama's confidant. Today's things. It went so well. Propose marriage to Senju Takuya on behalf of Hinata. It is also a very wise decision. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi is extremely grateful to Senju Takuya. Master Senju Takuya obviously doesn't like Hinata, but he still agreed to his request. What a kind-hearted person. No, after going back, he must teach Hinata a good lesson. Waiting for the future. After Hinata got married, you must serve Senju Takuya-sama wholeheartedly in order to repay this kindness. Chapter 204. Otsutsuki becomes the butt of laughter. That's great, husband, please wait for us, let's go and clean up first. After hearing Uchiha Shu's affirmative answer, Tsunade and others all ran back to their rooms happily. Looking at them, a helpless smile appeared on Uchiha Shu's face. Good guy. Emotionally, these guys don't think of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kaneshiki as human beings any more than I do. I will have to fight them soon. Now I actually want to clean it up first. It is very troublesome for women to clean up. Even beautiful women like Tsunade and Kushina are no exception. After waiting for quite a while, Tsunade, Kushina, Hinata, Yuhihong and others walked out of the room. They all put on beautiful clothes and put on exquisite makeup. In the hands of several people, still holding small boxes, it is filled with various snacks, fruits, fresh ingredients, etc. No. Are you really going on an outing? Uchiha Shu asked somewhat speechlessly. Yes. Anyway, those two Otsutsuki guys can't make any trouble. Tsunade and the others said matter-of-factly. Now that everyone is out, it's time to have a good time. Okay, let's go. Facing his wives, Uchiha didn't have any particularly good ideas, so he could only agree with a wry smile. Oh, right, Naruto and Sasuke also want to follow, so take them with you by the way. Uchiha Shu thought of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's request, so he planned to take them with him. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke began to look excited after knowing that the two guys Otsutsuki appeared. Now, finally got a chance to see the strength of Osamu Uchiha. Subsequently, Uchiha repaired and started the space teleportation directly. Taking his wives, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, they moved to a plane far away from Konoha. The air here is very fresh and the scenery is very good. A great place to relax. Okay, I don't know when those two Otsutsuki will be able to come over. Let's put everything in order first. Good. Under the command of Uchiha Shu, everyone began to get busy. First, he chose a high ground, and then spread a huge blanket on the ground. Subsequently, then he began to put the ingredients, snacks, and fruits he had brought. At last, another ridiculously large parasol was held up. After everything is done, everyone started to gather around Uchiha and happily started having a picnic. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were like two huge light bulbs. They could only sit aside and watch with envy as Uchiha Shu enjoyed the service of the girls. Uchiha Osamu-sensei is truly a role model for men. When can they also live such a life? Above the ninja world, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly stopped. This made Otsutsuki Jinshi, who was following him, a little nervous. Momo-sama, what's wrong? Otsutsuki Jinshiki asked, getting ready for battle. Could it be? Did those two natives come over? No reason. It should be impossible for the other party to know their purpose. Take it easy. It's just that Ten Tails' chakra suddenly moved somewhere else. Presumably, the natives who gained the power of Ten Tails should have mastered some method of spatial movement. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said solemnly, space movement, but it's a terrifying ability. It seems. This time grab Ten Tails. They need to be more careful. After thinking about it, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki changed their directions and flew quickly towards where Uchiha Shu was. Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki are extremely fast. After determining the exact location of Uchiha Shu, just in the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived directly above Uchiha Shu. Under Uchiha, Tsunade and others are having a picnic. There was constant laughter and laughter. A-hole, this native knows how to enjoy it. Seeing Uchiha playing around with his many wives, Otsutsuki clenched his fists. None of his dignified Otsutsuki clan has lived such a life. A native, why can I have it? Lord Momoshiki, the two natives from last time are also there. Otsutsuki Jinshiki reminded. It is as expected. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was gloomy. Before coming, he had already thought about this possibility. The two natives they met last time were so powerful that they would definitely have an encounter with the owner of Ten Tails. After all, this planet only has so much. The strong must come into contact with each other. Did not expect. He really got it right. What to do? Should we wait until the owner of Ten Tails is alone before we start? Otsutsuki Jinshiki suggested after thinking for a while. Nothing was found. From the time they first appeared in the ninja world, it has already been locked by Uchiha Shu. Need not. This time we are fully prepared. Even if the three of them join forces, they may not be our opponents. Otsutsuki Momoshi shook her head. Subsequently, the two of them slowly descended from the sky. Natives of the ninja world, hand over 10 tails and I will spare your life. Otsutsuki Momoshi looked at Uchiha Shu and others and spoke slowly. Hearing his words, Tsunade and others who were still joking at first fell silent instantly. Subsequently, they all looked over with curiosity. 160 Is this the legendary Otsutsuki clan? It looks so weird, it's so ugly. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Now, hand over 10 tails. An angry look appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. On the faces of these natives, he saw no awe, but with a mocking look on his face. As if, it's like watching a monkey. This made Otsutsuki Momoshiki feel insulted. No, husband, are all the Otsutsuki clan fools? Tsunade looked at Uchiha with a puzzled expression. He came up and shouted with a serious look on his face to hand over 10 tails. Does he really think that people like him will be obedient? Tsunade's voice is not quiet. So, everyone present heard it clearly. Except for the two parties Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Jinshiki. The others couldn't help laughing. Ignorant and arrogant bug, you have no idea what the surname Otsutsuki means. Listening to the laughter of Tsunade and others, Otsutsuki felt extremely harsh. These stupid natives. After seeing him, not only did he not kneel on the ground and surrender, but he laughed at them wantonly. Absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 205 Father, do I also want to be engraved with caged bird? Coming out of the land of the Senju tribe, Hyuga Hiyashi's face is full of smiles. Today's harvest, it was really beyond his expectation. Lord Senju Takuya not only agreed to his proposal of marriage, and he was also directly asked to succeed him as Minister of Intelligence. Thus, the Hyuga clan will no longer have to be afraid. That's right, although at first, he is also firmly on the side of Senju Takuya and against the Hokage lineage. At the beginning, it did get a lot of benefits. But, over time, the other families in Konoha have entered into marriage alliances with the Senju clan. Basically, every family has at least one clan member married to Lord Senju Takuya. But, however, the Hyuga clan does not have a capable kunoichi at all. Women in branch houses are imprinted with caged bird at a very young age, so they don't even have to think about it. A woman from the Zong family. It is pitiful, even those who meet the requirements may not look good enough. So, the Hyuga clan is gradually being squeezed out of the core circle of power. These years, the Hyuga family has been bullied by various families, but they can only swallow their anger. After all, I am married to Senju Takuya-sama, so who do you think you are? Dare to resist. Lord Senju Takuya's methods were most vividly demonstrated when he killed the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan. Just asking you if you are afraid. In this case, the Hyuga clan has long lost its former glory. But now, the situation is completely different. After Hinata marries Lord Senju Takuya, the Hyuga family will no longer have to be timid when doing things in the village. And it is estimated that when the news of his appointment as Minister of Intelligence spreads, no one will continue to provoke the Hyuga clan. Just thinking about it all the way, Hyuga Hiyashi came to the territory of the Hyuga clan. And, immediately and impatiently, a clan meeting was held. At the clan meeting, Hyuga Hiyashi revealed Hinata's upcoming marriage to Senju Takuya. As soon as the news came out, all members of the Hyuga clan looked excited. The benefits of marrying with the Senju clan. No one in the entire ninja world knows this. Only Hyuga Hinata opened her mouth in shock. €2. Marrying Senju Takuya-sama. The clan meeting is over. After the tribesmen leave, Hyuga Hiyashi knelt down in front of Hyuga Hinata respectfully. Hinata, you will be Mrs. Hokage from now on. For the sake of the Hyuga clan, you must serve Hokage-sama with all your heart. Please. Hyuga Hiyashi bowed to Hyuga Hinata. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hinata quickly helped him up. Father, please don't be like this. I won't let you down. Hyuga Hinata said quickly. Now she had recovered from the shock. She has no objection in her heart about marrying Senju Takuya. After all, after getting along for a while, Senju Takuya has already left a deep mark on her heart. And, I wonder which girl hasn't fantasized about marrying Senju Takuya. So, even if Hyuga Hiyashi doesn't say it, she will also serve Senju Takuya wholeheartedly. That's great. Hinata, if you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. The entire Hyuga clan will do their best to support you. Hyuga Hiyashi said solemnly. I understand, father, but, after I marry Lord Hokage, will I have to bear the mark of caged bird? Hyuga Hinata asked. The Hyuga clan has never had the habit of intermarrying with outsiders. So, Hyuga Hinata will be the first woman to marry into the Hyuga clan. Now that you are married, you naturally lose your family inheritance rights. According to the rules, she will be branch house. And every branch house will be engraved with the caged bird mark. That's a terrible thing. After being engraved, the life of the branch house depends on the Zong family's thoughts. Just one thought from the Zong family can make the branch house worse than death. The key is, that thing is carved on the forehead, very ugly. Hyuga Hinata thought, if you were engraved with caged bird, then Hokage-sama might dislike him very much. Hinata, you don't have to worry about this. You will be Mrs. Hokage from now on, so naturally you don't need to bear the mark of caged bird. Do not worry, Hyuga Hiyashi said a little embarrassed. Joke, Hinata will be Senju Takuya's wife from now on. Unless he wanted to lead the Hyuga clan to destruction, how could he be so stupid as to ask Hinata to bear the mark of caged bird? Who would have such an idea? No need for others to say. He was the first to kill the other party. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Hearing Hyuga Hiyashi's reply, Hyuga Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. Father, I will leave first. Quote, after Hyuga Hinata finished speaking, he stood up and left. In order to become a qualified wife in the future, she must start to work hard to learn relevant knowledge. 3 days later, Senju Takuya and Iris's wedding was held as scheduled. This day, the entire ninja world was boiling. After all, Iris is just an ordinary civilian, but she can become the wife of Lord Senju Takuya. This is very significant, because, this means, if you can please Senju Takuya-sama, even if your own strength does not meet the requirements, a Westerner will join the Senju clan. This has also rekindled hope for many women who originally had no hope for themselves. Countless people stood on the streets, looking forward to it. They all wanted to see what kind of beautiful and fragrant woman it was that Master Senju Takuya could make an exception to marry. Finally, as the wedding takes place, Calamus is also officially known to everyone. Zhao's after seeing Chongpu's appearance, many women showed excited expressions on their faces. So this is Lord Senju Takuya's new wife. That's great. Looking at it this way, I'm not hopeless. It seems that I will have to find a chance to meet Senju Takuya-sama in the future. I'm so envious. How lucky you must be to have such luck. Although Calamus has a very good appearance, it is not ridiculously tall. She is married to Senju Takuya. It has given many women who are very confident about their appearance some new ideas. Perhaps, can you also become the next grassroots counterattack? I just don't know. How did the daughter of the owner of a small ramen shop have the opportunity to come into contact with Senju Takuya-sama? With this thought, countless people flocked to Ichiraku ramen shop. They have only one purpose. That is, ask Iris how she met Senju Takuya. Chapter 206. Marry Iris, generous reward. Senju tribe land. In the wedding room, Senju Takuya looked at Iris, who was wearing red makeup, and walked over slowly. KTI. Iris looked at Senju Takuya coming and lowered his head in panic. Calamus, you will be Mrs. Hokage from now on. It's time to call me, husband. Senju Takuya reminded with a smile. Quote. Calamus barked blankly. Senju Takuya's words made her feel like she was dreaming. Is she really Mrs. Hokage? Even though he has experienced all this personally, the huge change in his identity still makes Icarus feel like he is in a dream. Madam, it's getting late. Senju Takuya looked at the young and lively Iris and said softly. I will serve you to bed now. Iris stood up and prepared to undress Senju Takuya. No need to bother, we serve each other. Senju Takuya said calmly. His words seemed to have magic power. After hearing this, Chongpu felt that all layers of his body were gone. Soon, the two of them lay on the huge wedding bed together. Ding, marry a Calamus wife and get the reward. got 650 tree research and development technology. Ding. Being in love with his wife, Calamus, and getting a reward, Constitution plus 0.5. The system prompts flashed in my mind. Senju Takuya's eyes suddenly widened. Divine tree research and development technology. After hearing this reward, Senju Takuya became a little excited. He quickly scanned the information in his mind. Soon, an excited smile appeared on Senju Takuya's face. Shenshu R&D technology. As the name suggests, it is the technology that can create the sacred tree. The sacred tree created can absorb the planet's energy and convert it into chakra fruit. After eating chakra fruit, you can gain great power. Otsutsuki clan. It is by relying on this technology that we can continuously plunder the power of planets in the vast universe. Back then, Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world, planted a sacred tree, ate the fruit of the sacred tree, and his strength reached the level of the blood successor snare. This is the power of the sacred tree. And, by description, Senju Takuya discovered, the sacred tree manufacturing technology rewarded by the system is more complete. The sacred tree of the Otsutsuki clan requires Otsutsuki to feed the sacred tree in order to be used by the Otsutsuki clan. Back then, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ashiki came to the ninja world to plant sacred trees. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the one who raises the sacred tree. Only, at the last moment, she took advantage of Otsutsuki's unpreparedness and attacked Otsutsuki's group. Instead, Otsutsuki became the one who raised the sacred tree. Only then can the sacred tree take shape smoothly. But, the sacred tree created by the technology rewarded by the system. But it doesn't have this shortcoming at all. As long as it is planted on a certain planet, it can absorb the power of the planet itself and produce chakra fruit. Very powerful technology. Senju Takuya couldn't help but sigh. With this technology, he can completely produce sacred trees in batches. By then, people around him, having 110 tails is not a problem at all. Coupled with the maturity of cell transplantation technology and genetic technology. Future, he can completely make everyone around him gain extremely powerful combat power. To know, if there is no sacred tree, even if he can use Orochimaru to make everyone around him have such powerful powers as Wood Style and Rinnegan. But at best, it's just beyond the peak of cage level strength. Want to enter the 6 paths level? An extremely large chakra is required. This is also a problem that has been giving Senju Takuya a headache. The system rewards him with the peacock magic perfect. Although it can directly absorb the power of stars, the power of those stars is extremely violent. Even better than natural energy. Except for him, the others are not suitable for cultivation at all. Now, with the sacred tree manufacturing technology, these problems can all be solved. The key is, there are countless planets in the universe, so there is no need to worry about the number. 1000 CJAF Hans Takuya did not expect. Today's harvest, it would be so huge. As for the plus 0.5 constitution rewarded by being in love with Iris, King Takuya doesn't care. Husband, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Iris also noticed something strange about Senju Takuya. She looked at the excited Senju Takuya with a somewhat puzzled expression. Calamus, you are really my lucky star. Senju Takuya smiled and stepped forward again. With an exclamation, the room fell into darkness again. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand and looked helpless. Since Iris married Senju Takuya, the business in his store began to become extremely popular. As long as he opens a store, no matter what time it is, the store is always packed with people. Regarding this phenomenon, hitting your hands hurts and makes you happy. Happy because, he feels very accomplished when the food he made can be tasted by so many people. And, since my daughter married Senju Takuya, in the past, those big names who could only be seen on TV and newspapers, they all came to his shop to congratulate him. His attitude towards him is also very friendly. In this case, before, but it has never happened before. The pain is because, there are just too many people. Every day when he opens his eyes, he will start working until late at night. It's so tiring. Uncle, here's another bowl of miso barbecued pork ramen. Coming. Cheetah sighed and continued making ramen. Calamus, Calamus, Shoda called out twice, but got no response. Where has this girl gone? Really? Shoda shook his head helplessly and could only work hard by himself. At this time, in a private room in the Ichiraku ramen shop, while Senju Takuya was eating ramen, he looked at Iris kneeling on the ground, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Husband, you are too bad. I just know how to bully people. Calamus said vaguely. Ha 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 ha. I told you that you were the best seasoning for ramen. Senju Takuya smiled. Hearing this, of course rolled his eyes. But in my heart, but it's still satisfying, she felt. Being able to receive such praise from her husband is the greatest affirmation for her. I must give my husband a child as soon as possible. By the way, hubby, will I really work in the store in the future? Iris looked at Senju Takuya and asked. Of course, you are my wife, just do what you want to do. I won't interfere too much with you. Senju Takuya said calmly. He. Husband, you are so kind. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Iris smiled happily. Being treated with such respect made Chongpu feel that she had not married the wrong person. Okay, don't talk while eating. Quote. Chapter 207. Bionic Man, no need to do research. Konoha Village. Senju Takuya sorted out the information in his mind about making the sacred tree. Subsequently, he went straight to Orochimaru's experimental base. The current experimental base, after several rounds of expansion, it has become even larger. Although nothing can be seen from the outside, there is something special inside, a cave. Entering the experimental base, he saw Kimimaro walking towards him slowly. Kimimaro now, he has completely grown into an adult. Compared with when I was a child, his body became stronger, eyes, it also becomes sharper. Senju Takuya can feel that Kimimaro already has cage-level strength at this time. Lord Hokage, Kimimaro came to Senju Takuya and bowed respectfully. Looking at Senju Takuya, there was a hint of awe in his eyes. Then, if it weren't for Senju Takuya bringing him back to Konoha, I am afraid, he had a blood disease and had already died in that dark dungeon. Kimimaro, long time no see. Are you still used to following Orochimaru all the time? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Master Hokage, this is my responsibility. I will do my best to protect the safety of this place. Kimimaro said excitedly after hearing Senju Takuya's words. Senju Takuya's caring words, in his opinion, are worth all the rewards in the world. Is Orochimaru in there? Senju Takuya asked. Here I am. Please follow me, I will take you to Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro said immediately. Senju Takuya nodded and followed Kimimaro towards the depths of the experimental base. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-sama now rarely leaves the laboratory except for occasionally basking in the sun at the entrance of the experimental base. Recently, Orochimaru-sama seems to have encountered some difficulties in his research. Walking on the road, Kimimaro reports Orochimaru's recent situation to Senju Takuya. This was not what Senju Takuya asked for, but what he said on his own initiative. According to Kimimaro, his duties, in addition to guarding the safety here, I am also obliged to inform Lord Senju Takuya of everything that happened here. He is the guardian here. It is also the eye placed here by Senju Takuya-sama. Listening to Kimimaro's report, Senju Takuya just nodded slightly, although he doesn't care about these things. But, Senju Takuya also understands, people like Kimimaro, he has been striving to realize his own value throughout his life. Since the other party wants to do something, there's no need for him to say anything more. The experimental base is very large. After walking for a while, Senju Takuya arrived at the deepest part of the experimental base. Here, it stores the core secrets of the entire experimental base. Stop. Ahead, suddenly several scary masked men with white skin appeared. They held long knives in their hands and stood in front of Senju Takuya and Kimimaro. Please inform Orochimaru-sama that Hokage-sama is here, Kimimaro said softly. After listening to his words, one of the masked men walked in. Soon, there was a sound of footsteps. Orochimaru and Beiruhu walked over side by side. Lord Hokage, Takuya-kun. Beiruhu and Orochimaru bowed to Senju Takuya at the same time. Orochimaru, who are these people? Senju Takuya asked curiously, pointing at the masked man just now. The other party dared to stop me just now. Did he not recognize himself? Takuya-kun, this is a newly developed android that I used to develop from Zetsu cells. This kind of bionic person is no different from a human being, but can be transplanted with various powerful bloodlines. It's just that it's still in the perfection stage, Orochimaru explained. Senju Takuya was a little surprised when he heard Orochimaru's words. Did not expect, at this point in time, Orochimaru has already created androids. The progress of this research, it's really fast. Thanks to Takuya-kun for bringing Beiruhu to me. Although he is not very powerful, he is indeed very talented in research. Orochimaru smiled. Snort. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Hiruhu snorted. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya spoke again. What's going on with you two? It seems like there's a contradiction. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru slowly explained. It was just that some disagreements arose while researching the chakra generation device. Speaking of this, Orochimaru sighed. Alas, Takuya-kun, it is really difficult to create chakra out of thin air. We have been studying it for a long time, but the presentation has been very slow. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Senju Takuya seemed to remember something. Last time, he did say that he wanted Orochimaru to build a device that could produce chakra autonomously. Because, even if it allows ordinary people to possess a series of powerful blood inheritance limits such as wood style, Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, etc. at their will. After reaching the peak of super cage level strength, it is also very difficult to improve one step further. After all, promotion to the 6 paths level requires an extremely large amount of chakra. To consider the future of those around him, Senju Takuya thought of creating a device that could generate chakra out of thin air. In that case, these problems can be solved. Seeing Senju Takuya silent, Orochimaru spoke again. Even by forcibly absorbing their chakra through the androids every day, storage is a big problem. What's more, creating bionic humans is not a simple matter. Orochimaru kept talking about the various difficulties, and Senju Takuya was confused. Well, since we can't succeed, let's stop this matter. Senju Takuya said casually. He now has a better solution. Now that he has the technology to create a sacred tree, does he still need to work hard to research a chakra-generating device? Mr. Hokage, are you not going to do it? Both Beiruhu and Orochimaru were a little surprised. They also know how much change it will bring if they can develop a chakra-generating device. So, even if they couldn't see hope, they never thought about giving up. But, now Senju Takuya actually said that he would not do it anymore. Then wouldn't their previous efforts be in vain? This is hard to accept for both Orochimaru and Ballahu, who regard research as the most important thing in their lives. Lord Hokage, give us some more time. We will definitely be able to overcome these difficulties. Ballahu asked sincerely. No need, I have a better way. Chapter 208 shocked Orochimaru and Ballahu. No, I have a better way. Senju Takuya waved his hand. Ha, Takuya-kun, do you have any idea? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru said in surprise. Based on his understanding of Senju Takuya, he would never lie. So, since Senju Takuya said this, there must be a solution. But it is exactly like this. This shocked Orochimaru even more. This is not like going to the wet market to buy vegetables. How can you say that there is a way to have a calendar? That's right, I have achieved great breakthrough in this technology. You just need to follow the information I gave you. In the future, chakra will no longer be a problem for ninjas to improve their strength. Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. Before coming here, he had already, 017, organized all the relevant information about the system rewards in his mind. Hiss. Hearing Senju Takuya's affirmative answer, Orochimaru and Ballahu both took a deep breath. This kind of thing, how could it be possible? At first, since Senju Takuya made this request, it means that the other party does not have a way to create a chakra-generating device. Otherwise, they don't have to study hard anymore. But now, Senju Takuya said he had a better way, and, more than just a simple idea, all the information has been sorted out. This made both Orochimaru and Ballahu a little suspicious. Even though Senju Takuya is extremely powerful, this kind of thing is not something that only strong people can do, right? Takuya-kun, can you show me the information first? Orochimaru asked. His strong self-esteem in research gave him a strong desire to win. In terms of research, he has never been afraid of anyone. He would like to take a look. Is the information provided by Senju Takuya as powerful as it sounds? Now, you can take a look for yourselves. Senju Takuya took out a scroll from his arms and threw it into Orochimaru's hand. Orochimaru and Ballahu immediately put their heads together, opened the scroll, and began to browse intently. Over time, the expressions on the two people's faces became more and more exciting. Doubt, surprise, solemnity, horror, admiration. At the end, Orochimaru and Ballahu looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Takuya-kun, I am completely convinced. I didn't expect you to even figure out how to make a sacred tree. With this information of yours, chakra is indeed no longer a problem. Orochimaru murmured, looking at Senju Takuya with eyes full of admiration. Takuya-kun, I recognize your strength. Many of your thoughts and ideas also shocked me deeply. But, in terms of specific research, I have always considered myself the #1 person in the ninja world. Even you can't defeat me in this aspect. But, now I am really convinced. On this one level, I may never be able to surpass you. Orochimaru said sincerely. Before he surrendered to Senju Takuya, it was because of the opponent's powerful strength that he didn't dare to have any other ideas. And, the other party could also unconditionally provide him with the most advanced experimental equipment and the most precious experimental materials in the entire ninja world. But, now he is really convinced. No matter how confident he is in himself, Orochimaru has to admit that Senju Takuya is a person worthy of his following forever. This moment, Orochimaru surrendered completely. Hokage-sama, you are the true god of the ninja world. Ballahu also sighed with emotion. As a researcher, he was very aware of the value and difficulty of the information recorded on the scroll in front of him. Senju Takuya was able to come up with such a method. Apart from God, he couldn't think of any other more appropriate name. Okay, you two will develop the sacred tree seeds for me according to the information above. The universe is vast, but it is limited to the small ninja world, which is no different from sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Remember, our goal is the sea of stars. Senju Takuya said solemnly. Yes, hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru and Ballahu both stood in awe. Now, they don't know how to express their feelings. The goal is the vast universe. This mind, this capacity. Looking at the entire ninja world, who can compare? 73. That's why I came here today. Do you have any other questions? Seeing the fiery gazes of Orochimaru and Hiruhu, Senju Takuya took 2 steps back unconsciously. These two guys, why do you feel something is not normal about the way you look at yourself? Takuya-kun, please wait a moment, I have a gift for you. Orochimaru said quickly. Subsequently, he waved his hand to the android behind him, and one of the androids left immediately. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya suddenly felt that he seemed familiar. Soon, the footsteps sounded again, 2 figures slowly appeared, one of them is a bionic man, and the other is a pretty girl. Sure enough, it's this again. The moment he saw the girl, Senju Takuya smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy Orochimaru, if you are not a ninja, you must be a good PP. Every time he comes over, the other party will prepare a gift for him. And this so-called gift, just a young and beautiful woman. Mitarashi Anko, Gurren, now there's one more. A subordinate like Orochimaru, it would be nice if I gave him a few more. Takuya-kun, this is Tayuya. From now on, let her follow you. Orochimaru smiled. See Hokage-sama. 3.1 Tayuya knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Get up. Senju Takuya nodded. Tayuya is a rare beauty. Since Orochimaru has sent her to his door, he naturally has no reason to refuse. After Tayuya got up, he stood directly behind Senju Takuya. She knows. After, I will belong to the adult in front of me. Orochimaru, if you have any questions, just come to me. Senju Takuya patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, and then left with Tayuya. Seeing this scene, Beiruhu couldn't help but glance at Orochimaru with envy. This guy, why has it become like this now? Are you being sociable in front of him? No wonder he is the leader. It seems, I will have to put more thought into this aspect in the future. Chapter 209 Transforming Tayuya. Konoha Village. Senju Takuya led Tayuya down the street. Looking at the bustling street scene, Senju Takuya noticed that Tayuya's eyes kept looking around. Tayuya, do you have any hobbies? Senju Takuya thought for a moment and asked. Tayuya, looks very beautiful, but, in the original work, he only appeared in a few episodes and received a lunchbox. Even, regarding her life experience and so on, there is no specific introduction. So, Senju Takuya doesn't know much about Tayuya. In order to enhance his relationship with his future wife, Senju Takuya felt that it was necessary for the two of them to get to know each other better. Only, after hearing his words, Tayuya was obviously stunned for a moment. Hobby, yes, is there anything you like to do or anything you particularly want to do? Senju Takuya smiled. Hokage-sama, I don't have any hobbies. Tayuya shook his head. Really? 29. Then what do you do on a regular basis? Senju Takuya asked in surprise. Well, I usually learn some ninja-related knowledge, and the second one is training. Tayuya answered somewhat cautiously. She does not know. Lord Senju Takuya asked her what she was doing. If you displease Senju Takuya-sama, then she would never give up. Then do you like this life? Senju Takuya asked with a sigh. You can tell the truth. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tayuya hesitated for a moment and then slowly spoke. Tex. Seeing Tayuya's appearance, Senju Takuya probably understood. This woman, most likely, he was raised as a Deadpool from an early age. At Orochimaru's place, but there is no mercy or compassion. The child he chose, they are just tools in his hands. And tools, no need for any emotion. Just keep improving yourself as a tool. Obviously, this is how Tayuya was raised. So, each other's life, apart from training and learning ninja-related skills, there is nothing else. Tayuya, come and walk around Konoha with me today. Senju Takuya said softly. He made up his mind to change Tayuya's mind. After all, he doesn't want his wife. He is a tool who only follows orders. I know, Shadow Destroyer. Regarding Senju Takuya's order, Tayuya nodded directly and agreed without any hesitation. But, what Tayuya didn't expect was that, what Senju Takuya calls shopping is not just shopping. In the following time, Senju Takuya took her to buy a lot of various snacks on the street. And, he even forced her to taste it. Since birth, it was the first time for Tayuya to eat so much delicious food. Especially those desserts that look extremely exquisite. She almost swallowed it with her tongue. How is the taste? Is it tasty? Senju Takuya asked Tayuya with a smile. Asterisk 7, 70%. Tayuya nodded somewhat at a loss. She was a little cautious. I don't understand Senju Takuya's reason for doing this. Come on, I'll take you to another place. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he continued to walk to the front to lead the way. Soon, the two of them came to a tall and magnificent shopping mall. The mall is divided into 5 floors. Each layer, there are countless shops. Every shop is decorated magnificently. Even during the day, all the lights inside are also on. As soon as you come in, Tayuya felt a cooling sensation in his body. Tayuya, follow me. Senju Takuya looked at Tayuya who was in a daze and said. Quote. Quote. Tayuya came back to his senses. I saw that Senju Takuya had walked to the front corner. This made her feel a little guilty. What a dereliction of duty. She was distracted. Based on past experience, Tayuya felt that there was a high probability that he would be severely punished. But, only when she ran to Senju Takuya did she realize that. Senju Takuya didn't look angry at all, but just looked at her with a gentle expression. If you want to go to a store, just tell me. Hokage-sama, there is no store I want to visit. Tayuya said quickly. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya shook his head. Subsequently, then walked towards the second floor. Seeing this scene, Tayuya didn't know whether Senju Takuya was satisfied with his answer, so he could only follow closely. Arriving at the second floor, Tayuya looked around habitually. The next second, she was a little stunned. A whole floor, all are shops selling women's clothing. All kinds of colorful and beautiful clothes are hung on hangers, and through the huge transparent glass, everyone can choose. Looking down at the simple and old clothes on her body, a strong sense of inferiority arose in Tayuya's heart. Is this the world that belongs to Hokage-sama? So good. Does it look good? Looks great. Hearing the voice, Tayuya instinctively replied. Subsequently, only then did she realize that she was distracted again. Lord Hokage, please forgive me. I will never make such a mistake again in the future. Tayuya immediately knelt on the ground and said. Stand up. Don't kneel down all the time in the future. Senju Takuya said solemnly. After hearing his words, Tayuya slowly stood up. She found 617. The Senju Takuya in front of me seemed different from the ninjas I had fought with before. Seeing Tayuya standing up, Senju Takuya led Tayuya to a shop. Choose some clothes you like. Senju Takuya said to Tayuya. No need, Master Hokage, I don't need to buy clothes. Tayuya said in a panic. She really didn't expect that. Senju Takuya actually wants to buy her clothes. Never mind. Seeing Tayuya's appearance, Senju Takuya sighed. Subsequently, I picked out a few clothes that felt good based on my own taste. Go, put it on and show me. Senju Takuya put the clothes into Tayuya's hands and said forcefully. As you are commanded. Tayuya did not dare to disobey Senju Takuya's order and slowly walked into the fitting room. After a long time, she just walked out a little awkwardly. Tayuya lowered his head, not daring to look at Senju Takuya. Although the clothes on my body are very beautiful, but it made her feel inexplicably ashamed. Seeing Tayuya changing clothes, Senju Takuya's eyes lit up. Tayuya, raise your head and take a look. Very beautiful. Senju Takuya walked up to Tayuya and raised her chin in the mirror. It seems, my taste is really good. Chapter 210 The Past Events. Tayuya, raise your head and take a look. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tayuya looked at himself in the mirror. The next second, Tayuya was also a little surprised. Girl in the mirror, it's like it's not her. Wearing beautiful clothes, it looks slim and graceful. There are still a few pieces left. Let's replace them all, Senju Takuya said softly. Quote. Perhaps due to Senju Takuya's encouragement, Tayuya was not as entangled in the following time as he was the first time. Soon, she tried on all the clothes Senju Takuya selected. On Tayuya's face, unknowingly, there was an extra smile. Hokage-sama, this is the last one. Tayuya looked at himself in the mirror and spoke reluctantly. Woman, who doesn't love beauty? Even Tayuya, a ninja who has been strictly trained since childhood. Nor can we reject the body's instincts. Is this what Hokage-sama calls the feeling of liking? Tayuya thought secretly in his heart. For the first time, she felt the urge to do something forever. Waiter, pack all these clothes. Senju Takuya said boldly. Subsequently, he looked at Tayuya again. Tayuya, these clothes are yours. Throw away all your old clothes. Senju Takuya touched Tayuya's head and whispered. Hokage-sama, no, this is too expensive for you. Quote. Tayuya opened his mouth in disbelief. She originally thought, at most, Senju Takuya only came to show her the world. I never thought about it. Those clothes just now, I want to buy it for myself. Tayuya, do you know the purpose of Orochi giving you to me? Senju Takuya suddenly said, Orochimaru-sama wants me to marry Hokage-sama. Tayuya whispered, that's fine then. Quote, from now on you are my wife, no longer a tool. I want to make you a real person. Senju Takuya said solemnly. After listening to Senju Takuya's words, Tayuya froze on the spot. Since birth, this was the first time she heard such words. Senju Takuya in front of me. It seemed completely different from what she had imagined. In Tayuya's heart, a top ninja warrior like Senju Takuya is definitely more ruthless than Orochimaru-sama. Unexpectedly, Senju Takuya's performance today broke her cognition. Other side, more like a warm big brother next door. Face, always a gentle expression, no longer be a tool, but become a real person. After Tayuya murmured a few times, there were some tears in his eyes. Is this the person you want to be loyal to in the future? Tayuya's uneasiness about the future suddenly disappeared. Now, she just wants to follow the man in front of her forever. To obey all his commands. Okay, don't cry. The life we had before will never happen again. Senju Takuya reached out and wiped the tears from Tayuya's face. Tayuya nodded seriously. Looking at Senju Takuya, she lowered her head shyly. Do not know why. Now her heart is beating so hard. He didn't dare to look directly into Senju Takuya's eyes. In the following time, Senju Takuya took Tayuya to the mall for a day and bought her various daily necessities. Clothes, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry. At last, he also led Tayuya to put on makeup and style. Tayuya puts on makeup for the first time. Looking at myself in the mirror. His eyes widened in disbelief. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing her cute look, Senju Takuya couldn't help but smile. She is indeed a female character who can leave a deep impression on him within a few episodes. Such good looks, absolutely. When I came out of the mall, it was already evening. Senju Takuya directly brought Tayuya back to the Senju clan. Seeing the luxurious buildings of the Senju clan, Tayuya was shocked. Especially, after seeing my own exclusive room. Tayuya couldn't help but exclaimed. Hokage-sama, is this my private room? Tayuya asked in disbelief. Of course. Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. Thank you Hokage-sama. Tayuya thanked him excitedly. Hee, you like it, that's fine. Can you tell me about your past? Senju Takuya asked curiously. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Tayuya recalled it for a while, he began to slowly talk about his previous experiences. I was born into an ordinary family in Sound Ninja Village. My parents are ordinary people. My mother was very kind to me and taught me how to play the flute every day. But, my father is a gambler. Quote, in my impression, every time my father came back, he would either get drunk and show off how much money he had won, or he would ask my mother for money and beat us if we didn't get it. Later, my mother was beaten to death. When Tayuya said this, his body couldn't help but tremble. Subsequently, he spoke slowly again. After beating my mother to death, my father never came home every day. I was still very young at that time. I could only stay at home and starve every day. Sometimes I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep, so I learned to play the flute from my mother. As time went by, when I felt like I was going to starve to death, my father came back. He brought a lot of delicious food to greet the cold. I'm very happy. I think my father has gotten better. But after I had enough to eat and drink, I realized that he had sold me. That night, I took as much food as I could and ran away. After hiding outside for more than 10 days, I have eaten everything I can eat. I feel that if I don't go back, I will starve to death outside Jiao Jiao. So, I went home. Being sold is better than starving to death. Takuya forced a smile on his face. But what I didn't expect was that when I went back, all I saw was a stinking corpse. Later I found out that after I ran away, others came to my father to collect debts, but he had already lost all his money. Looking at my father's body, I felt a sense of pleasure in my heart. The devil who killed my mother and has been tormenting me is finally dead. However, I don't know what to do next. I can only huddle in the corner of the house and wait silently for death to come. Takuya's body trembled slightly, but she still endured it and continued. Then, I met Orochimaru-sama. He took me back to his base, gave me food, and taught me ninjutsu. I, of course, became one of the many experimental subjects. Chapter 211 Marry Takuya. Takuya slowly told Senju Takuya his past events. Sound. It's also getting deeper and deeper. At last, even a little choked up. Seem. The painful feeling before, still vivid in my mind. Seeing her look, Senju Takuya can also imagine. Over the years, the other party. How difficult is life after all? Thinking of this, Senju Takuya slowly pulled Takuya into his arms. Takuya, those lives will never happen again. Takuya's delicate body trembled as she was held in Senju Takuya's arms, and then her hands took the initiative to wrap around Senju Takuya's waist. Lord Hokage, I haven't finished speaking yet. After calming down for a while, Takuya's slightly naughty voice sounded. Okay, keep talking, I'm listening, Senju Takuya said gently. After hearing his words, a happy smile appeared on Takuya's face. From small to large, she has never been treated so tenderly. Looked up. After smiling at Senju Takuya, Takuya calmed down and continued talking. After becoming Orochimaru-sama's experimental subject, all I have in my life is training. During that time, I was on the verge of death every day. Watching people around me die one by one, I never know when it will be my turn. Later, Orochimaru-sama conducted a selection process for the experimental subjects. Fortunately, I successfully advanced and have the qualifications to become Orochimaru-sama's subordinate. And then, I will be given to you by Orochimaru-sama. Takuya's story is over. Subsequently, she broke away from Senju Takuya's arms with some embarrassment. Lord Hokage, I am rude. A smile appeared on Takuya's face, and there was no shadow of sadness and loss at all. But Senju Takuya knows, the more people have experienced misery, the more they are able to hide their pain. Takuya, I will stay with you for a while. Those things in the past are in the past. And, in the future, I will hold a grand wedding for you. You should have seen the scene when I got married, right? No one will dare to bully you again. Senju Takuya touched Takuya's head and smiled. Lord Hokage, I no longer care about those things in the past. If the suffering I suffered before was for me to meet you, I am willing to suffer some more. Takuya said gently. Hearing such words, Senju Takuya felt tenderness in his heart. What a distressing girl. Senju Takuya looked at Takuya's delicate face, lowered his head and kissed her. In the next month, Senju Takuya has always been with Takuya. He took her around the entire ninja world. And Takuya has also undergone great changes. She is no longer the Deadpool she used to be, who was indifferent to everything and only knew how to execute orders. Instead, she truly became a young and lively girl. In this situation, Senju Takuya marries Takuya home. Looking at the envious eyes of everyone, Takuya couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. This dreamlike feeling, it made her feel as if she was in a dream. No, even if it is a dream, she had never dreamed of such a beautiful scene. That's all. This unknown girl has suffered a lot since childhood. With the witness and blessing of the entire ninja world, she became Senju Takuya's wife, Mrs. Hokage, the envy of everyone. In the wedding room, Takuya looked at Senju Takuya, who walked in slowly, with a happy smile on his face. She was not as shy as other girls, but walked directly to Senju Takuya and threw herself into Senju Takuya's arms. Husband, can I call you this? Takuya asked Senju Takuya. Sure. Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. Then, let's not waste time. I want to be your woman soon. Takuya raised his head and said excitedly. Senju Takuya looked at Takuya's delicate appearance and said no more. Soon, the room fell into silence. Ding. Marry Takuya and get a reward. Physical fitness increased by 100%. Ding. Being in love with his wife Takuya, and receiving a reward. Mental power +1. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Senju Takuya felt that his body's strength had doubled. 100% physical enhancement. For him now, it is already a very terrifying reward. After all, he is now at the level of blood successor Snare. Even he was a little surprised that his physique doubled on this basis. At this time, Takuya gently hugged Senju Takuya again. What's wrong? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Husband, do you think I am a wanton woman? Takuya asked a little nervously. Just, her performance was really a little too crazy. Even if she thinks of it herself, I couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable. If her husband mistakenly thinks that she is a wanton woman, then she might as well just die. How could be? I know that the reason why you let go so much is just because you love me so much. Senju Takuya said gently. Hearing his words, Takuya raised his head, with 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. She no longer knows how to describe her mood. Because, the man in front of me, always able to read her truest thoughts. Original, she thought that she must have done all bad things in her previous life, which was why she encountered so much suffering. But, now she has changed her mind. She felt, she must have saved the entire galaxy in her previous life, so she was lucky enough to become the wife of Lord Senju Takuya in this life. Okay, why are you crying again? Don't cry again, otherwise others will think I'm bullying you. Senju Takuya wiped away Takuya's tears and said with a smile. Girls in this world are so sweet. He only needs to say a few true words, and the other person will be willing to pay for him with his life. It's really rare. Husband, I also want to give you a child as soon as possible. After Takuya finished speaking, he directly raised his head and kissed Senju Takuya. She knows, Senju Takuya has always had the greatest goal of reviving the Senju clan. To marry so many wives, it's all for the sake of making the Senju clan more prosperous. So, she also wants to contribute her own share to the revival of the Senju clan. Feeling Takuya's feelings, Senju Takuya also started working hard again. Chapter 212 Yuhi Hong's Request. After Takuya got married, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others are all interested in this mysterious girl. Therefore, on the second day, they called Takuya over. As the harem leaders of the Senju clan, Susho and Uzumaki Kushina are responsible for maintaining the harmony among the harem. So, every new woman who marries into the Senju clan, Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina will touch them. Takuya is naturally no exception. Only, when they learned about Takuya's ups and downs in life, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others all feel sorry for Takuya. No one thought of it. The woman in front of me looks very cheerful and seems to be a bit strong. Such a tragic experience has happened. And, not just Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. After Takuya's story spread, Senju Takuya's other wives were all full of sympathy for the newly married girl. For a time, Takuya has become the new favorite of the Senju clan's harem. This also made Takuya, who had experienced ups and downs since childhood, feel filled with happiness again. Turn out to be, not only Senju Takuya-sama, even his wives, they are all such kind-hearted and good people. I must work harder to have children in the future. Only in this way, only then can I repay the love and affection of my husband and these sisters. Regarding this matter, Senju Takuya specifically approached Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. The two of them have made such a great contribution to the harmony of their harem, so of course they must be well rewarded. At last, after feeding both Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina, Senju Takuya left with satisfaction. Only Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina were left with messy hair, crying without tears. Why, don't they all say that men's abilities decline as they age? Why is my husband still so lively? Isn't it a bit too pervert? Senju Takuya certainly doesn't know what they are thinking in their hearts. Otherwise, Senju Takuya will definitely tell them. Judging from his growing physical fitness, this life, they could only surrender obediently to his praise. That's all. With a good mood, Senju Takuya came to the Hokage Rock. Overlooking the entire Konoha from the Hokage Rock, Senju Takuya felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Then, during the period when the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo ruled the village Konoha at that time, he had just experienced the baptism of the first ninja war and the second ninja war. Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's continuous suppression of the ninja clan and the strong men of the village. The whole village, what a depression. Konoha's border, he was also constantly harassed by ninjas from other villages. It can be said, Konoha at that time, facing invasions from other villages all the time. A little carelessness, you will fall into a situation of no return. Village ninja, I am also living a life where there is no tomorrow without today. Even becoming a genin's assessment, it has also been relaxed a lot. In order, it is to be able to fill the vacancies of those ninjas who died in the battle as soon as possible. But now, under his rule, the entire ninja world has achieved true peace. Konoha village, it has also become the center and the most prosperous place of the ninja world. Ninjas don't have to kill each other every day, even ordinary people. It is also because of the vigorous development of science and technology that life has become richer and more convenient. Senju Takuya has plenty of reasons to be proud. Husband, I finally found you. Just as Senju Takuya was admiring the scenery at his feet, a pleasant voice came over. So you are here. As a gust of fragrance blew by, a woman with a hot figure sat next to Senju Takuya. Have you been looking for me for a long time? Senju Takuya looked at Yuhi Kurenai in front of him and asked a little strangely. HMPH, of course, our sisters help you handle those documents and take care of the children every day. You will quite enjoy it yourself. Yuhi Hong snorted and complained with some dissatisfaction. Hong, this is your fault. For the development of the ninja world, I am also running on the same road every day, okay? Senju Takuya retorted. Cut, you're busy going to your wife, aren't you? I won't let you do this. Yuhi Hong pouted her lips. Okay, why did you come to see me this time? Senju Takuya held Yuhi Kurenai in his arms and asked with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot about business. Yuhi Hong exclaimed when she regained consciousness. If Senju Takuya didn't remind her, she wouldn't really have forgotten the purpose of her visit this time. What's going on? Look at how surprised you are. Senju Takuya asked helplessly as he looked at Yuhi Kurenai. Such an adult, still like a little girl who hasn't grown up. Frizzy. Husband, actually I have something to ask you. Yuhi Hong frowned and said. What's the matter? You don't have to be so polite with me. Senju Takuya smiled. It's not a big deal. Recently, I took on a new apprentice. However, that apprentice has some problems, which makes me very distressed. Yuhi Hong said slowly. Apprentice, what is your name? Senju Takuya asked curiously. He never interfered too much in the daily lives of his wives. So, regarding what Yuhi Hong said, he had no idea. Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo. Senju Takuya asked in surprise after hearing Yuhi Kurenai's words. Yes, that's her, a genius that the Kurama clan only sees once in 100 years. Judging from your reaction, you must have heard of her name, right? Seeing Senju Takuya's reaction, Yuhi Hong asked excitedly. I've heard of it, I've heard of it. Senju Takuya touched his nose. He knew Kurama Yakumo because of his memory as a time traveler, not because of the title of a once-in-a-century genius. No matter how genius, could he still be more genius than his children? The largest batch, Kabuto, Naruto, Itachi, Sasuke and others are now at the peak of Kage level. Although Yakumo is a rare genius, her health has never been good. Later, in order to allow Yakumo to live well, her parents decided to let her drop out of the ninja school. Unexpectedly, an accident happened later, and Yakumo's parents all died in a fire. Yakumo became an orphan, and I have been taking care of her these years. But as he grows older, Yakumo's character is becoming more and more withdrawn. Sometimes, I can even feel a faint killing intent from Yakumo. I have tried many ways to enlighten Yakumo, but nothing works. If this continues, I'm afraid Yakumo will go astray. So, I want to ask you to help Yakumo. Chapter 213. In a place like this, what a fool. So, I want to ask you to help Yakumo. Yuhi Kurenai whispered to Senju Takuya. Alright, I see. In that case, leave this matter to me. Senju Takuya nodded and agreed. He knew everything about Kurama Yakumo. So, since Yuhi Hong has asked herself, then it's not a big deal to help yourself. Hehehehe, husband, I knew you were the best. Yuhi Hong hugged Senju Takuya, with a happy look on her face. In her opinion, a man like Senju Takuya who stands at the top of the ninja world. He was actually willing to deal with such a small matter for her. It must be because of his love for her. When I think of this, Yuhi Hong felt extremely happy. I just know how to act like a spoiled child. 860. Tell me, I've done you such a big favor, how are you going to repay me? Senju Takuya patted Yuhi Kurenai's head lovingly and smiled. Repay, snort. Husband, do you think I do this all for myself? Yuhi Hong pouted and retorted. Duh, is there any other reason? Tell me about it. After hearing Yuhi Kurenai's words, Senju Takuya asked curiously. Of course I am here for the revival of the Senju clan. You don't know, Yakumo is the most talented ninja that has ever appeared in the Kurama clan's recorded history. If you can help her, then she might be fond of you. In this way, after Yakumo marries you, will the Senju clan have another powerful helper? Will the offspring born from the union of such a genius ninja and you still be any worse? Yuhi Hong said solemnly. Subsequently, her conversation changed. And, Kurama Yakumo is also very beautiful. You big pervert, you will definitely like it after watching it. After hearing Yuhi Kurenai's words, Senju Takuya shook his head in amusement. Good guy, in this world, is there any man happier than me? Not to mention that a person has so many top-notch beautiful wives who love him wholeheartedly. And, these wives are still trying their best to help them find a new generation of beauties. Don't be too happy, Hong, you did the right thing. Such a fine tradition must be preserved. In order not to dampen your enthusiasm, I will definitely reward you well. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, New Year's Eve Hong sat on his lap. Yeah, you, don't do this nonsense. I can't, will be seen by others. Yuhi Hong struggled and said with a blushing face. To actually want to be in a place like this. It's really nonsense. Don't worry, I have already arranged a layer of barrier. Only we can see the outside, no one outside can know what is happening here. Senju Takuya said enthusiastically. Seeing that Yuhi Hong still wanted to speak, he lowered his head and blocked Yuhi Hong's mouth with his mouth. Big pervert, big bad guy. HMPH, the Kurama clan. Within the clan's territory, Kurama Baiyun looked at Yuhi Hong and Senju Takuya. His whole body was so nervous that he was covered in sweat. Clan Chief Baiyun, don't be nervous. We are just here to help Yakumo solve the problem. Yuhi Hong looked at Kurama Baiyun's appearance and persuaded her gently. I know. Hokage-sama, Kurenai-sama, please have some tea. Kurama Shirin smiled and personally poured tea for Senju Takuya and Yuhi Hong. He, the patriarch, in front of Senju Takuya. Don't dare to put on any airs. Chief Baiyun, can you tell me about Yakumo's situation? Senju Takuya said calmly. Kurama Baiyun is Kurama Kongyun's younger brother. After the death of Anma Kongyun and his wife, Anma Baiyun inherited the position of leader of the Anma clan. So, just in case, Senju Takuya decided to ask for details about Kurama Yakumo. Lord Hokage, this is what happened. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, Kurama Baiyun talked about Kurama Yakumo in detail. Basically consistent with what Yuhi Hong told him. Only, Under Senju Takuya's questioning, Kurama Baiyun told the truth. Then, killed Kurama Kongyan and his wife. It's none other than Kurama Yakumo himself. Hearing this shocking inside story, Yuhi Hong couldn't help but exclaimed. This kind of thing, even her teacher doesn't know. Does Yakumo know about this? Kurenai Yuhi asked Kurama Shiron. Yakumo doesn't know, she always thought that the fire was just an accident. Kurama Baiyun shook his head and said, after the death of Anma Kongyan and his wife, he issued a hush-hush order to the clan members. He never mentioned this matter in front of Yakumo. So, Yakumo still doesn't know the truth of the matter. After listening to Kurama Kongyan's story, Senju Takuya nodded. The development of things, except for the delay of a few years, there is no difference from the original work. So, Kurama Yakumo's situation should be consistent with what he knows. Lord Hokage, what kind of calendar have you thought of? Kurama Baiyun asked with some anticipation. After all, Kurama Yakumo is the only child left by his brother. And she has been cute and well-behaved since childhood. He has perfectly inherited the blood inheritance limits of the Kurama clan and is endowed with extraordinary talents. It would be great if Lord Hokage could cure Kurama Yakumo's heart disease. According to my speculation, Kurama Yakumo should have split into a second personality. In other words, there is a monster hidden in her body. When that monster appears, Yakumo's consciousness will fall into a deep sleep. It's like a Jinchuriki whose body has been taken over by a tailed beast. Senju Takuya said calmly, so that's it. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Baiyun versus Kurama Yakumo 3.1 also instantly understood the situation. No wonder Yakumo couldn't remember anything when he woke up after killing his brother and the others. That monster took over Yakumo's body at that time. Hokage-sama, do you have a way to get rid of the monster inside Yakumo? If possible, we, the Kurama clan, will definitely come up with a reward that satisfies you. Kurama Baiyun said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, Chief Baiyun, there will be no payment or anything like that. We, the Senju family, never lack these things. Quote, Yuhi Hong suddenly laughed. I was the one being abrupt. Kurama Baiyun scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that is indeed the case. Kurama clan, there really isn't anything that appeals to Hokage-sama. Lord Yuhi Kurenai, how should I repay Hokage-sama's kindness? Chapter 214 Kurama Yakumo. Lord Yuhi Kurenai, how should I repay Hokage-sama's kindness? Kurama Baiyun walked up to Yuhi Kurenai's ear and asked softly. Chief Baiyun, use your brain and think about it carefully. What is the goal that our Senju clan has always wanted to achieve? Yuhi Hong said calmly. Target. Hearing Yuhi Kurenai's words, Kurama Baiyun frowned and began to think. Senju clan. It is the top wealthy family in Konoha. Its industries are spread all over the ninja world. There are countless properties. Now, and with a strong man like Lord Hokage sitting in charge. Such a ninja clan. What else will be missing? Even if you really lack something, how can the Kurama clan get it? Just when Kurama Baiyun was thinking hard, his eyes suddenly and inadvertently glanced at Yuhi Hong. Looking at Yuhi's rosy figure and beautiful face, Kurama Baiyun suddenly had an idea. Yes, the long-standing goal of the Senju clan. Isn't it just to increase the number of Senju clan by marrying wives and having children? The Senju clan lacks nothing. The only thing missing is children. How about it? Clan Chief Baiyun, have you thought of it? Yuhi Hong asked with a smile. Lord Yuhi Kurenai, if things come to pass, I am willing to betroth Yakumo to Hokage-sama. Kurama Baiyun whispered in Yuhi 29 Hong's ear. Clan Chief Baiyun is indeed a smart man. Don't worry, the Kurama clan may be revived under your hands in the future. Yuhi Hong smiled. Seeing Yuhi Hong's look, Kurama Baiyun knew that he had guessed correctly. At the same time, he began to feel ecstatic. Although the Kurama clan once had a kunoichi marry Lord Hokage, it did not improve the situation of the Kurama clan. If Kurama Yakumo can marry Lord Hokage, then the strength of the Kurama clan will definitely rise to the next level. Kurama Baiyun felt a little excited when he thought that the Kurama clan might regain its glory in his own hands. He gathered his thoughts. Today's matter, it can not only save the greatest genius of the Kurama clan, but also bind the Kurama clan and the Senju clan more closely. It can also greatly increase your prestige in the clan, and hopefully lead the Kurama clan to restore its former glory. This is better than buying and selling. It's simply not a good deal. Thinking of this, Kurama Baiyun asked Senju Takuya, Master Hokage, what are you going to do? After hearing what Kurama Shiron said, Senju Takuya chuckled and spoke. How to do it? Of course it's to get rid of the monster inside Yakumo. You two just wait for me here while I go find Yakumo. Senju Takuya finished speaking. He took a step out of the room. He had locked onto Kurama Yakumo's aura. The Kurama clan. Back mountain. A fairly luxurious villa was built. A girl in pajamas. He was sitting quietly in the room. The curtains were drawn tightly, and even though it was broad daylight, not a trace of sunlight could shine into the room. There was only a small, dim light bulb that provided some light. Around the room, on the floor, dozens of painted paintings are scattered randomly. Each painting is very delicate, but it always reveals a strange feeling. The girl was sitting on the chair at this time, holding a paintbrush in his right hand. The left hand holds the color mixing tray. In front of her was a drawing board with an unfinished portrait on it. The girl's mouth was slightly open, her eyes were dull, and her skin was sickly white from not seeing the sun for a long time. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The girl came back to her senses and her eyes became sharp. She took down the painting in front of her and placed it at her feet. She grabbed a new piece of white paper from the ground and quickly daubed it on it. As this here, living in such an environment all day long will make you sick even if you are not sick. Senju Takuya opened the door and walked into the villa. The entire villa was dark, and all the curtains were tightly closed. There are various paintings scattered randomly on the ground, which looks extremely messy. Senju Takuya casually wiped his fingers on the table. On fingers, it was immediately covered with a thick layer of dust. Open all the curtains. All of a sudden, the sun shines into the room. The whole room becomes spacious and warm. That's pretty much it. Senju Takuya smiled and clapped his hands, and then slowly walked up the stairs to the second floor. Squeak, 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 ... Walking on the wooden stairs, the floor made a squeaking sound. It seems to be in some disrepair. It's obviously a villa, but everything seemed very old. Senju Takuya walked to the second floor and walked towards the room where Kurama Yakumo was. Soon, he came outside Kurama Yakumo's room. Boom, boom, boom. Senju Takuya knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, I found there was no movement inside. Senju Takuya opened the door directly and prepared to go in. But, as the door was pushed open, Senju Takuya felt a rush of heat on his face. He looked down. In front of him was a piece of churning magma. If he had just come in directly, he would have fallen into the magma. Looking back, Senju Takuya discovered, the corridor when I first arrived has completely changed. Later, it is a bottomless abyss. He is truly a genius who has perfectly inherited the bloodline limits of the Kurama clan. Senju Takuya smiled and praised. It can pull people into the illusion unconsciously. This method, it's really scary. Yakumo, I'm here to help you. Senju Takuya looked at the churning magma in front of him and said calmly. Answer his. It is a fire dragon formed from magma. Roar. The fire dragon rose from the magma, roared 723, and quickly rushed towards Takuya. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya smiled but didn't make any move. Boom. The fire dragon swallowed Senju Takuya in one bite, and the scorching heat made Senju Takuya howl in agony. Soon, the howl disappears. Everything is back to normal. Inside the room, Kurama Yakumo slowly stood up and walked to the door. On the ground, Senju Takuya's body was still emitting plumes of black smoke. There were traces of fire burns all over it. In the air, there is also a smell of barbecue. Snort. Looking at Senju Takuya's body, Kurama Yakumo snorted coldly and was about to leave. But, Senju Takuya's body suddenly burst into flames. The next second, the flames spit out tongues of fire and began to spread throughout the room. What's going on? Looking at the fire in front of him, Kurama Yakumo sat down on the ground. A look of horror appeared in her eyes. Ever since her parents were burned to death in a fire, she has always been afraid of flames. She turned around and wanted to run, but found, I don't know when, she has arrived outside the villa. In front of her, the villa burst into flames. Countless members of the Kurama clan came to put out the fire. Looking at this familiar scene, a thunder suddenly sounded in Kurama Yakumo's heart. Wasn't this the night her parents were burned to death? Chapter 215. Let me introduce myself, I am Senju Takuya. No, what on earth is going on? Looking at the scene in front of him, Kurama Yakumo grabbed his hair in horror. Wasn't she in the room just now? Why does it appear here? While Kurama Yakumo continued to struggle, the fire was gradually brought under control. After the fire was extinguished, the crowd gradually dispersed. Feeling the surrounding quiet, Kurama Yakumo slowly opened his eyes. She walked sluggishly towards the room that had become a scorched earth. Soon, two burned corpses appeared in front of her. Father, mother. Kurama Yakumo knelt on the ground, covered his cheeks with his hands, and couldn't help sobbing. Such a scene, she had dreamed of it countless times. Every time, she would be heartbroken when she woke up. Just when Kurama Yakumo was sobbing, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Kurama Yakumo was shocked. Subsequently, she focused her gaze on the two corpses in front of her. The corpse, which was almost burned to char, spoke again. This time, they actually started from the ground up. Kurama Yakumo fell to the ground in panic. Her hand was pressed on the charcoal that had just been extinguished, and a little skin and flesh was burned off. Kuramahachi Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but cry out in pain. She only realized it now. Everything before my eyes, it's all so real. There is absolutely no way this is a dream. 8. Yun, why do you want to harm us? Kurama Kongyan, who had turned into a corpse, asked Kurama Yakumo. Father, I didn't harm you. Kurama Yakumo shook his head desperately. You are lying. It was you who pulled us into the illusion while we were sleeping. Then, a fire took our lives. Yakumo, why do you do this? Kurama Kongyan continued to ask. Kurama Yakumo squatted on the ground in pain, covering his head with his hands, his expression ferocious. Some memories. Gradually it came to her mind. In memory, Kurama Yakumo saw it. Late at night, she sat silently outside the house, holding a paintbrush in her hand. As she kept waving the paintbrush in her hand, the entire house was covered in fire. How can it be? Did I kill my parents? Kurama Yakumo murmured in disbelief. At this time, a green-faced and fanged monster appeared in front of Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, what are you blaming yourself for? The monster looked at Kurama Yakumo and asked. You, who are you? Kurama Yakumo asked in horror. My name is IDU, and I am the darkness deep in your heart. It was me who took over your body and helped you kill your parents. The monster named IDU said coldly. Why are you doing this? Kurama Yakumo said loudly. Why? They asked you to drop out of the ninja school and nip your dream of becoming a ninja in the cradle. So, I will help you kill them. IDU said with a sneer. Hearing Idu's words, Kurama Yakumo remembered some past events. She has extremely high talent and has dreamed of becoming an excellent ninja since she was a child. But her father asked her to drop out of the ninja school. So, everything comes from your inner dissatisfaction. Otherwise, I wouldn't show up. IDU continued. Yakumo, the purpose of our doing this is for your health. We have asked Lady Yuji Hong, and she promised us that when you become an adult, she will ask Lady Hokage to help you heal your body. By then, you will definitely be able to become an excellent ninja. Kurama Kongyan said gently. Really? Kuramahachi Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but ask. Snort. Don't listen to him, it's all lies. IDU said disdainfully. Pity, no one paid any attention to it. Yakumo, of course it's true. You are the genius of the Kurama clan and our pride. How could we kill your dream with our own hands? Kurama Kongyan smiled. Hearing Kurama Kongyan's words, Kurama Yakumo's knot in his heart was gradually untied. It turns out that the truth of the matter is this. IDU, you deserve to die. Kurama Yakumo looked at Ito and said angrily. It was this monster in front of her that killed her parents. Ha 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 ha, even so, it's already too late. Yakumo, you can stay here forever, with your dead parents as your companions. I will accept your body. IDU laughed loudly. Now, even if Kurama Yakumo knew everything, it was already too late. It can already occupy this body as it pleases. Kill you now. IDU raised his hand, his sharp nails like the claws of a beast. It clawed hard at Kurama Yakumo's delicate neck. At this time, with a flash of sword light, both of Idu's hands were chopped off. Ah, who are you? Why are you here? IDU looked at the man in front of him and asked in disbelief. The man in front of me. It made it feel fear instinctively. I'm just here to deal with you. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Subsequently, with a wave of his right arm, IDU was cut in half directly from the waist. The next second, its body ignited with terrifying black flames. With a howl, IDU completely turned into ashes. Oh, no. Under the burning of Amaterasu, IDU did not leave even ashes. Okay, the matter has been resolved. Senju Takuya pulled Kurama Yakumo up from the ground. Who are you? Kurama Yakumo looked at the man in front of him and asked softly. Money is good, don't you recognize me? Just now outside, you were still thinking about killing me. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. Kurama Yakumo was suddenly startled. She remembered, she was in the room just now. He should obviously kill the man in front of him. At this time, Kurama Yakumo discovered, I don't know when, she had appeared in the original room again. The man stood at the door. She was still sitting in the chair. You, who are you? Kurama Yakumo asked in a panic. She didn't notice any problems at all in the illusion just now. There is no abnormality in the body's various sensations. It's just like the limits of blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. But the man in front of me, why does this power exist? Yakumo, please introduce yourself, Mao. I am Konoha's Hokage, Senju Takuya. Chapter 216 Proposing Marriage, What Happens? Are you Hokage-sama? Hearing Senju Takuya's self-introduction, Kurama Yakumo exclaimed in disbelief. That's right, Senju Takuya smiled and nodded. Subsequently, he walked to the window. Open all the curtains in the room. All of a sudden, the sun shines into the room, making everything bright and warm. This is the only way to be presentable. Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. Living in a room with no sunlight all day long, it's strange that I don't have any problems. That, Hokage. Sir, I was rude just now. Kurama Yakumo said with some embarrassment. She actually chose to take action against the adult in front of her. It's really inappropriate, in case the other party is angry. The entire Kurama clan will probably be expelled from the ninja world because of their actions, right? Fine, I already know your situation. This time, I'm here specifically to help you solve your problem. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing his words, Kurama Yakumo's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness. It turns out what my father said was true. He actually asked you to help me. Recalling what her father said in the fantasy just now, she felt a little painful. She had just come of age a few days ago, and Lord Hokage came to her. Pity, both father and mother are gone. Don't blame yourself. All those mistakes in the past were caused by the inner demon called IDU. I just helped you solve it. From now on, you can live a normal life. Senju Takuya smiled. Hokage-sama, this can't be done. Although the monster named IDU has disappeared, my body. Kurama Yakumo was a little disappointed. She has been weak and sickly since childhood. Walking for even a little while makes me out of breath. Want to live a normal life. Easier said than done. Ha 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 ha. You don't have to worry about that. Since I have promised to help you, I will naturally help you to the end. I will help you heal your body. Senju Takuya laughed. For him now, the problems Kurama Yakumo encountered were not problems at all. As long as Orochimaru helps her perform a small operation, not to mention improving her body, even getting the power of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan is not a problem. Really, thank you so much. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Yakumo said excitedly. She might be suspicious if someone said something like this. But, the man in front of me. But the strongest man in the ninja world is the current Hokage-sama of Konoha village. Since he said he could help him solve his physical problems, he would certainly be able to do it. Don't worry now. Senju Takuya touched Kurama Yakumo's head. Kurama Yakumo lowered his head and responded with some embarrassment. By the way, Hokage, what you used on me just now is similar to the blood inheritance limit of our Kurama clan. Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the scene in the fantasy just now. She really thought, I traveled back in time to the night when my parents died tragically. Whether it's hearing or pain, it's all too realistic. Actually, I do have the power to control the 5 senses. Senju Takuya said directly. At first, he once married a kunoichi from the Kurama clan as his wife. That reward, it is the limit of the Kurama clan's blood inheritance, the control of the 5 senses. So, he naturally obtained this power. What? Question mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama 8 and Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but exclaimed. This is the unique blood inheritance limit of their clan. Why does Hokage-sama also have this power? But, Kurama Yakumo quickly came to his senses. This kind of secret, not something she should know. Lord Hokage, I didn't mean to do that. Don't worry, CJBD, I will never tell anyone about this. Kurama Yakumo vowed. After saying that, she looked at Senju Takuya with anxious eyes. I know this secret myself. Master Hokage won't kill himself to silence him, right? Don't look at me like that. I'm not a murderer. Senju Takuya smiled helplessly. This guy Kurama Yakumo, why do you always think that you will kill her? It seems to oneself. Is it so vicious? I have too many secrets. Not only the Kurama clan's blood inheritance limit, but also the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, the Aburame clan's insect control technique, the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. There are also various blood inheritance limits, which I, Nagisa, can use. The limit of blood inheritance of the Kurama clan is just one of them. Senju Takuya said casually. This isn't really a secret either. In previous battles, many of his abilities have been exposed. Plus with his current strength, no one can pose a threat to him. So, he didn't care about these things anymore. As expected of Hokage-sama. After hearing what Senju Takuya said, Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. One person, to have mastered so much powerful power. No wonder he could easily pacify the ninja world. Okay, come with me to the front. Say hello to Chief Baiyun, he is very worried about you. Senju Takuya said softly. Kurama Yakumo nodded. After Ito was eliminated by Senju Takuya, Kurama Yakumo's heart regained its former peace. So, she is no longer the dark, cold, hateful person she once was. For Kurama Baiyun, Kurama Yakumo was still very grateful. After her parents died, the other party not only took good care of her, but also specially built a villa here for her. Already done very well. Soon, the two of them returned to the Kurama clan's reception hall. In the hall, Kurama Yakumo was spinning in circles anxiously. When he saw Senju Takuya and Kurama Yakumo appear together, a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He knows. Everything has been resolved. Hokage-sama, thank you very much. Kurama Baiyun said excitedly. It's okay, it's just a little effort. Senju Takuya smiled. Now I'm just helping Yakumo get rid of the monster in his heart. Her body, I still need to take her back to help her heal. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Momo nodded immediately. Master Hokage, I'm sorry to trouble you. Yakumo, I'll leave it to you. Someday I will choose a good day and come to propose marriage in person. Hearing Kurama Baiyun's words, Kurama Yakumo, who was standing aside obediently, raised his head in shock. Propose marriage. What's the situation? Chapter 217. Moving into the Senju clan. Kurama Yakumo was a little confused. Propose marriage. What marriage proposal? Uncle Baiyun, what on earth is he talking about? Oh, right, Yakumo, you don't know about this yet. Kurama Baiyun also noticed Kurama Yakumo's face at this time. He looked at Yakumo with a smile, a pleased smile on his face. Uncle Baiyun, what on earth is going on? You just said that you want to help me propose marriage to Mr. Hokage. Kurama Yakumo glanced at Senju Takuya secretly, immediately lowered his head and asked softly. That's right, Yakumo, if it weren't for Hokage-sama, you might have been taken over by the monster inside you. We, the Kurama clan, will also lose an unprecedented genius. In order to repay Lord Hokage, I am going to marry you to Lord Hokage. You shouldn't refuse, right? Kurama Baiyun said with a smile. In fact, it's not that he acted arbitrarily. Only, in his opinion, in the entire ninja world, there should be no girl who would refuse to marry Hokage-sama. Quote. Kurama Yakumo pinched the corners of his clothes at a loss, not knowing how to respond for a moment. For Senju Takuya, of course she has a good impression. Let's not talk about the opponent's strength and status. Just looks. Senju Takuya is already the most handsome man she has ever seen. Not to mention, Senju Takuya has just helped her get rid of her inner demons and is preparing to treat her body and realize her dream of becoming a ninja. So, married to Senju Takuya, Kurama Yakumo is very willing in his heart. Only, The news was too sudden, and she was not mentally prepared for it. Yakumo, don't worry, Takuya is a very good man. Although he has a few more wives, they are all considerate and good sisters. Besides, if you marry me in the future, we will be good sisters. Seeing Kurama Yakumo's hesitation, Yuhi Kurenai immediately took Kurama Yakumo's hand and began to persuade her. Teacher Yuhi Hong. Kurama Yakumo was a little shy. She hadn't noticed when Yuhi Hong didn't speak. I am Teacher Hong's disciple. Now I want to marry a man at the same time as my teacher. No matter how you look at it, there is something. Hard to say. Yakumo, what does this have to do with anything? Don't worry, no one will care about this. Yuhi Hong chuckled. After you marry Takuya, you little girl will find out what the real, sorry, is. Yakumo, if you don't want to, just forget about it. Don't worry, I will still help you heal your body. Senju Takuya takes retreat as the path forward. As a veteran in love, he knew exactly what to do now. Although he is very kind to each of his wives, it does not mean that he will not use some tricks in the process of pursuing them. Really, after listening to Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Yakumo immediately waved his hand. Lord Hokage, it's not what you think. I want to be your wife. In desperation, Kurama Yakumo no longer cares about being shy. He spoke directly from his heart. Yeah, that's great, Senju Takuya said somewhat surprised. I originally thought it would take some time. Did not expect. Yakumo actually agreed directly. Ha 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 ha, since Yakumo has agreed, let's let the marriage be settled like this. Kurama Bayun clapped his hands happily. Such a result, it was the scene he most wanted to see. After, the Kurama clan can also take advantage of the situation to rise. Now that the matter has been resolved, I will take Yakumo away first. Chief Bayun, Congress, Senju Takuya said calmly. Okay, Hokage-sama. Kurama Bayun immediately bowed and saluted. Senju Takuya didn't say much, but directly activated Kamui and left here with Kurenai Yuhi and Kurama Yakumo. Seeing this scene, a look of wonder flashed across Kurama Bayun's face. As expected of Lord Hokage, this kind of godlike power is really terrifying. Senju Takuya brought Yuhi Kurenai and Kurama Yakumo to the Senju tribe. Yakumo, you must be tired today too. Have a good rest tonight. I will take you to Orochimaru's place tomorrow. Senju Takuya whispered to Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo nodded obediently. Then let Hong help you arrange the remaining things. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Senju Takuya smiled, then turned and left. Please give me flowers. Just started to know each other. It's better not to hang around each other all the time. No matter what you think in your heart. But, if a man treats a woman well, he must control her well. Hokage-sama is so considerate. After Senju Takuya left, Kurama 8 Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but say. She didn't expect. A man like Senju Takuya can be so gentle and considerate. Ha 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 ha. I was also surprised at the time. However, my husband is just such a person. He is very easygoing towards the people around him. Yuhi Hong agreed with a smile. Okay, let me take you to your room. Kurenai Yuhi pulled Kurama Yakumo towards the backyard. Because of their master-disciple relationship. There was some talking and laughing along the way. Teacher Hong, the Senju clan's land is really luxurious. Looking at the buildings in the Senju clan's territory, Cloud Shinobi couldn't help but admire them. Compared with here, the Kurama clan is just like a small rural village in the mountains. There is absolutely no comparison. Yakumo, there is nothing to envy. From now on, you will also be the hostess here. Yuhi Hong smiled teasingly. Teacher Hong, you are making fun of me. Kurama Yakumo stamped his feet with a blushing face. Okay, why don't I stop talking? Yuhi Kurenai knew that Kurama Yakumo was relatively thin-skinned at his age, so she didn't say any more. Soon, the two of them came to the backyard. Yuhi Kurenai chose an empty room for Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, you can live here from now on. If anything happens, call me anytime. Yuhi Hong said softly. Well, I understand. Kurama Yakumo nodded. Then I'll leave first. After Yuhi Hong finished speaking, he turned and left. Kurama Yakumo stood alone in the huge room, his eyes full of excitement. Is this your home? When I think of this. Kurama Yakumo took out a storage scroll and took out drawing boards, drawing paper, pens, ink and other tools from it. Today is a particularly meaningful day. She wants to pass the brush. Record everything about today. Father, mother, did you see it? Tomorrow, my body was able to be healed. Chapter 218 How do you want to repay me? Early the next morning, Kurama Yakumo was waiting outside the room early. Today, it's the day when she wants to heal her body. She was still a little nervous inside. If even Hokage-sama's methods could not cure her body, then she might really not be able to become a ninja in the future. Yakumo, morning. How long have you been waiting? Seeing Kurama Yakumo, Senju Takuya smiled and said hello. Not long. Kurama Yakumo also greeted him with a smile. Come on, I'll take you to Orochimaru's laboratory. Senju Takuya didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Kurama Yakumo nodded. Subsequently, the two of them walked out one after the other. Yakumo, are you nervous? Walking on the road, Senju Takuya asked with a smile. I'm a little nervous. 930, I'm afraid. Kurama Yakumo forced a smile. Today's treatment, it can almost be said to be the last chance to decide whether her dream can be realized. To say I wasn't nervous would be a lie. Haha, Don't worry, your problem can definitely be solved. Believe me, Senju Takuya smiled. Looking at the smile on Senju Takuya's face, Kurama Yakumo felt much calmer. Since Lord Hokage said so, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? Subsequently, under the guidance of Senju Takuya, the two chatted for some time. Kurama Yakumo's emotions, it also gradually calmed down. Yakumo, hold on to my tail. Seeing that Kurama Yakumo was no longer nervous, Senju Takuya spoke again. Kurama Yakumo obediently grabbed Senju Takuya's hand. Subsequently, a burst of space fluctuation. The two figures disappeared from the spot. When it appears again, Kurama Yakumo found himself in a dense forest. XT. Kurama Yakumo glanced at Senju Takuya gratefully. Now, she got it. Just. The reason why Senju Takuya did not use the ability of space teleportation to bring her here directly, but instead chatted and walked with her for a while. In order, it should be to relieve her nervousness. So considerate. Kurama Yakumo was filled with emotion. Someone like Lord Hokage was so attentive to her. Kurama Yakumo suddenly felt, there was a feeling in my heart that I had never experienced before. Don't think too much, we're here. Senju Takuya touched Kurama Yakumo's head, and then took Kurama Yakumo into Orochimaru's experimental base. After walking for a while, Orochimaru appeared in front of the two of them. Takuya-kun, what do you want to do here this time? Orochimaru glanced at Kurama Yakumo calmly and asked calmly. Orochimaru, Yakumo's body is a little weak. I usually get out of breath and get tired after walking a lot. Can I do a transplant? Senju Takuya asked straight to the point. Now Orochimaru has mastered cell transplantation technology and genetic technology. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Senju Takuya wants to directly transplant the wood-style gene in Mangekyo Sharingan into Kurama Yakumo. Thus, not only can it improve Kurama Yakumo's physique, but it can also give her extremely powerful strength. If successful, from now on, everyone around him will be able to undergo the surgery. Not really. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kurama Yakumo swayed and almost fell down. Really, still not working. But before she could speak, she heard Orochimaru continue to speak. If the body is so weak, the risk of undergoing that kind of surgery directly is too high. I can first help her improve her body to a point where it is stronger than a normal person. When that time comes, it will be easy to do the surgery. Orochimaru understood Senju Takuya's intention, so he explained it specially. Then it's up to you. Senju Takuya nodded. In this regard, he's not good at it. Whatever Orochimaru says, it will be done. Kurama Yakumo, on the other hand, was ecstatic inside. She was already desperate just now. Did not expect. Things actually took a turn for the better. Then please come with me. Orochimaru said to Kurama Yakumo, turned around and walked into the laboratory. Go ahead. Senju Takuya encouraged Kurama Yakumo. Kurama Yakumo nodded obediently and followed Orochimaru in. After about a stick of incense, the door of the laboratory was pushed open. Orochimaru and Kurama Yakumo walked out. Takuya-kun, the matter has been resolved. After a month, Ms. Yakumo will adapt to the changes in her body and she will be able to proceed with the next step of surgery. Orochimaru said calmly, I see. You get busy first. Senju Takuya nodded. Subsequently, he left the laboratory with Kurama Yakumo. Lord Hokage, I feel much better now. Walking on the road, Kurama Yakumo said excitedly. Original. According to her previous body, after walking on such a long road, I was already exhausted. But, after the operation, she felt powerful inside her. The energy has also become particularly abundant. This change, it shocked her a little. Kurama Yakumo thought that even if Senju Takuya could improve her physique, it would be a long process. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such an immediate solution. Haha, Yakumo, after you get used to it for a while, I will perform another surgery on you. At that time, you will have countless times more power than you do now. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. After Yakumo possesses the power of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan, it is only a matter of time before he reaches the peak of Kage level. Don't talk about getting out of breath after walking for a while. Even if I jump around for 2.5 years, I won't feel any fatigue. Master Hokage, thank you so much. Kurama Yakumo didn't know what to say for a moment. How lucky is she? Only then can I get the favor of Hokage-sama 4.0. I don't want to hear more words of thanks. I've helped you so much, how are you going to repay me? Senju Takuya lowered his head slightly and smiled. Plus X. Kurama Yakumo was at a loss for a moment. There is nothing I can do to repay Lord Hokage. Just when she was at a loss, Kurama Yakumo suddenly saw the evil smile on Senju Takuya's face. She already understood what Senju Takuya meant. Master Hokage, thank you. Kurama Yakumo stood up on tiptoes and quickly pecked Senju Takuya on the face. Then he ran away quickly. Looking at the back of Kurama Yakumo running away in embarrassment, Senju Takuya showed a smile on his face. That soft touch just now. It's really good. Chapter 219 Start the operation. Konoha Village. In the training ground, Senju Takuya sat aside, looking at the panting Kurama Yakumo running on the training ground, with a smile on his face. Yakumo, do you want to stop and take a rest? Senju Takuya asked loudly while eating watermelon. No need. Destroy the shadow world. I can still hold on. Kurama Yakumo's voice sounded. Hearing her answer, Senju Takuya shook his head. Subsequently, continued to eat the watermelon. Kurama Yakumo panted heavily and ran as hard as he could. Finally, her legs softened and she fell to the ground with a plop. How about it? Is everything okay? A pair of warm big hands picked up Kurama Yakumo by the waist, and then placed her under the shady tree. Even if your body has recovered, there's no need to work so hard, right? Looking at Kurama Yakumo, Senju Takuya smiled. Master Hokage, I just want to enjoy this feeling. Kurama Yakumo smiled weakly, although, her lungs now felt like they were about to explode, and her body ached all over. But she was very happy in her heart. 29 after all, from small to large, this was the first time she let go of running. I used to feel tired after walking a few steps, but now I feel just a little tired after running for half a day. This healthy feeling, it's really great. Okay, let's eat something and take a rest. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he put his hand on Kurama Yakumo's back. Subsequently, a gentle energy rushed into Kurama Yakumo's body. Under the influence of this force, Kurama Yakumo's body recovered quickly. Just a moment, she had fully recovered her strength. The feeling of fatigue in my body was also gone. This magical power made Kurama Yakumo secretly frightened. As expected of Lord Hokage. This method, it's simply magical. To know, for ninjas, cultivation is the most important way to improve one's strength. But, cultivation is also very physically demanding. Many ninjas will leave hidden injuries during their training. Once these hidden wounds are formed, they are basically impossible to heal. So, ninjas generally don't work particularly hard when practicing. But, with Hokage-sama, there is no need to worry about these things at all. The strength of the other party, able to repair the body to its best condition. And, what shocked Kurama Yakumo the most was, Senju Takuya can not only restore her body to its best condition, but also restore her spirit as well. The entire ninja world, I'm afraid only Hokage-sama can do it, right? Hokage-sama, thank you very much. After regaining his strength, Kurama Yakumo sat up and looked at Senju Takuya and smiled. There's no need to be so polite about our relationship, right? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. After hearing his words, Kurama Yakumo lowered his head shyly and ate the watermelon in small bites. Master Hokage, I want to practice another genin technique. After resting for a while, Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but feel itchy again. Go ahead. Senju Takuya didn't stop the opponent either. He could also understand Kurama Yakumo's current mood. I have lived with a weak body for so many years, and now I can finally act like a normal person. Of course, I have to experience the things I only dreamed of doing before. Fire style great fireball technique. Water style water whip. Earth style wall. Kurama Yakumo kept forming seals with his hands, constantly releasing various ninjutsu. After a long time, it wasn't until the chakra in his body was completely exhausted that Kurama-bachi stopped with some unfinished thoughts. Yakumo, it's getting late today, let's go back. Senju Takuya touched Kurama Yakumo's head and smiled. Kurama Yakumo nodded obediently. Subsequently, the two returned to the Senju tribe. Because of this period of time, Kurama Yakumo has been following Senju Takuya for physical recovery exercises, so he has been living in the Senju tribe. Usually also eat both with Senju Takuya, coupled with Kurama Yakumo's gentle and well-behaved character. So, Tsunade and others like Kurama Yakumo very much. Although Kurama Yakumo has not married yet, everyone seems to regard her as a member of the Senju family. In the next period of time, Kurama Yakumo practices physical and ninjutsu every day under the leadership of Senju Takuya. Thanks to Senju Takuya, Kurama Yakumo's training is progressing very quickly. After all, she doesn't have to worry about physical strength and energy at all. That's all. After a month, Kurama Yakumo's body has completely reached the standard. Under the leadership of Senju Takuya, the two came to Orochimaru's experimental base again. Orochimaru, nothing will go wrong, right? Senju Takuya asked. Don't worry, Takuya-kun. I've done countless successful experiments. Orochimaru pointed to the androids on the side. Transplanting the power of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan to other people's bodies is no longer a problem for him. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Senju Takuya nodded and let Kurama Yakumo and Orochimaru walk into the operating room together. After half an hour, Orochimaru walked out. The surgery went well. When Miss Yakumo wakes up, she will have the power of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru said with some emotion. Then, for these two forces, he was obsessed with it, but he couldn't get it. Now, 530 these two powers for him. It's just something that's readily available. Destiny, it's really amazing. Wrong, should say. Takuya-kun is really a leader worth following. I see. Senju Takuya was also very happy when he heard that the operation went well. After all, this means, from now on, the people around him will be able to possess such powerful powers as wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan. To know, this is not a simple transplant. Transformation at the genetic level allows these powers to truly become one's own. Like in the original work, because Hitaki Kakashi does not have the blood of the Uchiha clan, there is no way that he cannot close the Sharingan. By the way, Orochimaru, how is your research on the sacred tree going? Senju Takuya asked. Some time ago, he handed over the information for making the sacred tree to Orochimaru, and he didn't know if Orochimaru could get it out. Takuya-kun, we have almost seen the information. Do not worry, it won't be long before we can produce sacred tree seeds in batches. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Well done. Senju Takuya patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Mastered genetic technology, coupled with the ability to create sacred trees. Future. Mass production of 6 paths level experts. Will it still be difficult? Chapter 220. The God creation plan has officially begun. Wood style cutting technique. Wood style, the birth of the tree world. Boom. With a loud explosion, countless thick trees soared into the sky. Kurama Yakumo was breathing heavily, but his eyes were full of excitement. Success. I succeeded. Kurama Yakumo shouted excitedly. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others who were watching from the side all had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Senju Takuya called them all over. Then, they saw the explosive scene now. Husband, what's going on? Tsunade was stunned and asked with a trembling voice. Did she read that correctly? Is that wood style? Senju Takuya ignored Tsunade and continued to shout to Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, you did a great job. Show another kind of power. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Yakumo nodded. I see. As Kurama Yakumo finished speaking, her eyes immediately turned into Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. The next second, a powerful cold chakra and eye power surged out crazily. Susanoo. Kurama Yakumo shouted loudly. Moment. A huge Susanoo demon statue appeared in front of everyone. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others were even more horrified when they saw this scene. What exactly is going on? Okay, Yakumo, that's it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Senju Takuya waved to Kurama Hachiroku with satisfaction. Subsequently, Kurama Yakumo dismissed Susanoo and came to the front of everyone. Yakumo, what on earth is going on? How are you able to use the power of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan? Tsunade and others asked as they surrounded Kurama Yakumo. This, I can't explain clearly, you should ask Mr. Hokage. Kurama Yakumo whispered. After hearing her words, everyone focused on Senju Takuya again. Husband, please speak quickly. Tsunade and the others are dying of panic. This B****************. Are you trying to show off on purpose? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that Tsunade and the others were a little anxious, Senju Takuya spoke directly. I have mastered a genetic technology. Through surgery, people can gain powerful powers such as wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tsunade and others all opened their mouths in shock. How can this be? Husband, is what you said true? Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but ask. Of course, otherwise, how do you think Yakumo possesses these calendars? Senju Takuya shrugged. So, can everyone get this power through surgery? Tsunade asked immediately. Theoretically, that's the case. After all, this is a transplantation and transformation technology at the genetic level, which is more powerful than simple cell transplantation. Senju Takuya chuckled. At least, this way there won't be any rejection reaction, and there's no need to worry about the vigorous cells like Senju Hashirama engulfing other cells. Hiss. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, everyone present took a breath. No way, this kind of thing is really too unbelievable. To know, wood style, Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the power that could calm the troubled times back then. Even possessing one of these is enough to stand at the top of the ninja world. But, now Senju Takuya told them. Such power, as long as he is willing, he can let anyone have it through surgery. This is really too scary. Why are you looking at me like that? Looking at the eyes of Tsunade and others, Senju Takuya couldn't help but ask. You pervert, even if my power is terrifyingly strong, I can still create such terrifying things. We don't know what to say. Tsunade was speechless. Compared to Senju Takuya's unfathomable power, they felt that the incident before them was even more outrageous. If you could give other people access to this powerful power at will, wouldn't it be possible to create gods at will? I prepared this just for you. Senju Takuya smiled. For us. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard Senju Takuya's words. Of course, as my wife, of course the stronger your power is, the better. So, I specially researched this technology for you. Senju Takuya explained. Moreover, you can customize your abilities according to your own preferences. Quote, wood style, Mangekyo Sharingan, scorch style, boil style, swift style. As long as you want it, you can get it. A lot of power. If used in combination, it is often much more powerful than simply using a force. In the theatrical version, Bela who once used Onagora technique to combine swift style, dark style, land done, steel done, etc. into one, gaining extremely powerful power. Now he has developed this better method. Naturally, the focus will not be limited to the two powers of wood style and Mangekyo Sharingan. After hearing Senju Takuya's description, the expressions on everyone's faces became a little excited. After all, as a ninja, who doesn't yearn for those powerful forces? Moreover, as the wife of Senju Takuya, they also don't want their strength to be too weak. For a time, everyone began to think silently. What kind of ability is more suitable for you? Wangda's husband, besides us, are you going to let others perform this kind of surgery? Tsunade asked Senju Takuya. Of course not. Hearing Tsunade's words, Senju Takuya shook his head. Sha uses force to break the ban. Once people have power, they will unconsciously become arrogant. All kinds of conflicts and troubles will also follow. Now that the ninja world has finally settled down, he doesn't want others to gain such powerful power. I can rest assured that. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. This is best. If everyone in the ninja world had powers like Wood Style and Mangekyo Sharingan. She didn't dare think about what it would be like in the future. Alright, in recent times, you should think carefully about what kind of power you need. Come to me when you think about it. Senju Takuya shouted. God-making plan. Now it officially begins. Chapter 221 Marry Kurama Yakumo. Yakumo, today is the day to get married. After marrying Lord Hokage, remember to serve Lord Hokage well. Do you understand? Kurama clan. Kurama Yakumo warned Kurama Yakumo. No, I will never make Hokage-sama angry. Kurama Yakumo nodded in response. Haha, Yakumo, after you get married, you have to help our Kurama clan speak more. When I have time in the future, I will come back often. The Kurama clan will always be your strongest support. Kurama Baiyun said with a smile. Kurama Yakumo just nodded slightly to Kurama Baiyun's words. Although she is from the Kurama clan, Kurama Baiyun was also very kind to her. But, after she married Senju Takuya, she is the wife of the Senju clan leader. Her children, he will also be a member of the Senju clan in the future. In Kurama Yakumo's heart, she would only choose to support the Kurama clan if she could ensure the interests of the Senju clan. Seeing that Kurama Yakumo seemed to be a little uninterested, Kurama Baiyun was wise enough not to say anything more, but turned around and retreated. Today, it's Kurama Yakumo's happy day. The entire Kurama clan was in a lively mood. He, the patriarch, you also need to go out and take care of your guests. Not long after Anma Baiyun left, the wedding team appeared in the territory of the Anma 023 clan. After going through some necessary procedures, Kurama Yakumo was also picked up by Senju Takuya. Alas, I'm so envious, another lucky person has appeared. Yes, it is no exaggeration to say that marrying Lord Hokage will skyrocket you to the sky. Look at it, just one piece of gold jewelry is enough for an ordinary person to struggle for a lifetime. Really, why can't such a good thing happen to me? Looking at Kurama Yakumo, who was sitting in the sedan and dressed up in a fancy dress, the women watching the wedding all showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. Every woman is thinking, if it were you who was sitting in the sedan chair, how wonderful that would be. Compared to women, the men's mood was no less conciliatory. Since Senju Takuya implemented wife selection, I don't know how many young, beautiful and hot wives I have married. They all have fairy-like looks. Pity them. I have been single for nearly 30 years. I haven't had a girlfriend yet. In comparison with each other, the mentality of many men is about to collapse. Even if it is a dream, none of them could imagine how happy Hokage-sama's life is. CJCE, that's it. With everyone's blessing, the wedding ceremony was successfully completed. After greeting the guests who came to congratulate him, Senju Takuya went straight to the wedding room. In the wedding room, Kurama Yakumo sat on the bed with a shy look on his face. It's like a flower blooming quietly, waiting for the first person to pluck it. Yakumo, are you exhausted today? Senju Takuya walked to the bed and asked Kurama Yakumo gently. Hokage-sama, it's not hard. Thanks to you, since the surgery, I have so much energy every day that I don't know how to vent it. Kurama Yakumo said with some emotion. Before, even if I sleep for a day, after she got up, I also often feel extremely tired. Often after sitting for a while, you have to lie down again and rest for a while. But, ever since Senju Takuya took her through the surgery, her body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only do I not feel as tired as before, but I also feel extremely energetic every day. It made her sleepless every night. Haha, Yakumo, you don't have to worry about this at all. After you marry me, you will have a place to vent your energy. Senju Takuya said with a smile. Ah, yeah, Kurama Yakumo asked a little strangely. Certainly, I will leave this method to you now. Senju Takuya finished speaking and turned off the lights in the room. The next second, everything seems to have returned to the most primitive era. Ding, marry Kurama Yakumo as your wife, and get a reward, increase your mental power by 100%. Ding, love with his wife Kurama Yakumo, get reward, mental power +1. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Senju Takuya felt dizzy. But soon, he recovered again. My mental power suddenly increased so much. Senju Takuya couldn't help but murmured. Although it is only doubled. But, with his current attributes, even if it is doubled, it's already an astronomical number. Coupled with his daily accumulation over the years, Senju Takuya feeling, now his mental strength, you can almost touch the ceiling of blood succession snare. Of course, this is only in terms of mental strength. Physical and chakra aspects, he's still a little bit unsatisfied. Especially chakra, want to break through the blood inheritance snare. It requires an extremely large amount of energy. Although he now has 10 tails, dragon vein, and the harvest of several years of hard work every day in his body. But if you want to break through, still not enough. It seems that the remaking of humans can't stop. Senju Takuya sighed. After all, the time he traveled through was still a little too short. Want to surpass the god of Otsutsuki? You must constantly enhance your own strength. Husband, what's wrong with you? Kurama Yakumo asked weakly. On her face, there is still a flush that hasn't gone away. She finally understood the method of consuming energy that Senju Takuya said. Although it is a bit embarrassing. But I have to admit, this method does work. Now, she was too tired to open her eyes. Yakumo, it's almost dawn. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You should rest at home for a while. Senju Takuya touched Kurama Yukumo's head and smiled. Just now, my mental strength has been directly doubled. He must find a quiet place to completely digest these powers and transform them into power that he can use like his arms and fingers. This is his habit. It is also the guarantee for his survival. In this regard, Senju Takuya is never careless. Ah, it's almost dawn. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Kurama Yukumo opened his mouth in surprise. She really didn't pay attention. Has it been so long? Ha 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 ha. You were too absorbed in it just now, so you didn't notice it, right? Senju Takuya teased. Pooh, husband, you are bad, I will ignore you. I'm going to take a rest, you go get to work quickly. Kurama Yukumo hid under the quilt and buried himself completely. Looking from the outside, it's like a turtle retreating into its shell. Seeing Kurama Yukumo's appearance, Senju Takuya shook his head in amusement. Then he turned around and disappeared into the room. Chapter 222 5 years. Time flies. In a blink, 5 years have passed again. During these 5 years, Senju Takuya's strength has been growing steadily. Every day, he is able to obtain a large number of three-dimensional attributes through his wives. And during these 5 years, his wives gave birth to nearly 100 more children for him. Every child, all brought him considerable rewards. Now, Senju Takuya's strength has reached the ceiling of blood succession network. All it takes is an opportunity. He will be able to break through the blood inheritance net in one fell swoop and reach a higher level of life. In addition, after 5 years, Senju Takuya's wives all underwent genetic modification surgery at Orochimaru. Almost everyone. They all have dozens of powerful blood inheritance limits. The most important thing is, these blood inheritance limits can also cooperate with each other, similar to combined ninjutsu, to exert power far beyond their own. It is precisely because of this. The strength of Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others has all reached the peak of Super Cage level. Only, if you still want to continue to improve your own strength, it is necessary to obtain a huge chakra like 10 tails. Besides, during these 5 years, Orochimaru's research has also made great progress. Not only were the technologies of various biological experiments increasingly perfected, but the first batch of sacred tree seeds were also successfully produced. As long as you find a suitable planet for these sacred tree seeds, you can let them grow into 10 tails, one by one. By then, Tsunade and others can naturally break through to the 6 paths level. As for those who own Wood Style, Mangekyo Sharingan, Scorch Style, Dead Bone Pulse, all kinds of androids with limited blood inheritance, it's even more countless. Their quantity, it's almost ready to form an army. Although the power they can exert is limited, it is still very easy to exert cage-level strength. Senju Takuya is also equivalent to having an army composed entirely of cage-level experts. After Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara learned about this, their jaws almost dropped in surprise. They couldn't help but think, if Senju Takuya had been born decades earlier, then what a fool they are. In addition to the above, the technology of the ninja world is also becoming more and more advanced. Airplanes, high-speed trains, cruise ships, mobile phones, computers, cars. All kinds of modern products are available. Ninja world, since then, we have entered the era of science and technology. People's lives gradually become more colorful, the ninja world becomes peaceful, and there are fewer and fewer ninjas. Everything, all are developing in the direction Senju Takuya expects. Husband, just give it to me again. I beg you. Tsunade looked at Senju Takuya and begged. How many times have you said this? Whenever I satisfy you, won't you still be like this? Senju Takuya snorted slightly. I promise, this is the last time. Just give it to me. Tsunade took Senju Takuya's arm and said coquettishly. Fine, then I will satisfy you for the last time. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he took out a money bag from his arms. After you lose all these, just come back to me. I know, he. Honey, you are so kind. Tsunade took the money from Senju Takuya, stood up on tiptoes and kissed Senju Takuya on the mouth. Subsequently, he returned to the gambling table again. This time, she must take back everything she lost. But, it is clear, Tsunade's luck is really bad. Just a moment, she lost all her money. Hubby, I lost again. Tsunade took Senju Takuya's hand and said aggrievedly. The once all-powerful Konoha Sannin has now turned into such a kitten-like appearance. Whoever sees it, I'm afraid their jaws will drop. Alright, that's it for today, I believe you will win one day. Senju Takuya pinched Tsunade's cheek and said. He really admired Tsunade's attribute of losing every bet. No matter how many times you bet, you will definitely lose everything in the end. Fortunately, his family has a great business. Otherwise, most people really can't afford such a squandering. While the two were chatting, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared. Lord Hokage, Hyuga Hiyashi asks for an audience. Hyuga Hiyashi, Senju Takuya frowned. Husband, please do your business. I'm going home first. Seeing that Senju Takuya was in trouble, Tsunade walked out of the casino obediently. Take me to see it. Yes, please give me flowers. Inside the Hokage office, Hyuga Hiyashi was pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. Squeak. The office door was pushed open. Subsequently, Senju Takuya walked in. Lord Hokage, seeing Senju Takuya, Hyuga's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Senju Takuya asked. Hokage-sama, Hanabi is missing. Hyuga Hiyashi said hurriedly. Hanabi, what's going on? Tell me slowly. Senju Takuya sat on the Hokage office chair, picked up the water glass and took a slow sip. Logically speaking, Hyuga Hanabi is missing. Hyuga Hiyashi should report the case to the Konoha police force first, and then lead the Hyuga clan to search for him. Now the other party found him directly. That means, there must be something hidden in it. Lord Hokage, this is what happened. One night not long ago, I discovered that a mysterious person broke into the Hyuga clan. Then, I chased him directly. After chasing him all the way to the back of Konoha, the mysterious man suddenly stopped. Just as Senju Takuya guessed, Hyuga Hiyashi revealed the reason. That mysterious man claimed to be the true clan leader of the Hyuga clan and asked me to hand over Hinata and Hanabi. I didn't agree. The mysterious man sighed, and then his body fell apart. I ran over and took a look, and it turned out it was just a puppet. When I got back, Hanabi was gone. I mobilized all my strength and searched for 3 days in a row, but I couldn't find any clues. So, I can only ask you for help. Hyuga Hiyashi told the story in detail. He looked a little anxious. After all, according to experience, disappearances of the Hyuga clan often end badly. The other party must have kidnapped Hanabi because of the Hyuga clan's glare. After hearing his words, Senju Takuya already had the answer in his heart. Kidnapped Hanabi, it should be the Otsutsuki Tonari who lives on the moon. The other party dreamed of using Hyuga Hanabi's eyes to help him awaken Tenseigan, then marry Hinata, and then breed a new line of offspring. Correct, Hinata. Thinking of this, Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hiyashi. Hiyashi, where is Hinata now? Chapter 223 I want to destroy the entire ninja world. Hiyashi, where is Hinata? Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hiyashi and asked. Hinata, quote. Hokage-sama, do you think something will happen to Hinata? Hyuga Hiyashi asked in disbelief. That's right, Senju Takuya nodded lightly. Since something has happened to Hyuga Hanabi, Otsutsuki Tonari probably won't let Hyuga Hinata go either. Hinata seems to have taken on a mission and left the village. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hiyashi became a little anxious. In recent years, the ninja world has been at peace for a long time. So, the Hyuga clan doesn't have too strict restrictions on people's going out. Even if it's the Zong family, you can also freely accept tasks and enter and leave the village. So, Hyuga Hinata often leaves the village alone. Now, to hear Senju Takuya say, Hyuga Hinata is very likely to be attacked by the enemy at 170. Hyuga Hiyashi immediately panicked. He just has these 2 daughters. If something happens to them, I really don't know what to do. Hiyashi, don't worry, I can guarantee you that Hinata and Hanabi will be fine. Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hiyashi's worried look and spoke to comfort him. Otsutsuki Tonari just wanted to use Hyuga Hanabi's Byakugan to open Tenseigan. At best, it would just gouge out Hanabi's eyes. As for Hinata, Otsutsuki Tonari also wants to marry Hinata and have offspring. Not even what he would do to Hinata. Lord Hokage, after this, please marry Hinata. Hyuga Hiyashi took the opportunity to persuade. At first, Senju Takuya felt that Hinata was too young, so he did not marry Hinata. Now 5 years have passed. Hinata is already an adult. It's time to get married. I see. When this matter is over, I will hold a wedding with Hinata. You should prepare well during this period. Senju Takuya smiled lightly. My father-in-law is already so anxious, so let's hold the wedding as soon as possible. Then let's go find Hinata first. Hyuga Hiyashi suggested. Maybe, the opponent hasn't had time to attack Hinata yet. Can first come with me to the mission hall and see what mission Hinata has accepted. Outside Konoha village, in an inaccessible dense forest, Hyuga Hinata looked at the tightly wrapped man in front of her. A trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. This guy in front of me suddenly appeared in front of her. To have such a guy appear in such a secret place, Hyuga Hinata doesn't think it's just a coincidence. Who are you? Hyuga Hinata asked sharply. At the same time, her body bowed slightly, ready to fight at any time. Are you Hyuga Hinata? The man in front opened his mouth and asked. Sure enough, he came for me. Hearing the man's words, Hyuga Hinata's heart sank. Hinata, come back with me. Go back with you. Hyuga Hinata was a little confused. What's the meaning? That's right. Go back with me and marry me. Let's create a new race. The man said calmly. What? Hyuga Hinata opened her mouth in disbelief. What's going on? Have you met pervert yourself? Who are you? Why did you find me? Hyuga Hinata asked a little strangely. She didn't remember anyone following her secretly. Before actually taking action, Hyuga Hinata thought it would be better to extract as much information as possible. My name is Otsutsuki Tonari, the descendants of the gods of this world. Otsutsuki Tonari said slowly. Otsutsuki, descendants of God. Hyuga Hinata's brows furrowed slightly. She had heard about the legend of the Otsutsuki clan. According to legend, the goddess of Mao in ancient times, mother of Sage of Six Paths, it seems to be called Otsutsuki Kagaya. That's right, the ninja world founded by Sage of Six Paths has now embarked on a completely wrong path. In order to correct this, I will destroy the entire ninja world. By then, everyone will be dead, and you are going to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reproducing mankind with me and create a new world. Otsutsuki Tonari explained unhurriedly. Do not make jokes. Where did you come from? The more Hyuga Hinata listened, the more outrageous it seemed. This guy in front of me, are you out of your mind and crazy? Otherwise, why would he say something that would destroy the ninja world? Does he have this ability? Do you still want to marry him? What a joke. I am determined to give birth to a child for Senju Takuya-sama. TF. Humans in the ninja world are nothing more than dirty ants. But you are different, you are the white-eyed princess. You originally belonged to a branch of our lineage. So, Hinata, agree to my request. Otsutsuki Tonari looked at Hyuga Hinata and said enthusiastically. Snort. Soft step double lion fist. Feeling that he almost understood it, Hyuga Hinata opened his Byakugan directly. With a low cry, her hands gathered a large amount of chakra to form two ferocious lion heads. The next second, Hyuga Hinata's figure quickly rushed towards Otsutsuki Tonari. Since you are stubborn, I can only take you away. Otsutsuki Tonari sighed. Subsequently, he raised his arm slightly. Repulsion. Boom. With a huge force, Hyuga Hinata was severely scolded and flew out. Gravitational. Before Hyuga Hinata could stop, another force acted on her body. Her body involuntarily flew towards Otsutsuki Tonari in front. Snapped. Otsutsuki Tonari held Hyuga Hinata's neck tightly. Is this the only level of ninja in the ninja world? Sure enough, complete destruction is the only correct path. Otsutsuki Tonari spoke again as if he had some obsession. 8 trigrams double lions crash. Taking advantage of Otsutsuki Tonari's relaxation, Hyuga Hinata suddenly burst out and slapped Otsutsuki Tonari on the head hard with both 5.3 hands. Click. With a crackling sound, Otsutsuki Tonari's body instantly turned into parts scattered all over the place. It's a puppet. Seeing the puppet fragments on the ground, Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but exclaimed. What kind of puppetry is this? Why didn't my own white eyes notice anything unusual? Just when Hyuga Hinata was puzzled, he remembered the click-click sound of a puppet machine turning behind him. I really underestimate you. This time, I won't be careless again. Otsutsuki Tonari's voice sounded again. The powerful force once again caused Hyuga Hinata's body to float in midair involuntarily. The next second, Otsutsuki Tonari controlled the puppet, came behind Hyuga Hinata, and slashed her neck with a hand knife. Immediately afterwards, Hyuga Hinata's vision went dark and she fainted. Chapter 224. Both of them are betrothed to you. There are traces of battle here. Senju Takuya glanced at the surrounding environment and said calmly. What? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but start to worry again. After checking the mission Hyuga Hinata had received from the mission hall, they rushed over without stopping. Unexpectedly, it's still a step too late. Lord Hokage, who attacked Hinata and Hanabi. What is the identity of that mysterious man? Hyuga Hiyashi asked. He really couldn't understand. A mysterious man claiming to be a member of the Hyuga clan appeared out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should be called Otsutsuki Tonari. Senju Takuya said casually. Otsutsuki Tonari. Hyuga Hiyashi asked a little confused. You must have heard of the story of the goddess of Mao, right? Senju Takuya asked. Heard about it. According to legend, in ancient times, a woman named Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world. People respect her as the goddess of Mao. It is said that Sage of Six Paths is the child of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Could it be that this guy named Otsutsuki Tonari is related to Otsutsuki Kagaya and Sage of Six Paths? Hyuga Hiyashi asked in horror. If that's the case, wouldn't that be troublesome? Other side, but descendants of God. Don't be so nervous. Speaking of which, you have the same bloodline as him. Senju Takuya said with relief. What's going on? Hyuga Hiyashi became more and more confused as he listened. Seeing his confused look, Senju Takuya slowly explained. Actually, Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to 2 children at that time. One is called Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. The other is called Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths. In order to create humanoid weapons, Otsutsuki Kagaya used sacred trees to attack ordinary humans. After Hamura and Hagoromo learned about the plan, they wanted Otsutsuki Kagaya to stop the plan. But, Kagaya Sutsuki didn't choose to listen to them. On the contrary, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt that Hagoromo and Hamura had taken away part of her power but were not of the same mind as her, so she prepared to take back Hagoromo and Hamura's power forcibly. The 3 of them started a battle, and finally Hagoromo and Hamura joined forces to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. After the war, Sage of Six Paths chose to stay in the ninja world and help the residents repair the ninja world that had become fragmented because of their war. Otsutsuki Hamura chose to go to the moon to monitor and accompany Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura. The Hyuga clan are the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura who stayed in the ninja world. After hearing Senju Takuya's explanation, Hyuga Hiyashi finally understood. No wonder Otsutsuki Tonari said he was the real clan. Turn out to be, there is also such a secret. Then why did the Otsutsuki Tonari kidnap Hinata and Hanabi? Hyuga Hiyashi asked with some confusion. The Hyuga clan has had countless members for thousands of years. Why have the Otsutsuki clan on the moon never come into contact with them before? This involves another secret. After the death of Otsutsuki Hamura, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, like the Hyuga clan, formed a branch house and clan system. But as time goes by, the branch house becomes increasingly dissatisfied with the Zong family. Finally, one day, Branch House used countless Byakugan to create a weapon called the Giant Tenseigan. Using the Giant Tenseigan, Branch House wiped out all the clans in one fell swoop. But, after the Zong family was eliminated, the number of members in the Branch House gradually became fewer and fewer. Now, there is only one Otsutsuki Tonari left on the moon. In order to find a suitable person to reproduce, Otsutsuki chose Hinata. As for Hanabi, it is the tool used by Otsutsuki to open Tenseigan. Senju Takuya said calmly, Hokage-sama, please save Hinata and Hanabi. Hyuga Hiyashi kneeled on the ground and begged. Otsutsuki is on the moon, and there is nothing he can do against him. Want to save Hinata and Hanabi? You can only rely on Senju Takuya. Don't worry, I will bring them both back safely. Senju Takuya said calmly. He was just Otsutsuki, but he didn't take it seriously. Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. If you rescue Hinata and Hanabi, I am willing to marry both of them to you. Hyuga Hiyashi said solemnly. He has figured it out now. Senju Takuya has so many wives, but just by relying on Hinata, he may not be able to get much favor. But, if Hanabi is added, then these two sisters will definitely win the favor of Senju Takuya. By then, do you still have to worry about the decline of the Hyuga clan? Chief Hiyashi, what are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who loves beauty? Get up quickly, I'll go rescue Tien and Hanabi. Senju Takuya personally bent down and helped Hyuga Hiyashi up. Say no more, get started, moon. Hyuga Hinata looked at Hanabi lying on the bed, her eyes filled with distress. Hanabi's eyes, it has been snatched away by Otsutsuki Tonari. Sister, can we still return to the ninja world? Hyuga Hanabi held Hyuga Hinata's hand and asked with some anxiety. These days, after she was taken to the moon, Otsutsuki Tonari gouged out her eyes. Every day, she was very frightened. I don't know if there will be a chance to return to the ninja world. Don't worry, 597 inches. Hokage-sama will definitely come to save us. Hyuga Hinata gently stroked the back of Hyuga Hanabi's hand. Sister, does Hokage-sama know that we were caught here? Hyuga Hanabi asked worriedly. This is the moon. They were caught here without alerting anyone. Even Hokage-sama, could he have imagined that they would be trapped here? Hanabi, you don't understand the Hokage very well. He will definitely bring us back safely. Hyuga Hinata said firmly. She knows Senju Takuya very well. The other party once said, no matter where she is, she will be found. So, Hyuga Hinata has great confidence in Senju Takuya. After hearing Hyuga Hinata's words, Hyuga Hanabi gradually became calmer. Sister, if Master Hokage can really take me back, I must marry Master Hokage. Hyuga Hanabi said suddenly. Ha, you want to steal my husband from me? Hyuga Hinata said with some dissatisfaction. Hehehehe, sister, I'm not trying to rob you. Master Hokage has so many wives. Although you are beautiful, you are not very eye-catching. If you add me, do you still have to worry about Hokage-sama being dissatisfied? Hyuga Hanabi said with a smile. Hearing her words, Hyuga Hinata fell silent. Hanabi said, it seems to make sense. Chapter 225 I'm here, let me see your power. You two don't have to fantasize. No one can take you away from here. Otsutsuki Tonari's voice sounded. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi immediately closed their mouths. Snort. Although I don't know who the guy called Hokage is, I can guarantee one thing. Even if he discovers this place, there will definitely be only a dead end. Otsutsuki Tonari said proudly. Now he, able to fully control the power of the giant Tenseigan. And, after transplanting Hyuga Hanabi's eyes, he is also able to enter Tenseigan chakra mode. In this mode, in the ninja world created by Sage of Six Paths, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to be his opponent. Why on earth do you insist on destroying the ninja world? Hyuga Hinata asked in confusion. Wouldn't it be lonely for you to be alone on the moon? Think of your dead people. You might as well come and live in the ninja world with us. I beg Hokage-sama for mercy, and he will definitely accept you. Hyuga Hinata spoke to persuade. Don't waste your time. My will is not something you can change. The path of the Sage of Six Paths is wrong, and the ninja world is full of intrigues and wars. It is precisely because I have inherited the wishes of all my clan members that I am determined to destroy the ninja world. Hinata, create a new world with me. Otsutsuki Tonari walked up to Hyuga Hinata and stretched out his hands. Seeing his actions, Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but take a few steps back. This guy in front of me, he is simply an out-and-out psychopath. Want to convince the other party? It should be impossible. It seems, all they can do is wait for Master Hokage to come and rescue them. Later, you will understand what I mean. I'll give you one more day to think about it. If you are still like this, I can only use some means to make you obedient. Seeing Hyuga Hinata's reaction, Otsutsuki Tonari's eyes flashed with disgust. This lowly ant, if it weren't for taking on the task of reproducing the family, he would not marry a native as his wife. Hokage-sama will definitely come to save us. You have no idea how powerful Lord Hokage is. Hyuga Hinata said coldly. For you to say something like this, it only shows that you don't know how powerful I am. Otsutsuki Tonari said confidently. At this time, a burst of hearty laughter came from the sky. Otsutsuki Tonari, here I come. Show me the power you're proud of. Hear sounds. The expressions on Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi's faces became ecstatic. It's Hokage-sama, he really came to our rescue. Hyuga Hinata said happily. Did not expect. Master Hokage found them so quickly. Is this the Hokage you have been thinking about so much? It's time to kill him so that you can stop thinking about him. A trace of anger flashed across Otsutsuki Tonari's face. The performance of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi made him angry. He is the superior Otsutsuki. He is the god of this world. In the hearts of these two women, he was inferior to a native. What a shame. After saying that, Otsutsuki Tonari flew directly to the moon's surface with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. He wanted these two people to see it with their own eyes. How did he kill the man they were thinking about? Are you Hokage? Otsutsuki Tonari looked at Senju Takuya and said calmly. Hinata, Hanabi, are you okay? Senju Takuya ignored Otsutsuki Tonari, but looked at Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi with concern. Hokage-sama, we are fine. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi said excitedly. That's good, I'll take you home later. Senju Takuya said gently. Hearing his words, 2 lines of tears flowed from Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi's faces. All the previous worries and fears disappeared in this moment. The appearance of Senju Takuya brought them an unparalleled sense of security. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Tonori said angrily. Senju Takuya's ignorance made him feel insulted. What are you? Senju Takuya raised his eyebrows and said. I am Otsutsuki Tonori from the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Tonori clenched his fists and said coldly. Who are the Otsutsuki clan? Senju Takuya snorted very disdainfully. Not to mention a mere Otsutsuki Tonori. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo is still alive, he won't take it seriously either. Hateful, Otsutsuki Tonori could no longer hold back and directly attacked Senju Takuya. Gravitational, Otsutsuki Tonori raised his arm, trying to draw Senju Takuya in front of him. But, Senju Takuya also raised an arm. Universal pull, a stronger gravitational force acted on Otsutsuki Tonori. Under this power, Otsutsuki Tonori flew towards Senju Takuya involuntarily. He tried desperately to break free, but found that it didn't help at all. Leave far away. Senju Takuya watched Otsutsuki Tonori fly in front of him and kicked him up with a whip. The next second, Otsutsuki Tonori flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom. With a loud noise, Otsutsuki Tonori landed heavily on the moon's surface. That huge strength. A deep crater hundreds of meters in diameter was dug on the moon's surface. PFF'd. Otsutsuki Tonori lay on the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? Otsutsuki Tonori struggled to stand up, but found that all the bones in his body seemed to have been broken. The profound pain made his expression distorted. He couldn't believe it. Just a move. The other party actually beat him seriously and injured him. Just a native of the ninja world. Is it possible to have such a powerful power? Otsutsuki Tonori's contempt for Senju Takuya finally stopped. As expected of Hokage-sama. Seeing Otsutsuki's miserable state, Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but exclaimed. Too strong. The other party is no match at all. Sister, what just happened? Hyuga Hanabi asked eagerly. She has lost her eyes now and has no idea what happened. Hyuga Hinata could only hold back her excitement and told Hyuga Hanabi what had just happened. After hearing that Otsutsuki Tonori was kicked away, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but jump a little. So good Volt. This B*********** D is no match for Lord Hokage. They are saved. Chapter 226. Try your best to please me. How? Is this all you have? Senju Takuya slowly floated down in front of Otsutsuki and said with disdain. A-hole, do you think you will win? Otsutsuki Tonori snorted coldly. It's just that he was careless. He hasn't lost yet. Otsutsuki raised his arms with difficulty and began to form seals. As long as he can enter the communication giant Tenseigan and enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, he will definitely be able to achieve the final victory. Snapped. Just as Otsutsuki was about to form the seal, Senju Takuya appeared in front of him. Reach out and grab it. He grabbed Otsutsuki Tonori's neck and lifted him up. Otsutsuki Tonori felt the breath of death for the first time. He grabbed Senju Takuya's arm with both hands in fear, trying to get Senju Takuya to let go of his neck. But, Senju Takuya's hands are like iron vices. No matter how hard he struggled, he held on to his neck and remained motionless. Damn, Otsutsuki Tonori's face turned purple from holding back, and he was about to suffocate. He could clearly feel, your life 230 is in the hands of the other party. As long as the other party exerts a little force, his neck will be crushed instantly. Seeing the mocking smile on Senju Takuya's face, Otsutsuki Tonori felt extremely regretful. If he hadn't been so careless at the beginning and entered Tenseigan chakra mode directly, he wouldn't be in this situation. The wishes of our ancestors. Could it be destroyed in his hands like this? Feeling his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, Otsutsuki Tonori knew that he was about to die. I am really unwilling to do so. He died like this in the hands of a native. Boom. Just when Otsutsuki felt that he was about to die, his body suddenly fell straight to the ground. Otsutsuki Tonori coughed and breathed in the fresh air greedily. He never thought. One day, it feels so good to be able to breathe freely. What exactly do you want to do? After gradually regaining consciousness, Otsutsuki looked at Senju Takuya and asked. Other side, you could have killed him just now, so why did you let him go at the most dangerous moment? Do not misunderstand, I just wanted to prove that I can kill you without giving you a chance. But, that would inevitably be a bit boring. Put out all your cards and please me. I hope you can let me have a little fun. Senju Takuya said softly. Upon hearing Senju Takuya's words, Otsutsuki Tonori's face turned the color of liver. Insult. A naked insult. The other party's behavior. It was no different than trampling his dignity underfoot. You will regret it. Otsutsuki Tonori snapped. Subsequently, he quickly formed seals with his hands. The next second, a pure and huge energy was injected into his body. Tenseigan Chakra mode, as Otsutsuki Tonari murmured, his body, fully restored by the power of the giant Tenseigan. His eyes, it also turned into a sky blue star color. A stream of green chakra formed an elegant chakra coat, covering Otsutsuki Tonari's body. 9 jet black truth-seeking balls floated behind him. Hokage, are you ready to die? Otsutsuki Tonari's ethereal voice sounded. Feeling the seemingly endless power in his body, his face showed excitement. This time, he will never lose again. Hokage, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Otsutsuki Tonari finished speaking. Hand seals. A huge stone giant was summoned by him. Roar. The stone giant roared and charged towards Senju Takuya. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Senju Takuya snorted CJDB and clapped his hands. A wooden golem larger than the stone giant rose out of thin air. Boom. With a loud noise, 2 huge monsters fought together. With its huge size, wooden golem smashed the stone giant's head into pieces with one slap. But the next second, the stone giant quickly returned to its original state. It's useless, the stone giant I summoned will never be defeated. Otsutsuki Tonari said coldly and arrogantly. Yeah, Senju Takuya snorted. Subsequently, wooden golem raised his huge arm, made a mark with his broad palm, and slapped the stone giant on the head again. The next second, the stone giant turned into a pile of fragmented stones and scattered on the ground. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Tonari exclaimed. The stone giant he summoned using the power of Tenseigan. How could it be sealed so easily? If you have any other tricks, use them quickly. It's just that this kind of power doesn't please me. Senju Takuya said calmly. Damn it, don't underestimate people. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Otsutsuki raised his arms angrily. The truth-seeking ball floating behind him instantly gathered on his arm. Immediately, the 9 truth-seeking balls began to spin crazily. Ginrin reincarnation explosion, with a low shout from Otsutsuki Tonari. The next second, a huge tornado appeared and swallowed Senju Takuya's figure directly. Snort. It's over. Seeing Senju Takuya's figure being swallowed, a sneer appeared on Otsutsuki Tonari's face. This move was an attack with all his strength. Even the moon can be easily penetrated. That guy was hit by this move and his body was absolutely dead. I said, your attacks are not even tickling. Just when Otsutsuki thought the victory was determined, Senju Takuya's voice sounded again. Otsutsuki Tonari looked at the intact Senju Takuya in disbelief, with a look of horror on his face. You're not dead. Otsutsuki Tonari said in horror. He has obviously hit the opponent. Why does the other party seem to be fine at all? I told you, your attacks are like tickling. You don't think you can kill me with just this power, do you? Senju Takuya sneered disdainfully. With his current strength, even though he had not used any defensive measures just now, Otsutsuki Tonari's attack did not pose any threat to him. The power of the pseudo 6 paths level is really too weak. I'll give you one last chance. No matter what moves you use, I will kill you next time. Senju Takuya said lightly. It's like, he wants to kill, not Otsutsuki Tonari, just a chicken. Chapter 227 The Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explodes. No matter what moves you use this time, I will kill you later. Senju Takuya looked at Otsutsuki Tonari and said calmly. Hearing his words, Otsutsuki Tonari clenched his fist. As the dignity of the Otsutsuki clan, at this moment, broken all over the ground, he really wanted to say something to refute Senju Takuya's words. But, what he just experienced left him speechless. Originally he thought, at first it was because of my carelessness. That's why he fell into a situation where he was almost killed. But, after he channeled the power of the giant Tenseigan and entered the Tenseigan Chakra mode, he still couldn't do anything to the person in front of him. Other side, even if it's like watching a monkey's performance, waiting for his next move, things have developed up to now. No matter how stupid Otsutsuki is, he also knew, in the eyes of the man in front of me, his strength, nothing at all. Hateful. Otsutsuki Tonari clenched his fists. Things have developed up to now. It's too late to say anything. Next attack. This is his last chance. If he wants to survive, he must use his greatest strength to defeat the man in front of him. Otherwise, what awaits him is probably death. He has no way out. 18. Senju Takuya looked at Otsutsuki Tonari who had not moved yet and asked with a chuckle. Wipe the sweat off your face. Senju Takuya reminded. Only then did Otsutsuki Tonari discover. I don't know when. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Face. They were all covered in big beads of sweat. No solution anymore. Even if we destroy the seal left by our ancestors, we can only give it a try. Otsutsuki Tonari's eyes gradually became firm. He raised his right arm high. The next second, the huge chakra suddenly exploded. The power of the giant Tenseigan, rushing madly into Otsutsuki Tonari's body. Under the influence of this force, Otsutsuki Tonari's hair was all floating upward. Golden Wheel, Reincarnation Explosion. With a loud shout from Otsutsuki Tonari, all the truth-seeking balls immediately transformed into a huge lightsaber. The lightsaber emitted golden light and soared into the sky. It's like there is no limit, straight to the sky. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hinata collapsed to the ground. Sister, what's wrong? Hyuga Hanabi asked quickly. Quote. How can there be such a strong power? Hyuga Hinata muttered as he looked at the lightsaber. From above, she felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. This move, it was the strongest move she had ever seen. Lord Hokage, can he stop it? Oh, sister, please speak. Hyuga Hanabi was a little anxious. She desperately wanted to know what happened. Hanabi, it's okay. I just fell down accidentally. Master Hokage, he will definitely win. Hyuga Hinata said firmly. The invincible Hokage-sama will never lose to anyone else. While Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi were talking, Otsutsuki Tonari's move was completed. Ha 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 ha. You will pay the price for your arrogance. See, this is the power of God. Otsutsuki Tonari laughed loudly. Originally he didn't have much confidence. But, when he felt the astonishing power within his body, he knew that no one in the world could withstand such a powerful move. Go. After the lightsaber was formed, Otsutsuki Tonari slashed directly at Senju Takuya without hesitation. The huge golden lightsaber slashed down suddenly. Boom. Just for a moment, the entire moon was directly divided into two. But, there was no trace of joy on Otsutsuki Tonari's face. On the contrary, his face was filled with horror. What happened? Otsutsuki Tonari tried hard to swing the chakra lightsaber in his hand, but he couldn't do it at all. After all the smoke and dust dissipates, Otsutsuki Tonari's pupils suddenly shrank. Not far ahead, the lightsaber was held tightly in Senju Takuya's hand. It seems that the so-called power of God is nothing more than this. Senju Takuya said calmly to Otsutsuki Tonari. Subsequently, his figure flashed and disappeared. Not good. Sensing danger, Otsutsuki Tonari wanted to turn around and run away. But before he could move, Senju Takuya had already pinched his neck. How do you have such powerful power? Otsutsuki Tonari opened his mouth with difficulty and asked. He was a little confused. Why can a mere aboriginal possess such powerful power? Please give me flowers. 0. Even sage of 6 paths back then. I'm afraid he's not as strong as the man in front of him, right? How on earth did he do it? It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Senju Takuya said calmly. No matter what he said, he was still at the peak level of blood successor snare. An ant can barely step into the 6 paths level with the help of external forces. How can it cause harm to him even if he tries his best? Well, you are no longer of use. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he exerted slight force on his right hand. Click, with a crisp sound of bone cracking. Otsutsuki Tonari instantly lost all life. Hokage-sama wins, Hyuga Hinata said excitedly. What? Hokage-sama wins. Very good. Hyuga Hanabi also clapped his hands happily. Hyuga Hinata's nervous look frightened her. She thought, Lord Hokage is going to lose. Hanabi, let me treat your eyes first. Senju Takuya dug out Hyuga Hanabi's eyes from Otsutsuki Tonari's eye sockets, and then put them into Hyuga Hanabi's eye sockets. With the pure healing technique performed by Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hanabi's eyes quickly returned to their original state. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Senju Takuya said softly. Hearing his words, Hyuga Hanabi slowly opened his eyes. What catches the eye? He is a handsome and unattractive man. KTI. Hyuga Hanabi blushed and was stunned. The first time she had close contact with Senju Takuya, she felt like her heart was going to jump out. Are you two okay? Senju Takuya asked. It's fine. That guy didn't make things difficult for us after he caught us. Hyuga Hinata said quickly. That's good. Hinata, you have seen Otsutsuki Tonari's power just now, right? Senju Takuya asked softly. I saw it. Hyuga Hinata nodded. Would you like to have this power? Senju Takuya asked with a smile. Can I have this power too? Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but said excitedly. She knows. Hokage-sama doesn't talk nonsense. Since the other party asked this, that means, that kind of power that destroys heaven and earth. She can also have an. Chapter 228 I am the goddess of Mao. Lord Hokage, can I also have that kind of power? Hyuga Hinata asked excitedly. Of course, the reason why I didn't kill Otsutsuki Tonari immediately was because I wanted to show you how to use this power. Senju Takuya chuckled. So that's it. Hyuga Hinata nodded understandingly. Subsequently, she felt a little sweet in her heart. The battle just now, so dangerous, but, Master Senju Takuya is willing to be passively beaten for her. This intention, she was so moved. Takuya-sama, Hyuga Hinata couldn't control it anymore and threw herself into Senju Takuya's arms. Ha 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 ha, Hinata, Hanabi is still watching. Senju Takuya reminded. It's fine. Hyuga Hinata buried her head in Takuya's chest. She has waited too long. Now, she no longer wanted to suppress her emotions. Seeing Hyuga Hinata's appearance, Senju Takuya was also a little moved. After all, a girl with neither good looks nor figure took the initiative to throw herself into my arms. What man can bear it? No man can bear it. Senju Takuya forcibly lifted Hyuga Hinata's chin, then leaned forward and kissed her. Hyuga Hinata didn't expect that Senju Takuya would kiss her directly. Her mind instantly went blank. Just when she felt like she was about to faint, Senju Takuya let her go. Hinata, I am a very reserved man, don't do this again. Hearing the words of Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hinata didn't know what to say for a moment. Reserved, it was obviously you who took the initiative just now, right? She was obviously still resisting. Hey, sister, congratulations, you are so lucky to be Hokage-sama's wife. Hyuga Hanabi clapped his hands and smiled. Hanabi, if you envy your sister, then marry me. I promise to make you as happy as your sister. Looking at the charming sister-in-law, Senju Takuya said with a smile. But, what he didn't expect was that Hyuga Hanabi actually nodded directly. Brother-in-law, it's settled. My sister and I are waiting for you to come and marry us. After Hyuga Hanabi finished speaking, seeing Senju Takuya in a daze, he lay down next to Senju Takuya's ear and spoke softly. I can do anything my sister doesn't want to do, brother-in-law. Be obedient, unbearable. Senju Takuya never thought that one day, he would be aroused by a little girl and his whole body would be so hot. Especially the brother-in-law at the end. It was killing me. Ahem. Then that's it. Senju Takuya winked at Hyuga Hanabi. At this time, a powerful chakra suddenly descended. Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi looked to the sky. I saw a woman with long hair and a white robe floating in the sky with an expressionless face. How many years have passed? The seal has finally been broken. Otsutsuki Kagaya's cold voice sounded. She was silent for a long time. Then he turned his attention to Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi and others. Humans, did you break my seal? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked condescendingly. Who are you? Hyuga Hanabi asked rhetorically. I am the goddess of Mao. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied. After hearing her words, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi both opened their mouths in surprise. The goddess of Mao, isn't that the legendary mother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya? You two stay back. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he flew in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He almost forgot. Otsutsuki Kagaya is also sealed on the moon. Just. Otsutsuki Tonari split the moon in half with the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Blast. Otsutsuki Kagaya also came out. This method of breaking the seal. Did Black Zetsu's plan fail? Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured. When she was sealed, she split a part of her will into Black Zetsu. According to her plan, Black Zetsu should find a way to resurrect Ten Tails. It would be better to use the power of Ten Tails to help her break through the seal. Now, although the seal was broken, but there is no Ten Tails, her power is much weaker. No, I don't feel Black Zetsu's aura. Perhaps these three humans in front of me accidentally helped me break the seal. Otsutsuki Kagaya continues to be indifferent, not paying any attention to Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi and others. But that's okay. As long as I take back the power that belongs to me, everything will start anew. After Otsutsuki Kagaya figured it out, he turned his attention to Senju Takuya in front of him. Human, the power in you originally belonged to me. Now, hand it over. Otsutsuki Kagaya said coldly to Senju Takuya, because Senju Takuya's strength is at the peak of blood successor snare. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya was unaware of the 10 tails inside Senju Takuya. Kagaya, Black Zetsu has been killed by me. 10 tails has also been sealed into my body. So I advise you to be obedient. Senju Takuya said calmly. After all, lost the power blessing of 10 tails. Otsutsuki Kagaya itself possesses the power of 6 paths level. Such power, he doesn't need to take it seriously yet. You dare to go against the will of God and you should be killed. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya showed endless killing intent. Seem, doesn't care at all about Senju Takuya's proposal. Seeing her like this, Senju Takuya sighed lightly. Originally, he planned to talk to Otsutsuki Kagaya. But, after actually meeting Otsutsuki Kagaya, he realized that he was wrong. In the eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya, there is no difference between humans and bugs in Ninja World 0.3. The two sides are not on the same level at all. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya would not have the patience to talk to him. The other party will only do things according to their own wishes. Die. Just when Senju Takuya hesitated, Otsutsuki Kagaya directly chose to take action. In the palm of her hand, a gray bone spur poked out. Kill the ashes together. With a soft drink from Otsutsuki Kagaya, the gray bone spurs quickly rushed towards Senju Takuya. What a hothead. Senju Takuya turned sideways and easily dodged Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned. Now she lost 10 tails. It is also impossible to use the power of heaven's control. If you want to defeat the enemy with ashes of death, there seems to be some difficulty. Chapter 229 Wait a minute. Seeing Senju Takuya easily dodging his attack, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned slightly. Now this is not the period of his heyday. Unable to use the power of Tianzhong. Otherwise, after dragging the guy in front of me into the gravity space, the opponent absolutely cannot avoid the kill the ashes together move. But, Otsutsuki Kagaya only thought about it for a moment. Soon, she launched another attack on Senju Takuya. Rabbit hair needle. Otsutsuki Kagaya opens his eyes. The long hair behind him became like needles, densely packed towards various acupuncture points of Senju Takuya's body. As long as the body is hit by these needles, just like gentle fist, seal all the enemy's acupuncture points. Susanoo. Seeing the storm of rabbit hair needles, Senju Takuya directly turned on Susanoo. Ding, ding, AJ. Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack hit Susanoo, making a clanging sound. 29 but, it didn't play any role. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya stopped his attack. Subsequently, she mobilized all the chakra in her body into her hands. Yashigami Air Strike. This is Otsutsuki Kagaya's most powerful attack. Gather all the chakra ultimate into the palm of your hand. Released into the air, forming countless powerful punches. It is an extraordinary physical skill. Nice power. Feeling Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack, Senju Takuya's eyes flashed with appreciation. although the visual effect of this move is not very powerful. But, it is already much more powerful than the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion released by Otsutsuki Tonari. Then, Otsutsuki Kagaya relies on this trick. In one move, Otsutsuki was beaten to death. Unfortunately, the current strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya is too far behind him. The power of Senju Takuya's eyes is crazy. The Susanoo in me becomes as real as a substance. Click, click, click. Although under the attack of Yashigami Air Strike, Susanoo's surface keeps cracking. But, with the help of Senju Takuya, Susanoo always recovers as soon as possible. Huh, Otsutsuki Kagaya gasped, his eyes filled with unconcealable shock. The man in front of me. Why is there such a powerful force? Just relying on the words of 10 tails. It shouldn't be possible to grow to this point. Kagaya, do you still want to fight? Senju Takuya was floating in the air, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a faint look. Kill the ashes together. Otsutsuki Kagaya did not answer Senju Takuya's words, but launched another attack. This time, she learned well, knowing that simple attacks have no hope of defeating Senju Takuya. So, after Otsutsuki Kagaya released the ashes of the killer, he used Hirazaka again. Moment. The gray bone spur passed through the space portal and came directly behind Senju Takuya. Shinra Tenjang. Senju Takuya seemed to have eyes on his back. When Otsutsuki Kagaya's attack was about to hit his body, he directly activated Rinnegan's eye technique. The next second, the gray bone spurs were directly repelled and flew away. Seeing that the attack was neutralized again, Otsutsuki Kagaya froze on the spot. Now I have absolutely no idea what to do. Although she had fought head-on with her two sons before. But, that's just a pure release of power. When his own strength cannot crush the enemy, Otsutsuki Kagaya has no idea how to fight. Kagaya, you are no match for me. Senju Takuya chuckled. With his current power, Otsutsuki Kagaya is not even qualified to be taken seriously by him. Damn humans. This is all my power. You stole it. Give it back to me. Otsutsuki Kagaya shouted angrily. The more powerful Senju Takuya appears, the angrier she becomes. In her opinion, at first, humans were no different from insects. The reason why you can have such powerful power is, it was a complete theft of the power that originally belonged to her. Oh, it seems that you won't be obedient unless I give you a good beating. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya still talking to himself, Senju Takuya sighed. Subsequently, he clapped his hands. Sage Art would style true several thousand hands. Sage Art Wei Zhuang Susanoo. With a low shout from Senju Takuya, the thousands-meter-tall Senju Guanyin statue appeared at his feet. And, around the Senju Guanyin statue, also covered with a thick layer of Susanoo armor. Go. With Senju Takuya's thought, Senju Cannon directly attacked Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing the huge power, Otsutsuki Kagaya was shocked. What kind of move is this? Yomi Horazon. Otsutsuki Kagaya sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to use space ninjutsu to escape from Senju Cannon's attack range. But, Senju Takuya had expected this. Kamui. Kamui starts. The space around Otsutsuki Kagaya was instantly disrupted. Wonkwon Hirasaka also failed to launch. It's too late, it's too late. Just between the lightning and flint, Senju Guanyin's attack has fallen. Boom, boom, boom. With Senju Guanyin's high-frequency attack, only half of the moon left began to tremble continuously. Figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya, it was also swallowed up in an instant. Senju Takuya's attack continued for nearly 10 minutes before stopping. Sage Art Win 797 Escape Grade Breakthrough. Senju Takuya spit out a hurricane force from his mouth, blowing away all the smoke and dust. On the lunar surface, a huge crater hundreds of meters deep has been formed. In the very center of the pothole, Otsutsuki Kagaya lay upright on it. Blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. He seemed to have been seriously injured. Exclamation mark quote. Otsutsuki Kagaya raised his arm with difficulty and extended his palm to Senju Takuya again. The next second, a burst of space fluctuations and distortions. Otsutsuki Kagaya's arm was directly broken by Kamui. Since you can't communicate, then you can continue to stay in the Dark Seal. Senju Takuya said coldly. This time, I will seal you with my own hands, and you will have no hope of jumping out again. After saying that, Senju Takuya clapped his hands together. Get ready to unleash an ultraplanetary devastation. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly spoke, etc. Wait a moment. Otsutsuki Kagaya's tone became a little panicked for the first time. What's wrong? Senju Takuya said coldly. His patience was almost exhausted now. If Otsutsuki Kagaya continues to be stubborn, he doesn't mind sealing her again. Seeing Senju Takuya's cold gaze, Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice became softer. I'd like to talk to you. 7 rupees. Chapter 230 Surrender. I'd like to talk to you. Otsutsuki Kagaya said in a panic. Yeah, don't you always think of us as bugs? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow and smiled. No, I was wrong. I have been sealed for so long, and I didn't understand it for a while. Seeing Senju Takuya stop his movements, Otsutsuki Kagaya breathed a long sigh of relief. Has been sealed for thousands of years. If it is sealed again, she felt like she would go crazy. Moreover, sealed by those two unfilial sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, she still had hope of escaping. But, sealed by the man in front of me, then she can only be trapped in the Dark Seal forever. After the encounter just now, she already knows Senju Takuya's power. Other side, possessing more power than she had at her peak. She has been beaten awake. Naturally, he would not be stupid enough to continue to fight against a strong person like Senju Takuya. Haha, it seems that fists are still very effective. At least it makes guys like you reasonable. Senju Takuya sarcastically said. Otsutsuki Kagaya just nodded lightly. In fact, she didn't understand what Senju Takuya meant at all. Alas, playing the piano to an ox. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance, Senju Takuya shook his head. Subsequently, his figure flashed in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. What's your name? Looking at Senju Takuya, Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. My name is Senju Takuya. You can call me Takuya-sama. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing his words, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and was about to have a seizure immediately. A little human being, how dare she call him, sir? But, when she suddenly thought, after the human in front of her wanted to crush her to death, it would be as easy as crushing an ant to death. A smile returned to Otsutsuki Kagaya's face. Takuya-sama, Otsutsuki Kagaya still chose to follow his heart. Yes, that's how you behave. After hearing what Otsutsuki Kagaya said, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. He should have thought of it long ago. When faced with the threat of death, Otsutsuki Kagaya will definitely choose to surrender. Otherwise, there is no need for her to create White Zetsu after betraying the Otsutsuki clan to prevent future revenge from the Otsutsuki clan. After all, I'm still afraid of death. But, this is what Senju Takuya hopes to see. Otsutsuki Kagaya has weaknesses so that he can better control the opponent. Takuya-sama, can I ask a question? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked, looking at Senju Takuya. Just ask. Senju Takuya nodded. Excuse me, what time is it now? How long has it been since I was sealed? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked. I don't know exactly how long it took, but it probably took a few thousand years. Senju Takuya replied casually. What, has it been this long? After Otsutsuki Kagaya heard Senju Takuya's words, Jonin couldn't help but have a panicked look on his face. What's wrong? Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya's appearance, Senju Takuya asked. Takuya-sama, you don't know, there is something important I want to tell you. Otsutsuki Kagaya calmed down his mood, and then spoke slowly. I am a member of the Otsutsuki clan from the depths of the universe. The mission of our family is to continuously devour the planet and evolve until we become gods. At first, Otsutsuki and I came to Earth because of the Tsutsuki clan. I am the guardian of Otsutsuki Ashiki. According to the rules, after planting the sacred tree seeds in the ninja world, I need to sacrifice myself to feed 10 tails. But, I don't want my life to end so easily. So, while Otsutsuki wasn't paying attention, I killed him. 10 tails ate Otsutsuki Ashiki and I became the guardian of the sacred tree. Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly told all the truth. But by doing this, I betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan will send people to hunt me down and snatch 10 tails as soon as possible. According to time, the people sent by the Otsutsuki clan should have arrived in the ninja world soon. They could come to this place at any time. We have to prepare early. Otsutsuki Kagaya said solemnly. Since she has chosen to surrender to Senju Takuya, she might as well tell all the truth truthfully. When she was alone before, I worry about this every day. Now, there is such a strong person like Senju Takuya. Then she would have more confidence. I see. Senju Takuya just nodded lightly. These things, he already knew it. Now, he has already made preparations. When people from the Otsutsuki clan come to the ninja world, they will only die. Quote. Lord Takuya, the members of the Otsutsuki clan are very powerful. Seeing Senju Takuya's attitude, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but remind him. Very powerful, you mean like you? Senju Takuya smiled, and then stopped Otsutsuki Kagaya who wanted to speak again. Don't worry, the Otsutsuki clan has nothing to worry about. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya could only close his mouth. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Now, she wants to live, you have to rely on the protection of the man in front of you. Hinata, Hanabi, the matter has been resolved. Senju Takuya came to Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Takuya-sama, you are so amazing. Otsutsuki Kagaya actually chose to surrender to you. Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but give Senju Takuya a thumbs up. This is Otsutsuki Kagaya, the former god of the ninja world. Being able to make God choose to surrender is truly amazing. Haha, you haven't seen my truly powerful abilities yet. Senju Takuya chuckled. Well, after hearing his words, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi both turned red, wondering where they were thinking. Okay, now let's go to the giant Tenseigan. Hinata, let me help you activate the Tenseigan. Senju Takuya looked at Hyuga Hinata and smiled. Before, the reason why he did not let Hyuga Hinata undergo Orochimaru's surgery was to open the Tenseigan to Hinata. After all, Tenseigan's power, not bad compared to Rinnegan. And, after Hyuga Hinata obtained Tenseigan, he was also able to obtain Tenseigan's genes. By then, whether it's a Rinnegan or a Tenseigan, he can let others have it at will. Master Hokage, let's leave quickly. Hyuga Hinata said excitedly. Tenseigan's power she saw it clearly just now. When I think about myself having that kind of godlike power. She couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 231 Awakening Tenseigan. Under the leadership of Senju Takuya, several people came to the giant Tenseigan. Looking at the huge giant Tenseigan, Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata both opened their mouths in shock. Takuya-sama, is this the giant Tenseigan? Hyuga Hanabi exclaimed, "Isn't this too beautiful?" Looking from afar, the giant Tenseigan keeps spinning like a starry universe. Filled with countless shining stars. Hyuga Hinata also nodded. She thought, giant Tenseigan is a giant eyeball. Now it seems, not so. You two, come closer and take a look. After hearing what Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi said, Senju Takuya pointed at the giant Tenseigan and smiled. Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata looked at each other, then took a few steps forward. After getting closer, the two of them observed it carefully again. It doesn't matter if you don't see it, you will be shocked when you see it. There was a look of horror on the two people's faces. Because, they discovered, this huge Tenseigan before me, those suspended light spots inside, all of them rolled their eyes. Quote. These crazy guys. After knowing the truth of the matter, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but clenched his fists. She still remembers the feeling of having her eyes taken away. So many 837 pairs of eyes. Every pair of eyes represents a living person. If you want to gain great power, this is the price you must pay. Senju Takuya said softly, in this world, no matter who, if you want to gain powerful power, you must pay a sufficient price. There is a saying that goes very well. Everything. Destiny has already marked the price secretly. Hearing the words of Senju Takuya, Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata sighed. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon. After all, they are of the same origin. Even the system. Very similar to branch house, clan house. In the future, if the Hyuga clan continues to implement this system, there is no guarantee that one day, the branch house of the Hyuga clan will not be like the branch house on the moon. In order to get rid of the Zong family's control, create such a terrifying weapon to wipe out the entire clan. #X. Hyuga Hinata looked at Hyuga Hanabi. Sister, I know, when I get back, I will talk to my father about this matter. Hyuga Hanabi said solemnly, as a branch of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, they are more empathetic to these experiences. Now, the two sisters have already made up their minds. Future, they must abolish the clan and branch house system. Okay, let's wait until we return to the ninja world to chat. Hinata, I now seal the power of the giant Tenseigan into your body. In this way, you can awaken the true Tenseigan. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hyuga Hinata nodded. Subsequently, Senju Takuya then came between Hyuga Hinata and the giant Tenseigan, using himself as the medium. Put the power in the giant Tenseigan. Transported towards Hyuga Hinata's body. The sealing process went very smoothly. Just for a moment, Senju Takuya completely sealed the power of the giant Tenseigan into Hyuga Hinata's body. Click. With the sound of a mirror breaking, the giant Tenseigan is covered with spider web-like cracks. A breeze blew by, the giant Tenseigan turned into countless fragments and fell to the ground. And the Byakugan inside the giant Tenseigan, they all turned into tiny points of light and disappeared without a trace. At this time, a powerful aura rose from Hyuga Hinata's body. With the support of this momentum, the power in Hyuga Hinata's body continues to rise. Immediately afterwards, a stream of green chakra overflowed from Hyuga Hinata's body and formed a coat of chakra that exuded a faint light outside her body. Subsequently, behind Hyuga Hinata, 9 floating black truth-seeking balls appeared again. Hyuga Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Her original white eyes had undergone earth-shaking changes. His eyes turned sky blue. The starlight flows inside, seeming to be as deep as the universe of stars. Hinata, how are you feeling? Seeing Hyuga Hinata's appearance, Senju Takuya had a faint smile on his face. Even he didn't expect it. Things are going so smoothly. Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan has completely transformed into a Tenseigan. Takuya-sama, I feel like my body is full of power. In Tenseigan chakra mode, Hyuga Hinata's voice also became ethereal and melodious, just like a fairy in legend. Sister, you are so beautiful. Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help but admire. Yeah, hearing Hanabi's praise, Hyuga Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing Hinata's appearance, Senju Takuya couldn't help but swallowed. Hyuga Hinata is already beautiful enough. Now with the bonus of Tenseigan chakra mode, even he was moved when he saw it. Okay, now that the matter is over, shall we go back? Hyuga Hanabi suggested. It's just that I need to finish one thing first. Senju Takuya said calmly. Subsequently, his body floated in midair. Sage Art Super Planetary Devastation. With a soft drink, Senju Takuya clapped his hands. The next second, the rubble that had originally turned into countless fragments scattered around the moon gathered together. The moon split in half by Otsutsuki Tonari. It also began to close slowly. Boom. Finally, with a roar, the moon is back to its original state again. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. Before crossing, as a dragon countryman, he attaches great importance to festivals like the Mid-Autumn Festival. The full moon represents reunion. Although he has now traveled to the ninja world, he will not let the moon disappear like this. And after seeing how easily Senju Takuya could restore the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya was also secretly glad. Really, your choice is right. If you choose to fight Senju Takuya to the end, then I'm afraid she will be sealed like this forever, right? Well, with this, things on the moon are over. Let's go home. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he activated Kamui directly. Subsequently, 4 people, including Otsutsuki Kagaya, disappeared directly. And after they disappeared, in the cemetery of the Otsutsuki clan inside the moon, A soul sighed. After so many years, my mission has finally been completed. Mother, brother, I will take the first step. After saying that, the soul gradually becomes transparent. Finally disappeared without a trace. On the moon, dead silence returned again. Chapter 232 Otsutsuki Kagaya is confused. Ninja World, Konoha Village. Walking on the road, Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding scenery curiously. Kagaya, can you walk faster? Senju Takuya walks in front. Looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya who was walking around, he said helplessly. Takuya-sama, I understand. Otsutsuki Kagaya responded. Subsequently, he followed quickly, but didn't take 2 steps. Her attention was drawn to the street vendors on the roadside. Takuya-sama, what is this? Why can humans move around in there? Did you use space ninjutsu? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked, pointing to a big screen on the street. Above, an advertisement for a gourmet restaurant is playing. This thing is called television. The people inside are not human. Senju Takuya Kaido, not human. Are they bugs similar to humans? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked again. No, it's people inside. Ha. After some explanation, Senju Takuya was completely speechless by Otsutsuki Kagaya. This guy lived thousands of years ago. The current ninja world, hardly anything she had ever seen. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya is like a curious baby. Ask about everything you see. At last, Senju Takuya also completely gave up the explanation, and planned to let Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly figure it out on his own in the future. After all, even if I explain it to Otsutsuki Kagaya can't understand it at all. Anyway, you can study these things slowly in the future. Otherwise, you wouldn't have much to do, right? Senju Takuya said casually. Hearing his words, Otsutsuki Kagaya thought for a while and finally closed his mouth. Anyway, what she lacks most is time. These things, let's study it slowly in the future. That's all. Several people finally arrived at the Senju tribe. Looking at the luxurious buildings in the clan area, Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth opened slightly. Here, it was actually built countless times more grandly than her original divine residence. If you live in a place like this in the future, it's not like he's degrading himself. Led by Senju Takuya, they soon arrived at the backyard. Here, there was laughter and laughter everywhere. At this time, see Senju Takuya back, everyone gathered around him. Father, I didn't wet my pants today, and my mother praised me as a good boy. Father, would you like to play with us for a while? I want my father to guide me in my practice, is that okay? The children of Senju Takuya were chattering around Senju Takuya. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya is both happy and troubled. No way, there are too many children. He couldn't take care of it at all. Okay, I still have things to do, so you can play by yourselves first. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he left here as if running away. Otsutsuki Kagaya followed Senju Takuya, his eyes widened. He is indeed a man who can defeat her. So many children. At the beginning, she only had 2 children, which was enough to give her a headache. After arriving at the backyard, Senju Takuya called Tsunade and others over. After all, Otsutsuki Kagaya will live at home from now on. Her identity, it's better to tell everyone in advance. Husband, why did you call us all here? Tsunade asked as he opened the door. Hehehehe, what else could it be because of? Master, there is a fire in my heart. Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile. Mikoto, can't you think of something else in your mind? Uzumaki Kushina complained. Everyone went inside while talking. Soon, everyone went into the house. Subsequently, everyone noticed Otsutsuki Kagaya standing behind Senju Takuya. 19. My husband has brought back another sister. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Tsunade curled his lips and said, Ahem. Well, the situation this time is a bit special. Let me introduce it to you. Otsutsuki Kagaya, Senju Takuya said calmly. After he finished speaking, the originally noisy room immediately became silent. Husband, what did you say just now? Uzumaki Kushina asked with a look of disbelief. I mean, the woman next to me is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Senju Takuya repeated. The next second, the whole room exploded, as Otsutsuki Kagaya, the legendary goddess of Uma. No, why did your husband bring her back? Dash 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 dot 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 dot. That is to say, hasn't she been sealed? Can anyone really live such a long life and live to this day? Everyone looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and talked a lot. After all, such a legendary figure, appearing alive in front of yourself. No one can remain calm. Snort. How dare a bunch of bugs talk about my name in vain? Deserves to be killed. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and snorted. Although she has surrendered to Senju Takuya, it does not mean that others can talk about her. But, before she could finish speaking, she received a blow to her head. Ah, it hurts. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but sigh softly. These are my wives. What do you want to do? Senju Takuya looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and asked. It turns out to be Master Takuya's wife, so that's okay. Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled in apology. Good guy. When she ruled, even the king of a country does not have so many wives. Times have really changed. After everyone heard the conversation between Senju Takuya and Otsutsuki Kagaya, they all became stunned. The legendary goddess of Mao, actually called Takuya-sama. Should say, is he worthy of being his husband? Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya quiet down, Senju Takuya continued to speak. This time, in addition to introducing you to Kagaya's identity, I also have some information to announce to you. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya understood and began to tell everyone about his worries about the coming of the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Those guys are very likely to have power no less than mine. If we are not properly prepared, this planet is likely to be directly destroyed. Otsutsuki Kagaya said solemnly. After hearing her words, Senju Takuya smiled. So, just show your strength. Let Kagaya see how confident I am against the Otsutsuki clan. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Tsunade and others all nodded. The next second, waves of powerful momentum soared into the sky. Otsutsuki Kagaya was dumbfounded. These guys, are they all so strong? Death. Chapter 233 I want to kill all the Otsutsuki clan. Feeling the momentum of these people in front of him, Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned. Is there any mistake? Otsutsuki Kagaya rubbed his eyes. You must be under an illusion, right? That must be it, right? Otherwise, why do we see so many super cage level experts? Kagaya, did you see it? I will kill as many people as the Otsutsuki clan comes. Senju Takuya looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and smiled. Takuya-sama, what on earth is going on? How come there are so many strong people in the ninja world? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked blankly. In her time, except for herself, the rest of humanity is very weak. Now, how could there be so many people with such power? Kagaya-senpai, after you were sealed, Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect. From now on, ninjas will be able to master the 480 power called Chakra. Tsunade opened his mouth to explain. No, even if this is the case. But how can ordinary humans obtain such powerful power with their weak bodies? Otsutsuki Kagaya is still a little confused. Even if humans mastered Chakra with the help of Hamura, but they themselves are very weak. Weak body, how much Chakra can be extracted? These people in front of me, they are all super cage level experts. If the humans at that time were so strong, then she would have created a shitty white Zetsu. Kagaya-senpai, this is all due to my husband. Tsunade smiled. If according to the original body, their ability to grow to cage level strength is already the limit. But, with the help of my husband, they have all undergone genetic surgery, and each of them has an extremely large number of genes in their body. Rinnegan, wood style, scorch style, steel escape, even the power of everything. There are all kinds of powerful blood inheritance limits. Therefore, they were able to grow to this point. It can be said, Senju Takuya has mastered the method of helping humans break the ceiling. Kagaya, come with me. You will understand after seeing it. Senju Takuya did not explain, and directly took Otsutsuki Kagaya to Orochimaru's experimental base. Now, Orochimaru was basking in the sun in the open space outside the base with a leisurely look. It's really rare to see you looking so leisurely. Senju Takuya looked at Orochimaru and smiled. Takuya-kun. Seeing Senju Takuya, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in surprise. Subsequently, he then noticed Otsutsuki Kagaya standing next to Senju Takuya. His keen instinct made him feel Otsutsuki Kagaya is a very dangerous person. This is, looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya, he asked a little strangely. Now, his power has already reached the peak of super cage level. He has also mastered countless powerful escape abilities. But, the woman in front of him still made him feel dangerous. This made Orochimaru very confused. It shouldn't be. When did such a strong person appear in the ninja world? Orochimaru, let me introduce you. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the former goddess of Mao. Senju Takuya said calmly. What? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank. As a person whose hobby is to find out everything, Otsutsuki Kagaya's name is very familiar to him. This woman in front of me turns out to be the legendary god. Dirty bugs. Feeling Orochimaru's aura, Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted in disgust. Kagaya, don't be rude. Senju Takuya scolded. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has surrendered to him, his personality has not changed much. So, he needs to be reminded of Otsutsuki Kagaya all the time. I understand, Takuya, Otsutsuki Kagaya said quickly. Seeing this scene, a meaningful smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Takuya-kun, I really admire your ability to deal with women. Even the goddess Mao is respectful in front of you. Sharp. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Senju Takuya touched his nose. How he feels. Is there something in Orochimaru's words? Orochimaru, let's go visit your laboratory. Senju Takuya sorted out his chaotic thoughts, and then ordered Orochimaru. New. PLZ follow me. Orochimaru nodded obediently. Subsequently, he leads the way, walking towards the interior of the experimental base with Senju Takuya and Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is the training room. Some of the materials cloned and replicated were cultivated here. This is a genetic storage room. Countless powerful genes are preserved here. Quote. With the introduction of Orochimaru, Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth opened wider and wider. She felt like her worldview had collapsed. Especially in the training room. Countless nutrient tanks are filled with Rinnegan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and various clones. With these technologies, I can create as many strong men as I want. Senju Takuya smiled at Otsutsuki Kagaya. The skill of speaking. Several people came to a secret room again. These are all bionic people cloned by me. Orochimaru introduced with some pride. These bionic people, it can be said to be his proud work. Not only has he perfectly inherited various powerful blood inheritance boundaries, but he also possesses absolute loyalty. Even if they are asked to die, they will not blink an eye. It can be said, these androids are perfect war machines. Takuya-sama, you are still the best. Otsutsuki Kagaya was completely convinced. Compared with Senju Takuya, her previous actions were simply weak. Compared with bionic people, White Zetsu is not on the same level at all. No wonder Senju Takuya wasn't worried at all after hearing her say that the Otsutsuki clan would send people over. With this power, there is really no need to worry at all. Kagaya, are you relieved now? Senju Takuya looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and smiled. Takuya-sama, 0.7 is completely enough. This kind of power is enough to repel those invading enemies. Otsutsuki Kagaya said with conviction. Repel. After hearing what Otsutsuki Kagaya said, Senju Takuya shook his head. I want more than just fighting them off. I'll kill them all. Finally, destroy the entire Otsutsuki clan. Senju Takuya said expressionlessly. Hearing his words, Otsutsuki Kagaya's mouth opened slightly, and his mind went blank. An inexplicable emotion kept growing in my heart. Looking at the expressionless Senju Takuya, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a sense of fear in his heart. She never thought of it. The man in front of me. There is such a crazy idea. Kill the entire Otsutsuki clan. Can it really be done? Chapter 234. Men who are too charming are also a trouble. After understanding all of Senju Takuya's thoughts, Otsutsuki Kagaya completely surrendered to Senju Takuya in his heart. In her opinion, Senju Takuya was able to grow up to this point as an indigenous person. And, he has also mastered the technology to mass-produce powerful bionic humans. That kind of people, maybe he can actually achieve what he said. Anyway, she is now a sinner of the Otsutsuki clan. Left Senju Takuya, the Otsutsuki clan will not let her go either. So, it is better to surrender to Senju Takuya wholeheartedly. This is already her best choice. Senju Takuya also noticed the changes in Otsutsuki Kagaya for the first time. The most obvious point is, when Otsutsuki Kagaya faces others other than himself, he is also willing to calmly communicate with each other on an equal footing. This makes Senju Takuya very satisfied. After all, able to make the legendary goddess surrender at his feet. This kind of thing, he is the only one who can do it, right? After visiting the experimental base, Senju Takuya arranged a room for Otsutsuki Kagaya in the Senju clan's territory. Then he brought Hyuga Hinata to Orochimaru. After seeing Hyuga Hinata's Tenseigen, in Snake 29's eyes lit up. Especially after Hyuga Hinata demonstrated the power of Tenseigen Chakra mode, the smile on Orochimaru's face never disappeared. Another pair of extremely powerful eyes. That's great. After leaving some cells behind, Orochimaru couldn't wait to lock himself in the laboratory. So far, things on the moon are finally over. After returning to the homeland of the Senju clan, Senju Takuya discovered, Hyuga Hiyashi has been waiting for a long time. Now, saw him come in, Hyuga Hiyashi immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Master Hokage, I have heard about you, you are really amazing. Hyuga Hiyashi gave him a thumbs up. This time, Senju Takuya not only rescued his two daughters intact, and also helped Hinata gain the power of Tenseigen, the prestige of the Hyuga clan. Suddenly it was promoted to the level of a top wealthy family. To know, a long time ago, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have the same name. Byakugan and Sharingan are also said to be two pairs of eyes that cannot tell the difference between upper and lower eyes. But, Hyuga Hiyashi knows, in terms of combat power, Sharingan is still much stronger than Byakugan. The reason why Byakugan can be compared with Sharingan is because, it's entirely because Byakugan's ultra-long distance and wide area perspective has an unparalleled advantage on the battlefield. Later, the ninja world began a long period of peace. During this time, the white eyes are always suppressed by Sharingan. In particular, several strong men with Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in the Uchiha clan. Mangekyo Sharingan's terrifying power directly raised Sharingan's reputation to a higher level. Roll eyes, completely reduced to Sharingan's foil. After all, it's already very difficult to look at 3-Tomo Sharingan with a blank stare. Not to mention Mangekyo Sharingan. Not to mention, Rinnegan, known as the Immortal Eye, also evolved from Sharingan. In this situation, the reputation of the Hyuga clan is also declining. But now, Hyuga Hinata, with the help of Senju Takuya, proved to everyone, Byakugan, like Sharingan, can evolve to higher levels. Tenseigen, it is an eye that is directly comparable to the Rinnegan. The prestige of the Hyuga clan. It also skyrocketed because of this incident. So, Hyuga Hiyashi can't sit still anymore. It turns out, hug Senju Takuya's thighs tightly. This is the foundation for the prosperity of the Hyuga clan. So, he came this time, just to urge Senju Takuya to marry his daughter as soon as possible. Haha, Hiyashi, you don't need to say more, I understand what you mean. Let's do this, I will marry Hinata in 3 days. Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. On the moon, after seeing Hyuga Hinata's goddess-like appearance, he couldn't forget Hinata. So, he wasn't going to delay the wedding any longer. Quote. If you have anything to do, just say it. Seeing Hyuga Hiyashi's hesitant look, Takuya frowned. Do you think time is too hasty? Of course not. Master Hokage, I was just wondering, could you marry Hanabi this time? Sensing Senju Takuya's displeasure, Hyuga Hiyashi quickly explained. After returning from the moon, Hyuga Hanabi said that she would marry Senju Takuya. So, Hyuga Hiyashi thought, how about solving it once and for all? After all, what could be a better ending than marrying Senju Takuya? Quote. Senju Takuya was a little confused after hearing what Hyuga Hiyashi said. He never thought of it. Hyuga Hiyashi actually wants to marry Hanabi and Hinata to him. Is this his biological father? If he hadn't known the truth, Senju Takuya would have really doubted whether Hinata and Hanabi were Hyuga Hiyashi's own. Hanabi is still young now, let's talk about this later. After thinking about it for a while, Senju Takuya still rejected Hyuga Hiyashi's proposal. Although now Hanabi's body is in bud. But, he is indeed a bit young. He doesn't have the hobby of copper smelting, so he should wait until Hanabi grows up for a few more years. Yes, Master Hokage is right. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hiyashi nodded quickly. Then wait another 2 years. Okay, go get ready. After the matter is discussed, Senju Takuya waved his hand to see the guest off. After Hyuga Hiyashi leaves, Uzumaki Kushina opened the door and walked in. Husband, you are so happy. Uzumaki Kushina sat on Senju Takuya's lap with ease and said with a sweet smile. That's not because you are virtuous. Senju Takuya praised. I just know how to say nice things to coax people. Uzumaki Kushina gave Senju Takuya a charming look. She also felt a little emotional in her heart. Now, the entire Senju clan, there are already nearly 1,000 people. It is even more prosperous than some middle-class families. Think about the past, there are only 4 people left in the Senju family. Her husband, Grandma Mito, and sister Tsunade. I owe it to my husband to be able to be like this. Kushina, what are you thinking about? Seeing Uzumaki Kushina in a daze, Senju Takuya asked. Husband, thanks to you, my dream has come true. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Senju Takuya with love in her eyes. As an orphan who has forgotten his family, she has suffered many hardships since she was a child. It's Senju Takuya, gave her a home that truly belongs to her. Fool, you are my wife, isn't this what I should do? Senju Takuya pinched Uzumaki Kushina's cheek and smiled. Although I already have so many wives. But what he loves most. Still Kushina, husband, I love you forever. Uzumaki Kushina said passionately, then put her arms around Senju Takuya's neck and kissed her. Kushina, I still have some unfinished business. No, I don't care. Senju Takuya smiled helplessly when he heard Kushina acting coquettishly. No way, men who are too charming are also troublesome. After closing the door, Senju Takuya gently carried Kushina to the table. Chapter 235 Marrying a Wife Hyuga Hinata, the St. 3 days later, under the witness of everyone, Senju Takuya married Hyuga Hinata. In the wedding room, seeing the very beautifully dressed Hyuga Hinata, Senju Takuya couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Oh my god, have to say, Hinata's figure is really awesome. Even Senju Takuya, who has had countless women. After seeing Hyuga Hinata's hot figure, I couldn't control myself. Hinata, it's getting late, we should go to sleep. Senju Takuya lay in Hyuga Hinata's ear and whispered. Feeling the hot breath coming from his ears, Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly. Takuya-sama, let me help you change your clothes. Fool, why don't you change your tune now? Hyuga Hinata said shyly. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost complete, Senju Takuya no longer hesitated. Like a hungry tiger pounced on food, Hyuga Hinata fell onto the bed. Ding. Marry Hyuga Hinata. Get rewards. Byakugan, Tenseigan Chakra mode. 3-dimensional attributes increased by 500%. Ding. Love with his wife Hyuga Hinata. Get reward. Chakra +2. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Senju Takuya felt a warm current burst out within him. Under the influence of this warm current, Senju Takuya felt as if his body had broken through some shackles. Boom. As a slight wave of air blew by, Senju Takuya's face showed an ecstatic smile. He broke through. Originally, he was already at the ceiling of the blood succession network and was only one step away from breaking through. Now, after receiving the reward for marrying Hyuga Hinata, he directly broke through the blood inheritance net and reached a state that even Tsutsuki Kagaya had never reached. This feeling, so strong, Senju Takuya quietly felt the power in his body. He feels, the power in his body now is completely different from when Shueijia snares him. Although blood successor snare is only one step away from his current state. But, Senju Takuya feeling, now he can easily crush himself before the breakthrough. The realm above the blood inheritance snare. Let's call it the realm of gods. Senju Takuya murmured, now it really has become like an immortal god. As long as he wants, you can easily destroy this planet with just a few moves. Hinata, what's wrong with you? After coming back to his senses, Takuya looked at the dazed Hyuga Hinata and asked. Husband, I'm fine, I just feel a little scared. Hyuga Hinata said with her body trembling slightly. Do not know why, just take a look at Senju Takuya. She couldn't help but feel a tremor coming from the depths of her soul. My. Senju Takuya saw Hyuga Hinata's appearance and quickly put away his momentum. Just broke through. He was a little unprepared for a moment. Husband, why do I feel that you have become stronger again? Seeing Senju Takuya return to normal, Hyuga Hinata asked with some fear. Since opening Tenseigan, her strength is already at the peak of cage level. Hyuga Hinata thinks that her strength is already at the top. But I didn't expect that. In front of Senju Takuya, she couldn't even bear the breath that the other party revealed inadvertently. Husband, why have you become so strong all of a sudden? Hyuga Hinata looked at Senju Takuya and asked with some confusion. The growth of ninja power is accumulated slowly and little by little. She has never heard of someone like Senju Takuya who suddenly rose so much. Too suddenly. I just accidentally broke through. Senju Takuya smiled. Hearing his words, Hyuga Hinata was speechless. Accidentally broke through. Still doing that kind of thing. Is this still justified? Comparing people to each other can really make people mad. Hinata, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I don't want to waste a single second of my time tonight. You still have a lot to learn. Listening to Senju Takuya's words, Hyuga Hinata's face turned red as if she was about to bleed. Husband, stop talking, I feel like I'm going to faint. Okay, I understand, it's really not a good habit to just say it but not do it. Early in the morning, Senju Takuya opened the door and immediately saw Uzumaki sleeping at the foot of the wall. See the fragrant phosphorus. A black line flashed across Senju Takuya's face. This guy, you won't be listening to the wall all night, right? Thinking of this, Senju Takuya walked up to Uzumaki and patted her shoulder gently. Well, don't make trouble. Oh, it's so annoying. I've already said it. Takuya-sama. Uzumaki saw Senju Takuya's face dimly. Subsequently, she immediately got up from the ground. Shangli, why are you here? Senju Takuya looked at Uzumaki and asked. I didn't eavesdrop, let alone peek. Master Takuya, I just accidentally fell asleep here yesterday. Uzumaki explained with her eyes closed. Hearing her words, Senju Takuya showed a wry smile on his face. This fool, what is the difference between this and admitting it to yourself? Shang Phosphorus, don't do this again. Senju Takuya snorted coldly. Did not expect. The Uzumaki fragrance of this life still grew into ABCH. Looking at the two blushes on her face, she didn't know what she was thinking. I know I was wrong. Uzumaki said a little disappointed. Shang Lu, you are a girl, you should pay attention to the influence. Seeing Uzumaki's appearance, Senju Takuya's tone became gentler. But, people just like it. Uzumaki muttered. Since being rescued from that hell by Senju Takuya, Uzumaki began to be unable to resist the charm of Senju Takuya. And, as we grow older, this situation is getting worse. Just like now, just talking to Senju Takuya for a few words made her feel weak in her legs. Oh, you little girl. Mojao, how do you really want to marry me? Senju Takuya asked. I am willing to be Takuya-sama's dog. Stop. Senju Takuya quickly blocked Uzumaki's mouth. Although he occasionally does some tricks, it's not to this extent. Shang Lu, I already know your thoughts. Let's discuss this with Uzumaki Kushina. After a while, I will marry you. Senju Takuya touched Uzumaki's head and smiled. He raised Shang Phosphorus from an early age just to be included in the harem. Now that the other party has expressed his feelings, there is no need for him to pretend to be a gentleman. It is the last word to quickly expand the harem. Only, after hearing what Senju Takuya said, Uzumaki fell directly to the ground. Looking at her flushed face, Senju Takuya couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Is this okay? Are sluts so scary? Chapter 236 Takuya-kun, you have become a god. After carrying Uzumaki back to his room, Senju Takuya left directly. This little st, I really can't see it. It seems, you will need to do some desensitization training in the future. After leaving, Senju Takuya activated Kamui and came to Orochimaru's experimental base. Now, Orochimaru is conducting experiments related to Tenseigans gene transplantation and cloning. Seeing Senju Takuya appear, Orochimaru immediately stopped what he was doing. Takuya-kun, why did you come here alone this time? Orochimaru asked. How? I can't come here alone. Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. That's not true, it's just a little bit out of habit. Orochimaru smiled. Okay, stop joking. I'm here this time because I have something serious to ask you. Senju Takuya said seriously. All ears. Orochimaru said gracefully. Orochimaru, give me a sacred tree seed. Senju Takuya gets straight to the point. Sacred tree seeds. Orochimaru was slightly surprised when he heard Senju Takuya's words. Takuya-kun, why did you suddenly think of using the sacred tree seeds? Orochimaru said curiously. Before, when the sacred tree seeds were first developed, Orochimaru approached Senju Takuya. I hope he can verify the power of the 10 sacred tree seeds. But, Senju Takuya rejected his proposal outright. Reason, it's that the vast universe is full of dangers. Even with his power, there is no guarantee that you will not encounter danger. So, this matter has been postponed indefinitely. But now, Senju Takuya actually came over directly. Orochimaru wanted to know the reason for this. It is clear, my strength has improved to another level. Senju Takuya said calmly. This kind of thing, there is nothing to hide. Is it promoted again? Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru's mouth opened slightly. He knew Senju Takuya's strength. The ceiling of blood succession snare level. Beyond the existence of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now, it has improved again. How could this not surprise Orochimaru? When has it become so easy to improve your strength? Takuya-kun, can you tell me how powerful you are now? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his face. This is a habit he formed a long time ago. As long as I'm excited, he would lick his face with his tongue. I don't know how to describe how strong it is. Anyway, squeezing a strong person at the level of blood successor to death is no different from squeezing an ant to death. Senju Takuya said calmly. Hearing his words, Orochimaru's eyes became even more excited. After realizing eternal life, he became obsessed with all kinds of powers. So, after learning that Senju Takuya had such powerful power, Orochimaru couldn't help but want to experience it for himself. Takuya-kun, can you fight me? Let me experience your true power now, Orochimaru said excitedly. Are you ready? Senju Takuya then agreed to Orochimaru's request. The other party is your right-hand man. This requirement can still be met. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Orochimaru's expression became calm. He took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to the best. Takuya-kun, I'm ready, Orochimaru said solemnly. The moment his words fell, Orochimaru only felt his soul tremble suddenly, and then all consciousness dissipated instantly, and his whole person fell into endless darkness, and he sank. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and everything became normal again. Between the electric light and flint, the contest between the two is over. Such a powerful force. It's wonderful. A sickly smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Although it is only for a moment. But he fully understood what was happening. Senju Takuya crushed his soul in an instant and reassembled it again. CJFD. He possesses half-step 6 paths level power. And there are countless backups and various means of escape. But when Senju Takuya chose to take action, all his preparations were in vain. Senju Takuya can erase everything about him before he realizes it. This is a rule that has touched upon its essence. All the fancy skills have no effect in front of the current Senju Takuya. This arrogant yet extremely powerful power fascinates Orochimaru deeply. Orochimaru, do you understand? Senju Takuya looked at Orochimaru and asked softly. Understood. Takuya-kun, you have become a god. Orochimaru said seriously. If the power of the bloody snare, still relying on various powerful techniques to fight, and now Senju Takuya, it has completely broken away from this category. The power he used, more like the most primitive power of rules. All the fancy stuff, everything is doomed to be futile in the face of the power of rules. I really want to have this kind of power. Orochimaru sighed. But I have just touched the threshold of the 6 paths level. When will I be able to possess the godlike power of Senju Takuya? Orochimaru, as long as you follow me well, you will be able to do anything. Senju Takuya said confidently. Thank you very much, Takuya-kun. Orochimaru bowed respectfully to Senju Takuya. Subsequently, he spoke again. Takuya-kun, you have gained such a powerful power this time, so you are going to find a suitable planet in the universe. Then let's verify the power of the sacred tree seeds, right? Orochimaru asked. Clever. Senju Takuya nodded. That's exactly what he thought. Now already possessing the power to surpass the blood inheritance snare, I also have the capital to explore the universe. Then, Takuya-kun, can you take me with you? I also want to see for myself the power of the sacred tree. Orochimaru couldn't help but request. Now if you want to take a further step in strength, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky. But, if the sacred tree is really useful, then these things will not be a problem at all. So, Orochimaru wanted to verify it with his own eyes. No problem, Orochimaru, if the sacred tree seeds are really good, I will give you the first sacred tree fruit. Senju Takuya said calmly. The power of a sacred tree fruit is dispensable to him, but it is different for Orochimaru. So, Senju Takuya doesn't mind taking this opportunity to sell Orochimaru a favor. Thank you, Takuya-kun, Orochimaru said gratefully. At first, he chose to follow Senju Takuya. It is indeed a wise choice. Chapter 237 Orochimaru's Huge Harvest. Let's go. After Senju Takuya finished speaking, he took Orochimaru to the outside of the experimental base. Subsequently, Senju Takuya transferred Orochimaru to his own Kamui space. Orochimaru is still too weak now. Orochimaru cannot adapt to the high-speed space parade. In this regard, Orochimaru had no objections either. Although he really wanted to take a look at the beautiful scenery of the universe, he was not in a hurry. After everything was arranged, Senju Takuya flew high into the sky. The universe is vast. Want to find a suitable planet. Even with Senju Takuya's current strength, it is a very difficult thing. But, fortunately, after a period of exploration, Senju Takuya, not far from the ninja world, a planet with relatively abundant energy was discovered. Senju Takuya came to the planet, teleported Orochimaru out of Kamui space. Looking at the green planet in front of him, Orochimaru's eyes were full of surprise. In this universe, except for the ninja world, there is actually a planet with such strong vitality. It's really incredible. Let's explore it first. For safety reasons, Senju Takuya suggested to Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not refute Senju Takuya's words and just nodded slightly. Then, the two of them flew high into the sky. Senju Takuya has raised his perception to the limit. This is a very small planet. It is dozens of times smaller than the ninja world, although it is rich in energy and full of life. But, creatures above, in addition to various plants, there are only some dumb reptiles left. After making sure that there is nothing that can cause trouble for you. At Senju Takuya's instruction, Orochimaru took out the sacred tree seeds and threw them directly to the ground. The next second, the seeds of the sacred tree quickly began to take root and sprout. Just a short moment, the seeds of the sacred tree grew into a towering giant tree. Under the roots of the sacred tree extending in all directions, the energy of this planet began to continuously converge towards the sacred tree. Because this is a sacred tree created using the technology rewarded by the system. So, not only does it not need a strong person to feed it. The growth rate is even more astonishing and terrifying. It only takes half a day. The sacred tree has already produced a sacred tree fruit. Quote. Looking at the huge sacred tree fruit on the sacred tree, Orochimaru couldn't help but swallowed. He could feel the majestic energy from above. Takuya-kun, enjoy it slowly. After getting Senju Takuya's answer, Orochimaru couldn't bear it anymore. He flew high into the sky and picked the fruits of the sacred tree. Subsequently, Orochimaru swallowed the sacred tree fruit whole in one gulp. The moment he swallowed it, Orochimaru felt the power in his body begin to surge wildly. In the blink of an eye, he actually broke through directly to the 6 paths level. Is this the fruit of the sacred tree that has absorbed the essence of a planet? Orochimaru said a little drunkenly. No burden at all. As long as you eat it, you can become your own power. This feeling, it's so wonderful. Shortly after Orochimaru ate the fruit of the sacred tree began to change. After a few breaths, the sacred tree turned into a monster with 10 tails. 10 tails. After Orochimaru ate the fruit of the sacred tree took the initiative to transform into 10 tails and became Orochimaru's guardian beast. Quote. Looking at the 10 tails guarding him, Orochimaru was surprised and happy. He did not expect. The sacred tree actually has this effect. Takuya-kun, what should we do now? Orochimaru asked knowingly. After eating the fruit of the sacred tree, he had gained enough. He is not a greedy person. So, for 10 tails, he didn't have any idea. Since it was transformed from a sacred tree, then you can seal it into your body. Senju Takuya said calmly. Now it has surpassed the blood inheritance snare and reached the divine realm. A 10 tails, give it to Orochimaru. Takuya-kun, I really saw you right. You are truly a man worthy of my following forever. Orochimaru looked at Senju Takuya and said solemnly. To know, this is 10 tails. Senju Takuya actually gave it to him without caring at all. This measure, Orochimaru thinks he is incomparable. Stop being pretentious. Let's get started. Senju Takuya waved his hand funny. It seems, this is truly the right gift. In Senju Takuya's heart, Orochimaru's sincere surrender is far more important than a sacred tree fruit and 1,000 tails. After getting Senju Takuya's permission, Orochimaru directly sealed 10 tails into his body. Since he is a eater of the fruit of the sacred tree, 10 tails has no resistance to Orochimaru. So, the sealing went very smoothly. Soon, Orochimaru became 10 tails Jinchuriki, and his aura began to surge. Finally, Orochimaru's strength has stopped at the peak level of 6 paths. A single divine tree seed can create a peak 6 paths powerhouse. It's really terrifying. Feeling the power within his body, Orochimaru said with some shock. Before coming, in his heart, as long as the sacred tree seeds can help him break through to the 6 paths level, he will be satisfied. Unexpectedly, now it has directly helped him reach the peak of 6 paths. It's incredible. The key is, the method of making sacred tree seeds is not difficult. As long as he wants, a large number of sacred tree seeds can be produced in a short period of time. Oh, and as long as we find the right planet, you can use the god tree seed to get the god tree fruit and a 10 tails. To know, in the vastness of the universe, the number of such planets is probably countless. After, their limit is no longer super cage level strong. Instead, it is able to mass produce 6 paths peak experts. What a terrifying power this is. Takuya-kun, the energy of this planet is somewhat beyond our expectations. Looking at it like this, it shouldn't be possible to cultivate a sacred tree seed. Should we? No need. We will have plenty of time to explore the universe and find suitable planets in the future. That's it for today. Senju Takuya rejected Orochimaru's proposal. This is also the first planet with life that he discovered. Very memorable. He didn't want the planet to be destroyed like this. I see. It's really rare that you will have such a side. Orochimaru, who has long been accustomed to killing Senju Takuya decisively, couldn't help but sigh. Are you mocking me? Senju Takuya raised an eyebrow. No, Takuya-kun, let's go back quickly. Orochimaru quickly changed the subject. Although he is now a strong player in the peak 6 paths. But, he knows, Senju Takuya wanted to crush him to death, but it was still no different from crushing an ant to death. So, Orochimaru decisively chose to follow his heart. Senju Takuya didn't really want to care. After marking a space coordinate on the planet, Senju Takuya took Orochimaru and disappeared into the original crypt. Chapter 238 5 years. Time flies, the sun and the moon fly by. It has been 5 years since I last took Orochimaru to use the seeds of the sacred tree to absorb the energy of other planets. During these 5 years, Senju Takuya continues to explore the stars in the universe, and hundreds of planets with huge energy were successfully discovered. These planets, some are full of vitality, while others are barren. But, without exception, all possess huge planetary energy. Senju Takuya planted sacred tree seeds on these planets and harvested a large number of sacred tree fruits. After each fruit of the sacred tree matures, Senju Takuya will take one of his wives to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. In 5 years, the strength of all his wives has reached the peak level of 6 paths. Such a lineup, Senju Takuya himself couldn't help feeling a little emotional. To know, a strong man with peak strength in 6 paths, already the best in the universe. Even Otsutsuki Arashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kaneshiki and others in the original work are only at this level. In addition to the rapid progress in strength of his wives, Senju Takuya's own strength has also been greatly improved. After all, he has a system. In the past 5 years, he has married many beautiful women in the ninja world. Like Yamanaka Ino, Haruno Sakura, Tamari, Kuretsuchi. They have all been included in his harem. Senju Takuya also received huge rewards for this. Not only does it have the powerful abilities of the blood successor snares such as Shared Kill Ash Bones, Hirezaka, Yasushigami Air Strike, and Ten no Gochu, but he also gained powerful magical powers such as clairvoyance, reflection, and omnipotence. Add to this the rewards these wives receive for giving birth to offspring, and the accumulation of daily love over the past 5 years. Senju Takuya's current power, it can no longer be described simply as horror. He feels, even if the god of Otsutsuki appears in front of him, he is sure that he can defeat the opponent completely. Konoha village. Walking on the street, Senju Takuya's expression was a little proud. After decades of planning and development, Konoha now, it has completely transformed into a modern metropolis. All kinds of black technologies are available. Even, it was more developed than the Blue Star before he traveled through time. In fact, not just Konoha, now the entire ninja world, all have been transformed under his planning. Technology has become the primary productive force. People's lives become convenient and wealthy, and, compared with previous lives, the current ninja world doesn't have to worry about energy at all. Because, Senju Takuya is able to gain endless energy on other planets in the universe. Provide a small ninja world. More than enough. It is precisely because of this that Senju Takuya became the true god respected by everyone in the ninja world. Of course, Senju Takuya does this, not because he is selfless, but his descendants. In these years, it has been distributed throughout the ninja world. Everything, all are firmly controlled by the Senju clan. So far, Senju Takuya's plan to revive the Senju clan is completed. Husband, where should we go to play this year? Uzumaki Kushina next to her asked softly. Now Uzumaki Kushina, her long flowing hair was scattered on her shoulders, and her eyes were full of happiness. Since marrying Senju Takuya, she has been working hard for the revival of the Senju clan in her heart. Now, the Senju clan has become the most powerful ninja clan in the ninja world. She could finally feel relieved. I just know how to play. We have to stay in the ninja world recently, and someone from the Otsutsuki clan may be coming. Senju Takuya said with a smile. When exploring the universe, he sometimes takes Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others to explore with him. Not only to have a companion on the road, so that you will no longer be lonely. It is also to be able to obtain 3-dimensional attributes every day. So, his wives. Now I am very yearning for the vast universe. The most anticipated thing every year. It was Senju Takuya who took them to explore the universe. Only, the time has almost come for the arrival of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Arashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Senju Takuya is not ready to continue exploring the universe until these 3 problems are solved. The Otsutsuki clan, they're finally coming. After hearing Senju Takuya's words, Uzumaki Kushina's eyes became cold. Due to Otsutsuki Kagaya, they know the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan in detail. We will never let those bastards from the Otsutsuki clan ruin the future of the ninja world. This is the unanimous thought in the minds of Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade and others. So, after they heard that the Otsutsuki clan was coming to the ninja world, their hearts were filled with murderous intent. You don't have to look like this either. As long as they show up, I will make them disappear from this world as soon as possible. Senju Takuya looked at Uzumaki Kushina and others and said confidently. With his current strength, want to get rid of Otsutsuki Arashiki and others. It's just a casual move. Husband, this is not an option. We might as well take over the Otsutsuki clan's home base directly, so that we can avoid future troubles forever. Uzumaki Kushina suggested. No problem. After these 3 people are dealt with, I will personally visit the Otsutsuki clan. Senju Takuya said calmly. Uzumaki Kushina is right. If the Otsutsuki clan is not dealt with, there will never be true peace in the ninja world. Anyway, with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the god of Otsutsuki. After he kills the incoming Otsutsuki Arashiki and others in 1.8, Senju Takuya is ready to lead the strong men of the ninja world to the depths of the universe. Completely wipe out the Otsutsuki clan. Okay, let's go shopping. Senju Takuya comforted him, and then led his wives and concubines to continue shopping. All the men on the road cast envious glances. In fact, every time I see Senju Takuya taking his wives shopping, they will be envious and jealous. After all, when I think that all those stunning beauties belong to one man, their hearts couldn't help but feel a little throbbing. Why is this man not me? How hateful. Senju Takuya just smiled slightly at the other men's complaints. To him, if you are not envied by others, you are mediocre. Married to beauties like Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade, he had long been mentally prepared to be envied, jealous, and hated. Chapter 239. Kill 3 with 1 kill and defeat Otsutsuki. Momoshi-sama, this is the planet where Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ashiki arrived. In the universe, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki are suspended in the air. Looking at the ninja world below, a faint smile appeared on his face. It's been so long, they finally found it. Snort. How dare Otsutsuki Kagaya betray the Otsutsuki clan? Today, I will destroy Kagaya and this planet together. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said with an indifferent expression. Lord Momoshiki, there seem to be many kings on this planet. Besides, after so many years, Otsutsuki Kagaya must have already prepared the means to deal with us. I think we'd better be careful. Otsutsuki Jinshiki reminded. Just a bunch of ants. Except for Otsutsuki Kagaya, I will kill all the other kings without leaving a trace. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said cruelly. The next second, the two figures came to the ninja world in a flash. Is this the ninja world? It's so beautiful. Except for our Otsutsuki 29 clan's home planet, I have never seen a planet so beautiful. When I think that I can destroy such a planet with my own hands, I can't help but feel a little happy. Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, a little intoxicated while high in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you? Looking at the man in front of her, Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked in surprise. The one who takes your life. Senju Takuya replied coldly. Court death. Hearing Senju Takuya's words, Otsutsuki Jinshi snorted coldly. The next second, a huge axe glowing red appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Uchiha Shu. Only, Senju Takuya just raised his arm and pointed at him lightly, and Otsutsuki Jinshi's figure turned into countless ashes and dissipated in the air. You, what did you do? Otsutsuki Momoshiki asked in horror. He couldn't feel the aura of Otsutsuki Jinshi at all now. That is to say, at that moment, Otsutsuki Kinshiki has been killed. Too weak. Is this the Otsutsuki clan? Senju Takuya chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, the figure flashed in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Kr. Before Otsutsuki Momoshiki could react, his consciousness had already fallen into darkness. It turns out to be here. Senju Takuya murmured. In Otsutsuki Momoshiki's memory, he found specific information about the Otsutsuki family's home planet. That is the depth of the universe that is very far away from the ninja world. All members of the Otsutsuki clan live on their home planet. Except for one Otsutsuki god who has fallen asleep, all Otsutsuki people will take the seeds of the sacred tree to explore the universe when they reach adulthood. As the guardian of the inferior, it is a planet hundreds of millions of miles away from the Otsutsuki family's home planet. The purpose of their existence. It is to cultivate a Deadpool who will wholeheartedly assist the clan of the Otsutsuki clan. Although these lower-ranking people were given the name of the Otsutsuki clan, they knew very little information about the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kagaya belongs to the lower rank. After killing Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Senju Takuya closed his eyes and felt. It was discovered that Otsutsuki Arashiki was indeed hiding on a planet not far from the ninja world. Senju Takuya launches Hirazaka Yomi, appeared directly in front of Otsutsuki Arashiki. Discovered. Seeing the sudden appearance of Senju Takuya, Otsutsuki Arashiki's face was horrified. He just saw everything with his own eyes. The guy who can easily kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Jinshiki is definitely someone he can't mess with. When I think of this, Otsutsuki Arashiki was ready to launch the Hirazaka escape. But, when he was ready to launch, only then did he realize that the surrounding space had been blocked. His underworld is Hirazaka. It can't be launched successfully at all. Damn it. Time back. Otsutsuki Arashiki activated his Rinnegan ability, trying to turn back the time of the outside world and escape directly before Senju Takuya could take action. But, his time retrieval still failed to activate. Stop struggling. The power you possess is nothing compared to me, Senju Takuya said calmly. Time back. He also mastered this ability. And, far more pervert than Otsutsuki Arashiki's ability. Otsutsuki Arashiki can only go back less than a minute at most. And you can travel through the time tunnel at will. So, Otsutsuki Arashiki wanted to use the power of time retrieval in front of him. It's just asking for humiliation. Why do you have this kind of power zone? Otsutsuki Arashiki asked in surprise. Original. He was only ordered to assist Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki in capturing Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Otsutsuki clan works in pairs. Only, his inferiors. I was absorbed by him on the way here. Unexpectedly. After coming here, I unexpectedly met such a powerful pervert. It's no use talking more. Peacefully accept the ending I have arranged for you. Senju Takuya spoke coldly. Subsequently, under his gaze, Otsutsuki Arashiki's body immediately began to collapse. Just a moment, everything becomes calm again. These three guys finally solved it. It seems that it is time to completely eliminate the Otsutsuki clan. 923. Senju Takuya murmured. After so many years, he finally waited for this moment. The time has come to destroy the Otsutsuki clan. A thought in my mind. Senju Takuya has appeared in the ninja world. He gathered all his wives and Orochimaru, Uchiha Shisui, Hitaki Kakashi and others. With his help, these people all already possess the peak level of power of 6 paths. This time, he wants to take these powers with him, to wipe out the entire Otsutsuki clan. This is a life and death war. If the Otsutsuki clan is not eliminated, they will never be at peace. Today, come with me, Hinata Otsutsuki clan. Senju Takuya shouted in the air. The crowd below all showed excited eyes. Destroy the Otsutsuki clan. Destroy the Otsutsuki clan! Destroy the Otsutsuki clan! With neat and high-pitched shouts, the momentum of the team reached its peak. Seeing this scene, Senju Takuya nodded with satisfaction. The next second, he directly used Wonkwan Hirosaka to open the door to time and space. Come with me. Senju Takuya walked in first. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people all followed. With such strong power, this time, I can finally fight to my heart's content. Chapter 240 The God of Otsutsuki. Under the leadership of Senju Takuya, all the strong men in the ninja world came to the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan through the space gate. At this time, all members of the Otsutsuki clan lived a prosperous life with no worries about food and drink. Everyday things, just study how to have fun and plunder energy from other planets. The sudden appearance of Senju Takuya and others stunned the entire Otsutsuki clan. But, soon they knew what was happening. Kill. Following Senju Takuya's orders, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Shisui. Everyone showed their butcher knives at the Otsutsuki clan. Soon, there was a pungent smell of blood in the air. Otsutsuki clan, there was also a river of blood. So weak, these guys. Yes, I originally thought that the members of the Otsutsuki clan would be rare strong men, but looking at it now, this is not the case at all. Look at their panicked looks, they look like moths who have never experienced any battle. Everyone was very disappointed with the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan spans the entire universe. That's it. But, over time, the strong men of the Otsutsuki clan finally reacted. They rose into the sky one after another and started a fierce battle with the ninjas of the ninja world. That would be interesting. Orochimaru excitedly stretched out his lips and licked his face. Subsequently, he directly transformed into a Yamata no Orochi. 8 snake heads and a huge body started a crazy attack on the Otsutsuki clan. Ha 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 ha. It's so enjoyable. This place is finally enough for me to toss around. Haxi hot mom. After so long, I can finally join forces with you again. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms, with a look of excitement on her face. The home planet of the Otsutsuki clan is huge, and even if he uses all his strength, he has no fear of destroying the planet. And, what excites him most is, after many years, he can finally join forces with Senju Hashirama to fight together again. Motor, come on together. Senju Hashirama also had an excited look on his face. A scene like this today, it reminded him of the scene when he and Uchiha Madara teamed up to bring down the entire ninja world. During that time, it was the happiest day in his memory. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. A huge statue of Senju Guanyin emerged from the ground. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara flashed to Senju Hashirama's side. Sage Art Wei Zhuang Suzano. With Uchiha Madara's loud shout, Senju Cannon was immediately surrounded by an indestructible layer of Suzano. Kill, kill. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and saw deep joy in each other's eyes. The two of them had the same mind, and together they launched an attack on the Otsutsuki tribe in front. Boom. With a loud noise, all the Otsutsuki people who stood in front of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were slapped to the ground hard. The same scene, it is constantly happening on the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Damn, where did these guys come from? Go and call all those lower-ranking people over. A-hole, I must kill them all. The Otsutsuki clan member said angrily, although there are many strong ones among them. But, compared to the ninjas in the ninja world, their combat experience is too lacking. And, the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, since birth, just rely on the chakra fruits plundered from other planets to enhance your strength. Physical arts are something, they don't know how to train at all. Anyway, to them, as long as he finally eats the lower person who is protecting him, his level of physical skills will be greatly improved. So, when fighting everyone in the ninja world, although the members of the Otsutsuki clan are not weak in strength, their performance in battle is far worse. I can't stand it anymore. Why do these bastards have so much power? Who told these people the location of our planet? This must be a premeditated attack, we can't stop it. Hurry, go and wake up the true god. The people of the Otsutsuki clan saw that their side had suffered heavy losses, and their inner fighting spirit collapsed instantly. Most people began to flee in all directions. There was also a small group of people who rushed towards the central temple. Finally, after half a day of killing, there are not many people left in the Otsutsuki clan. The remaining Otsutsuki clan all gathered in the temple. Lord True God, please wake up. For the sake of the Otsutsuki clan, kill all the invading enemies. Lord True God, please save the Otsutsuki clan from danger again. Following the call of the Otsutsuki clan, a breath of vicissitudes and simplicity appears. The whole sky, a huge human head is reflected. There is a giant from ancient times who is gradually awakening. Great, the true god is awake. These are saved. It's time for these bastards to die. The true god will definitely save us. The members of the Otsutsuki clan looked at the projection in the sky and said excitedly. The faces of everyone in the ninja world were solemn. In this breath, they felt fear deep in their souls. Although he had already been mentally prepared, he knew that Senju Takuya would take action against the so-called god of Otsutsuki. But, after truly feeling the aura of the god of Otsutsuki, they still couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. This is true even for minds like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But, just when everyone was holding their breath and concentrating, a giant hand stretched out from high in the sky. King Zhao's giant hand reached into the temple. He pinched dozens of members of the Otsutsuki clan and then threw them into his mouth. I have been sleeping for too long this time, so you should treat it as my food. The voice of the god of Otsutsuki sounded. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No one thought of it. The first thing the god of Otsutsuki did when he woke up. It turned out that he was operating on members of the Otsutsuki clan. After absorbing the power of dozens of Otsutsuki tribesmen, the god of Tsutsusu set his sights on Takuya, a clapping hand floating in the universe. Little guy, is this your idea? That's great. There has never been a life like you in the universe. If I absorb your power, I will definitely be able to break through again. The god of Otsutsuki looked at Senju Takuya and laughed loudly. The home planet of the entire Otsutsuki clan. They were all startled and trembled by the powerful sound. Chapter 241, Terrifying Magic. Little guy, you are truly a gift from God. The god of Otsutsuki looked at Senju Takuya with eager eyes. It was as if a crazy man saw a beautiful naked girl. Stop pretending to be a ghost and show your true identity. Senju Takuya said calmly to the god of Otsutsuki. The bodies of the members of the Otsutsuki clan are not that different from humans. So, Senju Takuya doesn't believe it. The body of the Otsutsuki god can grow to a size larger than that of the Otsutsuki clan's home planet. Okay, then I will make an exception this time and show my true identity. The god of Otsutsuki nodded lightly. The next second, a man with a pair of horns on his head and black stripes all over his body appeared in front of Senju Takuya. Clairvoyance. As soon as the god of Otsutsuki appeared, he used his magic directly on Senju Takuya. Clairvoyance. The ability to view countless scenes in the present or in the past. Just one glance, the god of Otsutsuki has already seen all the growth scenes of Senju Takuya from his birth to the present. It's strange, you seem to have already prepared for this day. How do you know so many things? The god of Otsutsuki frowned in confusion. He found, Senju Takuya started planning this event when he was very young. How did the other party know these secrets? I see, you were born to know. The god of Otsutsuki thought for a while and suddenly said, those who were born knowing. As the name suggests, it means that you know many things since you were born. This is the most reasonable explanation that the god of Otsutsuki can imagine for Senju Takuya. He who was born knowing. Hearing the words of the god of Otsutsuki, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Madara and others all had horrified looks on their faces. No wonder, they always feel that Senju Takuya knows very clearly about many things. Even those unknown secrets, in front of Senju Takuya, it's not called a secret at all. Originally they thought, Senju Takuya only knew these secrets through some of his own means. Unexpectedly, Senju Takuya is actually born to know. That makes sense. No wonder, Takuya-kun has known all those weird ideas since he was born. Orochimaru said somewhat enthusiastically. Now he have mastered the power of eternal life. And he also possesses extremely strong CJAB power. The appearance of a person like Senju Takuya who was born with knowledge made his already somewhat calm heart become frenzied again. Really, there are so many secrets in this universe. What you need to explore yourself. There are too many more. This kid, no wonder he saw through my plan. 1. Uchiha Madara sighed. No wonder, a plan that only he knows will be revealed by Senju Takuya. Turn out to be, in the eyes of the other party, there is no secret in everything. I didn't lose unfairly. Uchiha Madara seemed to have let go of something, and breathed a sigh of relief. Losing to someone like Senju Takuya, it's not that depressing anymore. Husband, you really hid it from us. Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade and others pouted. This kind of thing, they are Senju Takuya's wives but they don't know anything about it. Wait until you get home. We must settle the accounts with him. Regarding the crowd's reaction, Senju Takuya has been watching. Only, he didn't have any special reaction. After all, now I have completely achieved my goal, not to mention being mistaken for someone who was born with knowledge. Even if it is revealed that he is a time traveler, so what? Wait until the god of Otsutsuki is dealt with. This universe, he alone has the final say. The universe, must be the will of the universe. No matter what efforts you make, I will take away your will and become the true master of this universe. The god of Otsutsuki shouted angrily, although he is already a god, but he didn't know about time travel. In his opinion, Senju Takuya is the will of this universe to prevent him from becoming the master. He's just a piece of garbage that accidentally absorbed multiple chakra fruits, and he still dares to become a master. Senju Takuya mocked mercilessly. When the god Otsutsuki used clairvoyance to observe him, he also used clairvoyance to understand the life of the god Otsutsuki. Other side, he was obviously just a member of the Otsutsuki tribe with very ordinary talents, but he accidentally consumed a lot of chakra fruits. At last, only then did we achieve this achievement. Although he is a god, but his control over the power within his body is very weak. He had to pay the price of sleeping for a long time to prevent the power in his body from backlashing him. And, in order to become the only true god forever, whenever a member of the Otsutsuki clan reached a certain level of strength, he would kill them without hesitation. This is also the real reason why the Otsutsuki clan has been in 10,000 years, and most of the clan members are still only at the 6 paths level. It turns out you have mastered divine magic too. It seems that you have reached the same state as me. But, you can't defeat me. The god of Otsutsuki snorted coldly and launched an attack on Senju Takuya. Divinity. Annihilation. With a low shout from the god of Otsutsuki, the space in front of him collapsed inch by inch, and everything turned into powder. But, all of these, it stopped just before reaching Senju Takuya. Divinity. Backflow, Senju Takuya said calmly. Subsequently, those collapsed spaces immediately returned to their original state. This is a type of power he developed based on his time travel ability. It can keep everything around it unchanged and turn back time to a specific target. How can it be? How can you master this kind of magic? The god of Otsutsuki was stunned when he saw Senju Takuya's moves. Time-related abilities is the scariest, even he. This ability is elusive. Why is Senju Takuya able to control this power? Divinity Almighty Creation. Senju Takuya ignored the shock of the god of Otsutsuki and activated the magic again. This time, he directly created a shadow identical to the god Otsutsuki. Shadow possesses the same power as the god Otsutsuki. Realize anything and turn your thoughts into reality. This is the ultimate power that can create the world. And seeing the shadow of myself created by Senju Takuya, the god of Otsutsuki finally couldn't stand it any longer and collapsed completely. Compared with Senju Takuya, what kind of god is he? Chapter 242 Become the Master of the Multiverse. The battle between Senju Takuya and the god of Otsutsuki did not last long. After the god of Otsutsuki saw Senju Takuya's powerful magic, his mentality completely collapsed. The god of Otsutsuki believes that Senju Takuya is a puppet specially supported by the will of the universe. In order, just eliminate him. So, but within a very short period of time, the god of Otsutsuki was destroyed by Senju Takuya. Body and soul, all erased. His own strength, it was all absorbed by Senju Takuya. That huge power, even Senju Takuya felt frightened. If the god of Otsutsuki hadn't lost his mentality, it might not have been easy for him to win this battle. Only, the outcome is now determined. Victory, it belongs to him. And when the god of Otsutsuki was eliminated, the members of the clan who had been trapped in poverty all showed expressions of despair. Even the most powerful true god has been eliminated, so even if they continue to resist, it will be useless. Then, the members of the Otsutsuki clan knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping that Senju Takuya could leave them a way to live. This race that relies on plundering the strength of others to strengthen itself. You don't have a strong will at all. Takuya-sama wins, great. As expected of my husband, he did not disappoint us this time. I was scared to death. When the god of Otsutsuki appeared just now, I thought we were going to be doomed. I didn't expect that Takuya-sama's power has reached such a level now. It's really scary, completely opposite to the members of the Otsutsuki clan. Everyone in the ninja world had extremely excited expressions on their faces. Able to defeat the legendary Otsutsuki clan, it is an extremely glorious thing for them. Senju Takuya calmed down his body, which had become a little restless due to absorbing the power of the god of Otsutsuki, and then walked over to Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others. Husband, what should we do with these guys? Tsunade asked Senju Takuya. Kill them all, Senju Takuya said without mercy. For the Otsutsuki clan, we have to cut the grass and root it out. He doesn't want to. At some point in the future, suddenly a Otsutsuki orphan appeared seeking revenge on him. Moreover, they and the Otsutsuki clan are sworn enemies. Kindness to one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. So, Senju Takuya will not let go of anyone from the Otsutsuki clan. After hearing his judgment, the only hope left in the hearts of the Otsutsuki clan was completely shattered. Some of them started to run away, some knelt down and waited for death, and some cursed loudly. Seeing these Otsutsuki tribesmen showing various expressions, Senju Takuya locked all their auras. The next second, the space is shattered inch by inch. All the Otsutsuki clan members whose aura was locked by Senju Takuya were wiped out in an instant. After doing all this, Senju Takuya came to the planet where the Otsutsuki clan's branch house is located. At this time, these branch houses are still cultivating hard on the planet. I have no idea what happened to the Otsutsuki clan. In this regard, Senju Takuya raised his right arm far away in the universe. Crack. With a cold word, Senju Takuya's finger shot out a beam of light exuding destruction. Boom. With a loud noise, the planet where the Otsutsuki clan's branch house was turned into powder in an instant. All branch house clansmen, they were all destroyed at the same time. Next, it's time to accept the will of the universe, Senju Takuya murmured. After gaining the power of the god Otsutsuki, he also knows many things through the memories of the god Otsutsuki. Just like the will of the universe. Cosmic will, it is the will of this universe. It is the will responsible for running this universe and formulating the rules of the universe. At his level, want to go further, the only way is to swallow the will of the universe and achieve the only thing. This is also the ultimate goal of the god of Otsutsuki. And now, after destroying the god Otsutsuki, Senju Takuya truly felt the existence of the will of the universe. He had a thought in his mind. An indescribable force poured into his body. The scent of Senju Takuya. It's also skyrocketing at this moment. After a long time, Senju Takuya slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he completely swallowed up the will of the entire universe. Or, it was the will of the universe that chose him. He broke through the realm of true God and became the sole master of Fang universe. The birth and destruction of this universe. Everything. It's all up to him. Finally, we've reached this point. Senju Takuya murmured, coming from time to time. After decades of hard work. Now he, finally became the most powerful being in this universe. No more worrying about someone being able to harm yourself. This feeling, it's so cool. Returning to the home planet of the Otsutsuki clan, Senju Takuya brings everyone together. Let's go, I will take you back to the ninja world. Senju Takuya finished speaking, everyone's figures began to disappear. When they regained consciousness again, they had already appeared in the ninja world. So far, the grievances between the ninja world and the Otsutsuki clan are fully understood. And Senju Takuya, who has become the master, then stay in the ninja world. He still lives a life of drunkenness and dreams with his wives. Senju clan, also with the help of Senju Takuya, spread out branches and leaves on various habitable planets in the universe. That's all. After decades, Senju Takuya finally fully merged the will of the universe and the power of the god of Otsutsuki, making them truly his own. At this very moment, Senju Takuya senses the existence of the cosmic barrier. Outside this cosmic barrier, there is another world. Follow your own feelings. Senju Takuya uses his power. In some place, tear open the barrier of the universe. The next second, a black crack that even he couldn't sense what was on the other side appeared in front of him. Quote. Looking at the dark cracks, Senju Takuya had a look of surprise and joy on his face. The existence of the multiverse. It means that he can travel to other universes. Maybe, the blue star before time travel was one of the universes. And, he can also draw greater powers from other universes. After careful consideration, Senju Takuya decided to take a look at other universes. After all, the existence of the multiverse has now been proven. If he doesn't explore, sooner or later one day, someone stronger will find his side of the universe. By then, it is very likely that there will be dangers that he does not expect. Besides, Senju Takuya also wants to see other worlds. The world of Hokage is already very exciting. Other worlds, will it still be worse? After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina and others, and agreeing to take them to see them in the future, Senju Takuya stepped into the crack. Part 2.